To be a nominee for Favorite Movie Icon, your star must burn so bright you enchant fans all over the world. So, the people chose the one and only and one of my personal favorites, Johnny Depp.
WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever, WINO forever.
Okay, hello everybody. This is Sarah. This is WINO Forever, the Depping podcast. I am joined by Gene Watson. Very cute in his little wire rim glasses from the 90s and his little mid part
1995 circa. That's the look. I suggest everybody within the sound of my voice that listens to this, I'm going to go on a Twitter blitz this week, and we are going to tweet Kathleen Zellner, who is on Twitter. You can find her. And we're going to tell her that to do a makeover, and this is the look Depp's going to have at the trial. Instead of that, his default things when he doesn't have anything going on seems to be the early 90s grunge, shaggy hair, Cobain-esque, right? He goes to.
Mm-hmm. You can hope. I mean, even
What's
in
real
this,
or not in his hair, I have no idea.
I don't want it to be the NFT video hair. I need it more, and I've said this 100 times. I need it to be the deposition video hair.
No, look at my pics. Look at my avatar.
He's a little old to pull this off.
No, so what? A 58-year-old version of it. Same thing. He can go to that.
All right. I'll accept it. So we are
he's about 33 there, 32, 33 there.
Mm-hmm. He's not 32 or 33 anymore.
I know, but just a 50. That's all right.
Okay.
That same hair with the wire rim glasses. That's my look for out of all the things he's had in film and stuff. That's my look for the trial.
All right. Today we are going to resume the UK testimony. We're on day 3. We're starting fresh. Hopefully, and we start off with a very, very great, I'm quoting Trump, a very, very great story about an island. So we'll get to that. Do you want to you have Depp news? I believe you do, right?
Deppstein Island?
No. How dare you even compare the two?
No, you know what I mean. I'm just kidding.
I know.
That's a Deppisode though in the future though. That article that Brinkley wrote for Vanity Fair about the island. I think that's a really underrated piece. It's from 2013, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
Very underrated piece.
Okay.
And it explores his island is really the gist of it.
Yeah. What do you got for us, Connie Chung?
Maury! What was that joke by Susie Essman at the I think there was a Jerry Stiller roast. She goes, Maury Povich is here. Maury, he's married to Connie Chung, and everybody thinks that's weird, but everybody knows Jews love to eat Chinese.
Oh. Keep your fingers crossed for us, folks, with the YouTube gods.
That's
okay.
Susie Essman. I didn't say it. Susie Essman said it.
Yeah, but you can't help yourself.
Yeah, right. Hunter S. Thompson's description of baseball when Depp would talk about sports. The two of them were talking about sports one night. This is one of the essays Depp wrote. And they would talk about sports a lot. And he asked, when they first met, I think he asked him what his favorite sports were. And Thompson loves football and basketball. And he said, has he ever been a baseball fan before? And he goes, no. He goes, No, baseball's like a bunch of angry Jews angering on a front porch.
Oh God, you make me work.
I didn't write it. Depp wrote it.
Okay, well then it's all right. We're commenting on it.
Do you want me to highlight and screenshot the quote and I'll put it right here?
No, because like it's not like you would be doing it. I would be doing it. So I have enough to
I'm
add to this
going to
episode.
make the screenshot and then I'll show you the quote.
Okay, that's all right. I trust you.
It's educational.
All right. What do you got?
Okay, so I guess we'll start with the succubus. It always seems to overshadow. Could you imagine? Isn't it crazy to think that we were going to do this without this? We planned to do this podcast without this drama and this trial. We're just so it overrides everything all the time. You can't avoid it if you wanted to.
Well, I have an idea for a mini break from it, for maybe like a half a week, and I'll run it by you later. But I think you'll enjoy it.
We'll see. I enjoy this. I mean, it's crazy. I mean, it's not like we can't talk about his life and career through this as a vessel, but it's impossible. I enjoy. Don't get me wrong. I enjoy. I just think there's too many bandwagon jumpers that have attached themselves to him through this trial and aren't real fans. And I think that's what bugs me the most. The posers out there. So
yeah.
This is now. I'm no legalese. You might slightly better than I. We're becoming. I tell you, one thing we have to appreciate this dust up from 16 on is our enhanced and augmented legal knowledge from this stuff. Learning all these phrases and all the trial. It's like you have a little minor community college degree in law following this trial and all the things that go into it. Right? You would be forced. You would never learn these phrases and some of this stuff.
No, you're right.
So this is just another chapter in that, and as we learned about the anti-SLAPP provision. I mean, like, who the fuck would you ever? The lengths we go for this guy. We're learning about the anti-SLAPP law. When would I ever see this?
I know. I don't need to know anything about it.
Okay, so this is from the American press. I thought this is the best written on all the stuff, and it's been a big deal the last 3 days. It's actually, again, we are covering all sides, right? We bring up something negative. We want you to be prepared. Don't act shocked when something negative gets thrown in his face during the trial. Go, oh, I didn't see that coming. I had no idea. There's times where not every chapter of this is a win for him leading up to Fairfax. There's going to be stuff you got to be prepared, like any hand-to-hand combatant, for what the other guy's going to do. So this is from the American press, the AP, and I like the way this is written compared to the other ones, because I think it simplified it. It kind of detailed, for the novice. So from Fairfax, Virginia, Johnny Depp's ex-wife, Amber Heard, can now argue to her jury that she should be protected from a libel lawsuit because of her 2018 op-ed on domestic violence deals with a matter of public interest. A judge ruled on Thursday. Depp sued Heard for libel in Virginia after the Washington Post published her opinion piece. Depp's lawyers say the article falsely implies that she was physically and sexually abused by Depp when the actors were married. At the Fairfax County Courthouse Thursday, Depp's lawyers sought a ruling that Heard could not invoke a Virginia law in her defense designed to protect people from nuisance lawsuits when they speak about matters of public concern. Depp's lawyer, Benjamin Chu, said the law, known as the anti-SLAPP provision, capital SLAPP provision, and it is an acronym. I get this, it's in parentheses right next to it. Strategic lawsuit against public participation.
Okay.
Strategic lawsuit against public participation. Against public. So what to even have that as an acronym, and who created that? It reminds me of in Marvel Comics, SHIELD is an acronym. I forget what it stands. Strategic. Oh God, I forget.
Oh geez, it's a long one.
I'll figure it out later. It's not designed to interfere with private disputes like Nick Fury. Depp's contention is that his ex-wife defamed him. Heard's lawyer, Elaine Bredehoft, argued that the article in question does not even mention Depp by name, and that it addresses a very serious issue of public concern preventing domestic violence. The judge, Penny Azcarate, ruled against Depp this time, who had sought to bar Heard's lawyers from claiming immunity. Her ruling does not mean Heard has immunity for what she wrote, though, but simply that she can make this argument to a jury as part of her defense. Heard has also filed a counterclaim for defamation against Depp because of the statements Depp's lawyer made about her. The ruling comes just weeks before a lengthy trial is scheduled to begin in Fairfax. Both Depp and Heard are scheduled to appear in court and testify. Numerous other Hollywood figures are listed as potential witnesses, either to appear in person or by video link. Depp was allowed to sue in Virginia because the Post's online editions are published through the servers located in the Fairfax County. Heard's lawyers have sought to have the case moved to California, where the actors reside. And you contest that's because it counteracts all the Virginia laws that favor him.
Correct. Defamation laws apparently in Virginia are very, they are more favorable to the plaintiff.
Is there any men or women bias in Virginia as well?
Maybe
Is California
less.
more prone to favor the female?
Probably.
I bet you that's another issue.
Mm-hmm.
During Thursday's arguments, Depp's lawyers said that one of the reasons they brought the case in Virginia is because the state's anti-SLAPP law is not as broad, no pun intended, as the one in California. Depp filed a similar lawsuit in England against the newspaper there, and he lost. The judge there found that Depp assaulted her on a dozen occasions and put her in fear of her life on multiple occasions, 12 out of 14.
Mm-hmm.
The Virginia lawsuit seeks $50 million in damage, while the December 2018 Post article never mentions Depp by name. Heard refers to herself as a, quote, public figure representing domestic abuse, unquote. Depp has said the accusations are untrue and have made it difficult for him to get the sorts of roles he once did. An earlier version of this story incorrectly stated that Heard was a defendant in Depp's lawsuit in England. Very true. You always have to stress that's a lot of things here I want to talk about.
Okay.
If you will.
Mm-hmm.
Get your opinion and other people's opinion. Yeah, we talk about that trial in the UK. We're in this episode too. We're gonna recreate the trial we never got to hear, and you are doing a magnificent job. Your fans are going crazy over your subtle sarcasm, the Americanized version of Sasha Watts. You really are hard hitting. Really convincing too, like really, really getting compared to some of the great thespians of our time that have played lawyers. It's crazy. It is crazy.
Was with 1/100th of the salary of Was. So
you deserve it though. You deserve it. You deserve
equal effort into my Was.
Such an underrated. We got to get this thing out. Very proud of the job you did and the setup. So people believe that, I mean, without you always, and I find myself in this all the time. I go, it's Depp versus Heard. We've even wrote that. It is not Depp. It's Depp versus the Sun.
Yeah, exactly. She
Amber
was a witness.
Heard is their star witness.
Mm-hmm. All they had to prove, and people forget, all they really had to prove was the Sun had, a source.
A source.
And she was the source.
Right.
That's why he lost. And also because he didn't remember anything. So once she used he was drunk and high, so he didn't remember. That's what she started every incident with. He was drunk and high.
We're allowed to call him a wife beater because his wife says he is.
Exactly.
We weren't there. We can't prove it. We can't. And despite her looking ridiculous and sounding like a liar and all that stuff, it is simply just we're allowed to call him a wife beater. Mm-hmm. Because she says so. Because his wife, who's our star witness, says so.
You got it.
It's as simple as that.
Yep. So while I do believe the judge overlooked or underlooked many of the details in each of these incidences, there's a reason he lost.
And there's a bias with Rupert Murdoch and all that stuff, and you can go into the conspiracy theories. But for them,
and that's why he probably underlooked every incident.
Yep. They probably got cocky as well.
Mm-hmm.
I think Depp's team got pretty cocky that it was just a slam dunk. And there's just I know what a serial liar she is. She's not convincing. She said, I'm way more charismatic and pop, but there's no jury. So you go by whatever corrupt system they have there, as flawed as it may be. And I don't know how much of that they had in consideration when they went into it. There is no jury.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know. And, from Doug Stanhope to that guy, Paul Barisi, the fixer, there's people telling him to drop it. If he never even went down that road, what happens to all this?
Well, too, you have a thought. I had a thought earlier. I was watching footage of the crowd outside the UK court, and it's got to be two different worlds for him. He certainly wasn't expecting the verdict, like you say, but every time he arrives at court, he's greeted with his massive screaming fans.
Yeah,
They're
definitely
screaming,
gives him like a false confidence.
"Yeah, we believe
Yep.
you. Johnny's innocent. Johnny's a saint. He's an angel." We've talked about that before, but he goes inside, he's thinking that's gonna carry off into the court, and no, that's a whole new world where it's much more corrupt. You've got favors being done, like what you just
And he's
said.
Mr. European too. You'd think he'd be more knowledgeable about what he
Mhm.
was up against. His best friends are Elton John and Paul McCartney and Paul Bettany. You'd think, right, he kind of know more about what he was walking into with that system.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I interrupted you. Go ahead.
No, I was done. Go ahead.
And the other thing is here, and again, I want to prepare people for the worst, because you're only going to get the best if you are prepared for the worst. Her side, I saw this on Twitter, some of her sides tweeting some kind of retorts, and this current trial coming up, the gist of this trial is he's suing for $50 million in lost roles. So it's saying, what you did to me, this defamation, I have lost Warner Brothers and Disney. It's a civil trial over money. Her
Mhm.
argument is, and I've seen this, it was clipped somewhere, but I'll just try to paraphrase. I can easily paraphrase it. Her team is saying, no, no, no. This is about money and what I did to you. You did this to yourself, meaning your decisions to do Mordecai and Pirates 5 and Transcendence and bomb after bomb after bomb and Dark Shadows and all these things, Warner Brothers and Disney films, and Alice in Wonderland 2, mightily bombed.
Mhm.
You did this to yourself. I didn't pick those films for you. You did. So
Yep.
this all led up. I want to prepare people for this. You think this is the slam? Nothing is a slam dunk.
No, there's a very strong possibility that even the jury, you think about it in detail, even the jury
That's
could
her
think,
big argument, Sarah. You know that
I
her.
know
I'm
that's
sorry, I
what she's
interrupted
going to
you again. Go
use.
ahead.
That's what, the jury could look at it like, well, Warner Brothers, I mean, even directly said he was just a pain in the ass on the set and he couldn't
That's
be
right. Well,
insured.
Disney. Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah,
Disney.
whoever.
They have loads of evidence. And why do you think Tracy Jacobs was used? And she
Mhm.
is in this. We didn't even go over her witnesses yet. Tracy Jacobs is going to be her star witness. You get ready for this. We've gone
Mhm.
over the Jacobs trial. People ignore it like hell. You are so foolish to ignore that. To be ready for what's going to be thrown at him, because they're going to have Tracy Jacobs, and she's going to say, he embarrassed me with Disney. I had to make excuses for him. They cost him millions of dollars on being late on the set. And like, well, she caused him being late. Like, I don't care what his excuse. Don't bring her.
Yeah.
You have an obligation to this film and all these people. She doesn't get to tell you what to do. I don't care what she did. You were the one that was late. There's a major, and Warner Brothers,
Mhm.
they're going to go, well, what's your excuse with, this is the lowest grossing Harry Potter movie in the history of the franchise. And you're on the cover. You're supposed to carry this movie.
Yeah. Well, and also, I mean, and honestly, we know that that's not why they fired him, because he was late to the set and a pain in
No,
the
it
ass.
definitely is
They
because of that.
fired
But
him
they're not,
because of,
but you just said it. You've um rightfully and accurately said, you didn't go deep into it, but I think you were about to say it. The Warner Brothers executives are being subpoenaed,
yeah.
and Disney. What do you think they're going to ask them?
Mhm.
They're not going to go, "Oh, we were following that trial and we fired him over that." They're going to go, "No, we didn't think it was lucrative knowing what we know about insuring him and how underperformed these films did, and they're going to rattle them all off, and they go, we didn't think it was our best interest to pay his salary. He got paid for Fantastic Beasts.
Mm-hmm.
So they're
Well,
going
he
to go,
did.
where does the $50 million come from? Well, where are you getting $50 million from?
Yeah, I mean, if people who know both parties, as a lot of us do, not personally, but we know their tendencies, they would find her, I know in that sense, guilty in the civil case, but they are going to, and he was fired because of the SJW Twitter revolution, but they're not gonna, like
They
like
don't
what
have
we're
to
saying.
admit
They're not.
that.
They're
They
not
don't have to
going.
admit it, right?
No. Yep. So
And they won't, because they'll look horrible if they do. She's
mm,
subpoenaing all these
they
executives.
they employ much lower on the moral scale actors and actresses happily. So as long as you're making them money, they're going to keep you employed. He was
Sarah, I've said
probably,
this on here 100 times, just what you just said. I said, do
I
you think
know.
Disney and especially Warner Brothers are interested in moral beliefs?
No.
Do you think they have a soul? It's
No, look.
about he underperformed. The Pirates 5 bombed. Alice 2 bombed worse.
Mhm.
Harry Potter, that Fantastic Beasts movie, is the most underperforming Harry Potter. If those movies killed, do you really think they'd cut him off?
Mhm. I know. They hire known pedophiles in the industry to work with
Yep,
child actors.
yep.
So they're not going to fire somebody because they were, if late to the set one day. So whatever. But that's what they're going to say because like what we're talking about. I'm just repeating
How
myself
is
at this
Mel
point.
Gibson
So
still
let's
getting
go.
work?
I know. Well, he's rich enough where he can make his own
Right,
projects
like, he's
now.
kind
He
of
doesn't
writing
have a
his own.
choice.
Right, he creates his own
Yeah.
universe in a way, but he's doing some stuff
All
that
he
looks
has to
like.
do is pander to the religious groups, and he'll make $500 million on a movie. He's done it a couple
or
times.
or Sean Connery, right? Sean Connery had that just out loud and proud about domestic abuse.
You gotta slap the woman, you gotta. She gets a little lippy,
S
you slap her, according to him.
SLAPP.
Yeah. Back in those days when that interview came out, people were just like, "Oh ho ho, that's Sean
Yeah, I know.
Connery."
I know. Archie Bunker,
Now he would be drug out of his home, with a pitchfork, snagging the
yep.
collar of his button-up shirt and dragged down the street.
Villagers, yep.
Yeah.
Torches and pitchforks.
Yeah.
But you can't harp on this very topic. Got to get people prepared for what could happen.
It
Her
could.
team is going to
Should
come
it?
at
No,
them and
but it
go,
could.
because you, from the moment I met him, he was more interested in. I guarantee they drag in the Hollywood vampires and go. He was more interested in hanging out with his friends and doing drugs than creating good movies. And
Mhm.
he picked this bomb. He picked this bomb. One thing after the next. A series of 8 films, just bad, critically unacclaimed, eviscerated, and then they financially bombed
Mhm.
over and over and over again. And that's what her team is going to say about him. Amber didn't cause you to lose it. You did. You did
Mhm.
this to yourself. And they're not even going to worry about abuse. I
No.
don't even know if that's even what that's going to be their argument. They're not going to even go, well, abuse.
Mhm.
You abuse these corporations. This is about money. This is a civil suit.
Mhm. Agreed.
And he could say, if I keep Disney, if I keep Warner Brothers, they were obligated to keep me on for these things, and my residuals and my company and my production company and Infinite Nile and Scaramanga all together, it probably would come to $50 million if I held on to these Warners, and then in the industry, that's where Tracy Jacobs comes into play. Like, his name was toxic all over the industry when he appeared on. They're going to show that award show where he came out on God knows what, a
Yeah,
cocktail
I
of.
think that's part of her evidence. She has video of him at an award show.
Oh, it's going to be right, very
Yeah.
very one of And that's all she's doing is gathering evidence of him high and on drugs and
Yeah,
out of
she
it.
has
And
apparently picture. She's she's admitting pictures of him and video of him walking. So probably,
yeah, I know. Yeah.
well, we'll
It's like
see.
the way they're labeled. It's the funniest thing in the world. Johnny
Hmm.
Depp, bemused. Johnny Depp, contemplative. Johnny Depp, walking.
Yeah,
Johnny
there's
Depp, opening a
apparently
doorknob.
there's something about his teeth. She's admitting.
Yeah. I didn't see that. I didn't see that. What does it
I
say?
read that somewhere. I got to look over her list again, but we're gonna go over that at some point.
Bicuspid Depp.
God.
Wisdom tooth Depp.
Yeah. Okay.
Vanessa Paradis Depp, and it shows like a gap in his teeth.
Oh.
Paradepp. They put it together.
Ugh.
So yeah, I needed to say that before we all get cocky here that this is a slam dunk again. Be prepared. This is a civil trial.
I think most of our listeners are prepared and are more, of course, they're pro Depp, which they should be, the world should be, but they're more
The
middle of the
world should be.
road. They're able to accept fault, not fault in general, but some of his faults. They're able to acknowledge them because they're great. Go ahead. Sorry.
I think in that whole scenario is that the Disney stuff with Pirates 5, we all know the stuff with Australia, and she caused a lot of his problems in being delinquent for that. I don't think the film would have been made any more money. That was dropped. Those allegations were dropped during a lot of the releases of these films, which hurt. Depp's teams can rightfully argue. Her defamation ruined Alice.
Mm-hmm.
His name was sullied already, so when Alice 2 came out, it helped destroy the box office.
Yeah.
That's one of the, it's a fascinating back and forth with how they're going to do that, and a look into the Hollywood numbers in the machine, and to think, like Sarah said, do you think these people are morally upstanding and they care about women's rights and shit? All they care about is She-Hulk, green.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, these producers know exactly what's happening on their set, especially
Yep.
back in the day. They knew, and they were partaking.
They'll ignore it if it benefits them to do so. Let's give Woody Allen another tribute. Why don't we?
Yep. Let's give Roman Polanski a standing
that's exactly-
ovation.
Beat me to it. And that's where Depp's also going to guaranteed Marilyn Manson's going to be used mightily in this, and Roman Polanski is going to be used. I guarantee they're going to throw Roman Polanski in his face.
Yep.
There's a clip of him on. We should show you here. You want to? And I'm sure someone found it by now, of Depp defending Roman Polanski and his move to France and stuff. And it doesn't say, not a good look when you see this. It's not a good look. Not a good defense.
Yeah. We'll have to figure out a way to put that in a future video, because we have to do a fair use thing on it, pause it, and talk over it.
I don't think so. I think it's just one of those old things. What?
I think we do. I'll look at it though.
I'll show you. It's not a good look.
Worst case, we'll show it later.
He did the Ninth Gate. Did you see the Ninth Gate?
I believe so.
Which is kind of how he got together with Vanessa. Although we found out, I didn't know he knew her before that, from the Viper Room days.
Mm-hmm.
But that's how he went and moved to France, and that's how he met Vanessa when he was filming the Ninth Gate.
Yep. Which
Polanski can't come to America, so the whole thing was shot in France. So speaking of his past, this is another thing we were talking about Winona Ryder. This is going to sound like negative news and stuff, but this is what pops up. And again, you got to show both sides, because this is also going to be used.
Well, we have the testimony coming up in just a bit, which may not be that great for him, but
Winona Ryder,
we're going to cover today. Go ahead. I apologize. Winona Ryder.
That's right. Anytime. Winona Ryder was not used as an actual witness in the UK trial, lest people believe that she was. There's a lot of quotes from her. She had a testimony. She wasn't used as a witness. You're like, well, why not? If you're so, defending him, and Vanessa wasn't used, well, why not use her as a witness? Well, here's why. And I got this from a few months ago. Winona Ryder hired a former federal prosecutor to block the use of her testimony in last summer's Johnny Depp trial. Speaking to a reporter is one thing. Testifying to it in court is, by law, is quite another. And any deposition Ryder made about the case is likely going to be nullified. Way back in April, we reported a clip from an industry insider that Johnny Depp's former girlfriends might be ready to change her tune regarding domestic abuse at his hands. On Amber Heard's birthday, which Johnny Depp star witness is about to change her tune, blah, blah, blah. Okay, move on to the way this is written. Now, The Hollywood Reporter reveals in their piece in Hollywood's top 100 attorneys that Winona Ryder secured the services of a former federal prosecutor, Matthew Rosengard, to block her testimony in Mr. Depp's UK libel trial last year. Much of Depp's defense rested on several former romantic involvements, ardent insistence the fading former A-lister was never violent towards them. Followers of the case will immediately consider statements by the Stranger Things actress in an LA Times piece in which she said, he was never that way towards me, never abusive at all towards me. I only know him as a really good, loving, caring guy who's very, very protective of the people that he loves. Defenders of Depp, though, conveniently ignore the entire quote, which was more off the cuff by Ms. Ryder, and it says, look, I can only speak from my own experience. I wasn't there. I don't know what happened. I'm not calling anyone a liar per se. So these linguistic gymnastics gave the actress a little wiggle room from any future statements on the case, especially considering an earlier remark where she said, quote, her first boyfriend when she was 18 used to smash everything in sight. Winona was 17 at the time when she began her four-year relationship with Depp and has called him her first boyfriend all the time. Followers of this case might also recall the expected testimony of Ryder and Depp's it's not wife, it's ex-partner Vanessa Paradis. They say wife. Never happened during last year's summer libel trial in the UK. Depp's legal team seemingly decided their testimony wasn't needed, and now we know why. The judge then ruled their statements should be made available to the press, even though Team Depp didn't call them because they had been quoted in opening submissions. Now we know why when it all went down like this, at least for Winona. Her witness statements are very similar to a quote in the LA Times and appeared to be written by someone else. Speaking to a reporter is one thing, testifying to it in court is another. And a deposition she made about the case has likely been nullified by Rosengard at this point and won't be a factor in this year's case in Fairfax County, Virginia. Will Paradis be the one to next amend her story? Who knows? This news comes on the heels of a newly revealed deposition in 2018 in which Tracy Jacobs, Depp's manager of 30 years, declared that his drug and alcohol abuse makes him very angry and hostile and incoherent based on what she'd seen. Miss Jacobs testified she believed he did, in fact, abuse Heard. That's the tough stuff. I mean, that's the stuff you got to be prepared for. That is the hard-hitting other side of it.
Yeah. I'm not looking forward to it, especially this is all televised. So I'm going to be cringing extra harder. I hope this.
Make no mistake, not her sister, not fucking Amanda Decondant and Tasha Henry and all these fake names they make up, artist names they make up for themselves.
Yeah.
Tracy Jacobs, his manager, is the star witness in this. Make no mistake.
Somebody who knew him for 30 plus years.
1988 and on. To 1988 to 2015.
Yeah, like you're saying, I mean, this is probably the worst witness I could think of.
Yep.
That, because the other witnesses, and I think they're mainly deposition witnesses. I don't even think they're appearing, like the scam group that was living in his penthouses.
Yes, I know.
I think they're either just video or deposition. They're not going to be taking a stand.
Some weird omissions and deletions from. I'm shocked Doug Stanhope's not one of his big witnesses.
Yeah,
he has a play-by-play written out of an open letter. I don't understand why. And he's a guy who can work a crowd and is great in front of a crowd. No, seriously, I'm not even.
The first thing that they would do to him now, if I think about it, the first thing they're going to do to him, he is a drug user. Of
Oh
course,
yeah,
she
Doug.
would.
Doug is an out loud and proud. That's true. That's a good point.
Yeah, her group, it would decimate him in under a minute
That's a great point by you.
with
I
his
didn't even think of that.
antics. Maybe that's why.
How valid is his testimony when he's drunk and high all the time, right?
Exactly. But I mean, like the Rocky Penningtons and the Josh Drews and the Io Tillets, they are not going to be, I don't think they're going to be able to hold up with their testimony. They're going to be, disproven rather quickly by the Chew and Company.
Yep.
But Tracy Jacobs has no reason to lie about this.
Now you call her bitter, call it what you will. If you
And they will.
if someone owed you $14 million in back representation, you'd be bitter too.
Mm-hmm.
She might be bitter, but she's, as far as we know, not a liar,
Mm-hmm.
right? I mean, that's what you go for. You go for the one who has a scorched earth axe to grind.
And
And we have a lot of
they're going to do everything to rephrase her opinion and turn it into a fact that
yeah.
he is capable of abuse. He's an angry person. Um, he's capable of throwing a phone at her eye and pulling her around the room by her hair and dragging her through glass because he has a temper.
Now with a shameless plug, but if you want to see what we're talking about, go back and listen to our Tracy Jacobs transcript reenactments with Sarah playing magnificently playing Ms. Jacobs and I'm Mr. Feeney grilling her. And it is so much of that is explained. It's just people need to really, really wake up and read that or listen to us reenact it, because this is all going to be thrown in his face. And I know a lot of Depp-Heads ignore that exists, but it's out there and you don't see them, tweeting snippets of it online because
No,
it
not at
doesn't
all.
serve his purpose.
Mm-hmm.
I consider myself a top 1% expert on the man, and she had stuff in there I'd never known. Complete other side of someone. Him going, talking shit about directors and just overly obsessed with money, which really he built a career on supposedly not caring about. Really, just complete other side of,
Mm-hmm.
in a lot of ways.
Yeah.
Doesn't make you fall out of love or anything like that, but it's a crazy, crazy other side. In a complete 180 in a way. We have a lot of Stern crossover. So the Howard Stern crowd, this would be like, and you know how crazy we would go over this. We would have a year dedicated to this. If Don Buchwald turned on Howard, wronged him in some way, and Buchwald said, "Fuck you! All the things I did for you, I got you this deal and that deal and that deal. I was there when nobody cared. Now I'm gonna destroy you in court." And he just revealed all his little secrets,
Mm-hmm.
all his little homoerotic secrets, and all the monetary stuff, and all the weird shit with his family. And Buchwald just everything went, laid out bare.
Yeah.
That's what this transcript is like.
Mm-hmm. It's a great comparison.
Thank you.
You got anything?
All right, so as we saw that Winona Ryder and Vanessa will not be testifying in Virginia. That was off the thing. So this is a kind of a somewhat cuter story. It's also salacious. It's certainly linked to this. And you are more knowledgeable. One of the things I think than I am, even though I have the article written out. So this is, again, Depp worked for John. This is John Waters, director of Crybaby. Depp worked for him in 1989. And so this comes out, and of course, Waters supports Depp. He wants to have sex with him. And has John Waters been around Depp? How much in the last, 33
No.
years?
No.
What? 5 times they hung out? So was he in the? So I'll read this. John Waters has defended Johnny Depp, claiming I never saw him act negatively at a woman in his entire life. The director, who worked with Depp in 1990's romantic comedy Crybaby, brought up the actor while discussing his views on the cancel culture. Among other Hollywood stars, Depp last year lost a libel case against his son for calling his wife a wife beater following his Amber Heard's accusation of domestic abuse against him. Depp has always denied the allegations. So speaking to the New York Times, Waters said, "There are people who I would like to cancel. But at the same time, I'm saying this humorously. I'm not going through each person who's been canceled to say what I think, but I never saw Johnny Depp act negatively to a woman in my entire life, and I did drugs and got drunk and had anal sex with him.
Oh,
He really says that.
does he?
The
No, he
director
doesn't.
believes he does.
Oh my God.
The director believes practically every artist would be canceled now retroactively, although he makes an exception for J.K. Rowling. I have a thing about who I would cancel. J.K. Rowling, Waters ad, give her some preparation age for that transphobia. What she's supposed to be? She's what, anti?
I
Was that
don't know
true?
I don't know all the details.
Rowling has repeatedly faced criticism for various social media posts, most recently on International Women's Day, which have been accused of being transphobic. In September last year, Depp claimed to be a victim of the cancel culture during a press conference at the San Sebastian Film Festival. It can be seen as an event in history that lasted however long it lasted. This cancel culture, this instant rush to judgment based on what essentially amounts to polluted air, Depp said. So far out of hand now that I can promise you that no one is safe. Not one of you, not one out that door. No one is safe. And he's right. After he lost a libel case in 2020 over abuse allegations, Depp resigned from his role as Fantastic Beasts franchise. He was placed by Mads Mikkelsen. What Depp forgot to say is, as long as you're making money for them and you're at the top of your game,
Exactly.
that would complete that quote.
Mhm.
You're safe if you're making them money.
Yeah.
To their liking. To
Mhm.
their bean counters liking, whatever they consider great box office. That's what he forgot to add at the end of that. And how well does he know Depp? I don't know. A little bit. He worked with him 33 years ago. They keep in touch. They say hi to each other. They have little crybaby reunions. Waters is a quirky, funny guy. I like him when I see him on Bill Maher's show. Strong opinions. He's a left-turn thinker. He loves Baltimore. But is this of course he's going to back his friend. Does he really know anything?
Mhm.
They wrote an article about it, and we'll see. But that leads me to remember, and I brought this up to you. We didn't actually bring this up on the show, and I've always meant to. You are a Melrose-ophile. You love Melrose Place as much as anyone.
I do enjoy
As
Melrose
much
Place, but let's not pretend you don't know Melrose Place.
as much
So,
as Darren Star. I do know Melrose. I do know Melrose
yes, you
Place.
do.
Um
What do you got for me here?
Yeah, I have a very underrated knowledge of Melrose Place, I believe. But there would be no Melrose Place without 21 Jump Street. I will say it again.
Okay,
It
that's
was on
correct.
Fox. It was on the early 90s. It's a spinoff of 90210, which had all these Jump Street producers working on it. 90210 ripped off Jump Street in a lot of ways. I say this all the time. Brandon is Hanson. Dylan is Grieco. Penhall is Steve Sanders. The Peach Pit is the Brandon drives Hanson's Mustang. Come on. They think they're taking on high school issues when Jump Street did it way before they did, and it's a lot of the same people on it. And so 90210 is basically a cross between Jump Street and Happy Days.
Mhm.
Right? The Walshes are the Cunninghams.
Yeah, I'd say
Right?
so.
Richie is Brandon.
Yeah.
Joni is Brenda. Ralph
Mhm.
is Steve. Fonzie is Dylan. The
Sure.
Peach Pit is Arnold. It's the same show. So from Melrose Place, the OG, the first season, the season not a lot of people like, with the other Vanessa Williams, when they were kind of before
Vanessa
Heather
L.
Locklear got there.
Williams.
Yes.
Mhm.
You love the opening when she does that little dance. Can you do
No.
that dance?
No.
We're gonna have to put that in here.
She was a cardio funk teacher,
Yes.
instructor.
Which in LA, that's not a ridiculous thing to be.
She's the only character that Matt got to hang out with on the show.
Right.
They didn't know at the time Matt was a gay character. They didn't know what to do with a gay character at the time.
I will give Doug Savant credit on that, and the Melrose Place people. Like Matt Fielding on that show, and he was a nurse, right? I mean, it was that stereotype back then. If you were a male and a nurse, you were gay.
No, he wasn't a nurse. He was a
He was
social
too.
worker. No, listen. He was a social worker. He also went to medical school, but he wasn't a nurse.
He never became a nurse?
No. And then if you
Oh,
want
I
a
stand
spoiler,
corrected. Thank you, Sam.
he dies. Go ahead.
But the portrayal of gay that Matt did was not a stereotypical gay guy. You know, he was subtle about it. There wasn't a lot of obvious. You know what I mean? They didn't play up those stereotypes. You
No, they
see, he
really
played a lot
didn't.
of pool though. He did play a lot of pool.
Oh God. Well, like
Speaking of which,
Go ahead.
oh no, I was gonna say, John. Talk about John Waters. Is there any way you can do your filmmaker trickery and have? Here's my my vision: Jack Depp towel snaps
No.
John Waters.
I'm not good at that. No.
Oh God, could you imagine that? John Waters visits Depp and Jack's running around towel snapping him, and John Waters,
Send me
hey, I
the-
think I like this.
But send me the video of Jack towel snapping, and I'll put that in here.
Johnny, can you get Jack a bigger towel?
No, what I was saying was, I forget what I was saying, but no, the only thing they really did to Matt that, well, again, they didn't have a lot of experience in writing for a gay character.
No, it was not
So
common. He's very groundbreaking in that.
Every companion of Matt turned into like a psycho killer.
Yeah, abuse. Right. I remember
Yeah,
that.
or like he left the show, or he left Melrose Place and then went off and died of AIDS, because that was a stereotype of gay men in the 90s.
You remember
When
one
they
of his
died, they died of AIDS.
That's so funny. You know, my cousin is obsessed with one. See, he left this. It's the funniest answering machine message I've ever gotten in my life. Do you remember Greg Evigan was one of his boyfriends on the show, and he played his psychologist? Matt was getting therapy, or maybe did he work at the hospital with him, or he was seeing him?
Yeah, no. He was a hospital.
Both.
Yeah, he was a hospital boyfriend.
I'm telling you, I think he saw him for I think he saw him for therapy too. And he's going there at one point. Matt says to him, "Doctor, what if one of your patients said to you, they had feelings for you during treatment, and how would you handle that if he did that?" And he goes, "Well, Matt, I'd probably have to terminate the doctor-patient relationship at that point. Can't really go on. The professionalism's gone." And so Matt looks at him and he goes, "Well, in that case, doctor, you're fired." So my cousin left that on my answer machine. So imagine hitting boop, and that dialogue comes on. One act play. I saved it for so long. If there was some way to get that tape, we even contemplated turning it into our outgoing message. So if someone would just call you and that would just come up every time.
I thought
cousins. So funny.
I thought it was only my family where cousins talk that way to each other.
Yeah, right. I dare you to find another leave a message. I think he had just watched. He's actually the creator of at the end of every show. So him and his roommate Chris Morris used to watch Melrose. They're both heterosexual and married, but they watched Melrose Place together every Monday night.
Did you mean to put it? Did you mean to say his name?
Who?
The name you just said.
No, that was his friend. That was his room. That's a friend.
Oh, okay.
That was his roommate at the time.
All right.
Good guy, really good guy.
Okay.
So the two of them would watch Melrose Place, and the routine was, as soon as you'd have the melodramatic last scene, it would go to black. You'd see credits, and it would say executive producer, and they'd go, "Frank South, you've done it again," and high five, and do a sarcastic high five. You remember Frank South in credits?
Yes, I know the name.
Yeah, it's the first name you see when it goes to black. as if Frank South has some kind of style that we're all aware of, and
yeah, that 90s style that only Frank South can,
We haven't even gotten to the story. So from this first season in Melrose Place, does everybody remember Amy Locane?
I do, of course, but
what was her name on Melrose Place?
Oh my God. Keep talking and I'll butt in with it.
So she is she's the female lead in John Waters' Crybaby. Doesn't have a ton of acting credits, and you'll find out why after this. She plays Depp's girlfriend on the wrong side of the track, right side of the tracks, actually, in Crybaby. And she is on the first season of Melrose Place, and she plays just a very stereotypical wannabe actress, working as a waitress in
All right.
LA.
Her name was Sandy. I don't know why I blanked on that.
I forgot
Sandy.
that.
Yeah,
Sandy, huh?
Yeah, for some reason I did
And she
too.
dated Jake.
She dated Jake. And
what's
she also
Jake's
had a
last name?
stalker. She had a stalker in one
What's
episode.
Jake's last name?
Hanson.
Right. Where'd you get that from?
Oh, God.
You got to be kidding me. You just have Johnny Depp on Jump Street. They
Yeah.
go away for a couple of years. You're going to come back with another character with the last name Hanson. As you come on, Melrose. You can't give him a better last name.
Mm-hmm.
Do we not know where that came from?
No, you're probably right.
So it says this. So this is I stumbled onto this like 2 years ago. I think you knew it before I did. You're like, yeah, you didn't know that she ran into all this. You're obsessed with celebrity gossip, and you love Schadenfreude gossip. You love when celebrities get drunk.
Yeah, she is stuck in, and kind of rightfully
This is
so.
crazy shit.
She is stuck in a legal merry-go-round that will probably never end.
And truly, one of the rare times when a celebrity really gets the book thrown at them.
Mm-hmm.
Like to the fullest extent of the law.
Yeah, repeatedly.
I almost feel sorry for her. Almost.
I don't. You got to think about it. Get into the story, and I'll tell you what. I don't want to.
So the title of the article is, this is like from a few months ago. Thrown back in jail. It's cruel. Why was actor Amy Locane in prison twice for the same crime? Convicted of killing a woman while drunk driving, Locane, again, she's Depp's co-star in Crybaby, John Waters directed movie, served her time and spent the next 5 years as a model citizen, facing up to her crime and trying to stop others from following in her footsteps. Then she was locked up again for the same offense. Amy Locane is struggling to make sense out of all this. The actor and mother of 2 children knows she committed a crime with devastating consequences, so she accepted it. And when she pretty much lost everything as a result of it, doing her time in jail uncomplainingly, the one thing she can't accept is that after she released and living in the community for 5 years as a model citizen, she is now back in prison for the exact same crime. It is a situation that one legal expert described as unheard of. In September of 2020, Locane was resentenced to 8 years in jail. I'm not really sure what's going on, she tells me, from the Edna Mahan Correctional Facility for Women. I don't know what state that's in. I would like to know, though. I thought I heard Jersey. Was she in New Jersey?
I don't remember.
Was that part? I walk around in a daze. It's really messing with my mind. You have no idea. I never violated any rules. I never reoffended. And then to get thrown back in here, it's just beyond cruel. I feel like I'm being made an example of for some reason. And maybe she is.
That's very possible.
The night of, because I can't think of one celebrity that gets the book thrown at him like this. The night of 27th. By the way, Matthew Broderick killed 2 people, right, in Ireland?
Yeah.
Not a day served in jail, right?
Correct.
The night of the 27th of June 10th will be etched into her mind forever. Locane had just finished her run in a play at the local community theater at Hopewell, New Jersey. Afterwards, there was no wrap party for this cast and crew. Locane had a few drinks and moved on to a barbecue at the home of one of her friends, where she met up with her then husband and drank a little more. She then says she was expecting him to drive her home, but he left earlier, taking the children with him. Thankfully, she decided to drive home in her SUV. She knew she shouldn't, though, but she told herself, it's a 15-minute drive. Who cares? I can make it. At a red light, she crashed into the back of a Honda. The driver approached Locane for her insurance details. She observed Locane's slurred speech and glassy eyes and tried to remove her car keys from the ignition, telling her that she was drunk and the police were on their way. Instead, Locane then sped off, and the Honda driver followed. Locane was driving at 53 miles an hour in a 35-mile-per-hour zone when she smashed into the car of then Fred Seaman as she was turning left into his home. His 60-year-old wife, Helene, an art historian with 2 children, was then killed almost instantly. Fred Seaman, a real estate lawyer who runs his own firm, was also seriously injured. Locane ended up in a draining ditch, but was not badly hurt. She was almost 3 times over the drunken limit. I don't know what the percentages are anymore. I can't remember what, do you know?
0.08 in Oregon.
Okay, maybe that's universal.
So
So
she was
that would be
0.24.
0.24. Yeah.
Jesus Christ.
Nice multiplication, Sarah. So you
I
took
know, that's all I got,
0.08
and now I'm tapped
times
out.
3, and you came up with 2. Like, that's like figuring someone's block shot average that doesn't
My
block a lot of
brain is
shots.
smoking now, and I'm ready to collapse.
Very nice. Locane was not a household name. She really wasn't. But having worked as an actor, she was famous enough for her disgrace to become headline news. She had featured in the first series of Melrose Place, first season, and co-starred in the cult film Crybaby, a rock and roll rom-com directed by John Waters, which was an unqualified success when it was released in 1990. Locane was 18 at that time, was cast opposite Johnny Depp. He played the leader of the rebellious Drapes. She played a member of the Prissy Squares, and their characters fell in love. It was Depp's first major leading role in a film, and for Locane, it was to be her only one. She was in more films, but the roles got smaller and smaller as her star started to wane. In the mid-90s, she quit Los Angeles entirely and returned back to New Jersey of her childhood. She gave up the movies for marriage and motherhood. Her first daughter, Paige, was born in 2007. Her second, Avery, 2009. The fatal accident happened 17 months after the birth of Avery. The case did not come to court for 2 years. At the trial, police testified that Locane was giggling at the scene. And when they took a blood test, she asked, "Am I pregnant or am I just drunk?"
Oh, God.
That's so John Waters. She said she had drunk a total of 4 glasses of wine and beer. In 2012 of November, she was convicted of second-degree vehicular homicide and assault of the automobile. The minimum sentence was 5 years, but Locane was given 3 thanks to mitigating factors. She had a clean criminal record and was thought that her children's welfare would suffer if she was jailed for longer. One of her children was in serious health conditions now. Locane's defense also that the Fred Seaman had crossed her lane when she actually had the right of way. The Seaman family were horrified by the leniency of this sentence, though. Helene Zucker Seaman was a much admired curator, author, and adjunct professor at New York University, a school of continuing education. Fred Seaman shouted at Locane, "Oh, wow, it must have gone on. I wonder if he can." Nah, I doubt it, right? You can't see this court thing anywhere,
No,
right?
I doubt. No.
I wonder. Fred Seaman shouted at Locane that having a sick child does not give you a pass to kill my wife. Wow. Could you imagine hearing that? That is crazy shit. And then told the judge it was a travesty before storming out of that court in tears. The state said it reserved the right to increase the sentence, but Locane was released on parole in June 2015. Shortly after being released in 2015, Locane walked into Hopewell Presbyterian Church. She had been brought up as Catholic, rediscovered her faith while incarcerated. Everybody does, right?
Yeah. Nothing else to do.
I know.
Work out and read the Bible.
When it all goes wrong, go to God. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Where did I leave off here? Just jumped around. I knew there was an actress who had this drunk driving accident, but I didn't really know her by name. Barbara Pauley says. You call her Babs. Pauley, a church member and licensed therapist, mentored local women who needed support. She and Locane became close friends after this. She was open about her story. There was no secret about it. It had been all over the newspapers. Amy and I met up every week for about 2 years. Pauley says Locane had to start all over again. Soon after her release, her husband filed for divorce. Jesus. Here we go. And gained custody of Paige and Avery. Locane, Pauley says, was left with absolutely nothing. No home, no car, because she had lost her license now, too. She has no job, no money, and she was also ostracized by most of her old friends. She felt judged. Some people thought she got off too easy just because she was an actress. Pauley thought it was remarkable the way Locane made a new life for herself. She describes the area where Locane was living as in Hopewell, a borough of Mercer County in the state of New Jersey. Where did it go? It jumped around again. There is no public transport, nothing out there. And there's no way to get around if you don't drive. And of course, because of her accident, she didn't have a driver's license. But somehow she made this work. Pauly described how Locane walked everywhere, to her AA meetings, to see her kids, to apply for jobs. She returned to college to do basic English and business courses with the hope of going on to some university. She was committed to stopping others from repeating her mistakes too. She visited schools to talk to students about the dangers of drinking and driving. She became a substance abuse recovery coach and talked to recovering female opiate addicts and women recently released from jail. She also volunteered with children in the school. Despite her initial reluctance to have somebody with such a serious conviction supporting the pupils, she got herself 2 paid jobs, one in an antique shop. Humans have an inherent resilience, Pauly says. Amy is resilient. To think she was coming back to a family and husband only to find that all wasn't true anymore, to have no financial resources, and to have 2 daughters who, quite honestly, were fairly traumatized by all the situation, and to be solely focused on rebuilding the relationships with her children was phenomenal. Did Locane struggle with what she had done? Yeah, sure. There were daily reminders of what she'd happened and what she had done and the cost of it to the Seaman family and to her. She was living in a 2-bedroom apartment and it was not a home with her husband and children where your life has changed so drastically. Waking up every day in the apartment she lived in was a reminder of just how she got there. Pauly is still grappling with the logic of why her friend is now back in jail, as well as the ruling that she'd been wrongly sentenced. The judge said she showed no remorse. And how can you tell when someone has shown no remorse, Pauly asks? Do you walk in their shoes? Do you live their life? Have you talked to her? That to me is shocking. I think there's a huge amount of remorse, and we saw it in how she tried to use her story to prevent other people and from into further tragedies. James Ronco, Amy's new partner, is now innocent. Here we go. This is where she's saved. Her new partner is an attorney and ended up defending her when she could not afford to pay for one during the appeals procedure. A year after her release, the appeals court ruled that her sentence was too lenient and referred to the case back to the original judge. The judge did not agree and gave her the same sentence again. In February 2019, a new judge resentenced Locane to 5 years, but she remained free on bail pending a further appeal. In July 2020, the appeals court ruled that the second judge had also sentenced her incorrectly and rejected Ronco's argument that she resentencing her violated double jeopardy protections, which state that people cannot be tried twice for the same crime. At her 4th and final sentencing, a 3rd judge was brought in from another county. In court, Fred Seaman, it's almost like Fred Goldman, like staying on OJ kind of thing.
Don't blame him.
Said Locane had never accepted she had never actually accepted responsibility for his wife's death, and asked the final judge, Angela Borkowski, to, quote, send a message with your sentence. Borkowski gave Locane 8 years for 2nd-degree vehicular manslaughter and 18 months for 4th-degree assault by auto to be served concurrently. In practice, this would be 5 extra years she had already served. Under New Jersey state law, she was required to serve 6 years before she becomes eligible for parole. Having served 3 years later, Locane will be eligible for parole in another 3 years. The judge ignored everything Amy had done in the past 5 years, Ronco says. She ignored that this was going to be a second separation of mother and children. The judge basically sentenced her as if it were 10 years. Ronco says the pandemic has made the whole thing just more painful. The first time Amy was in jail, she had a job sewing uniforms for male prisoners. She supported fellow inmates on the peer-to-peer programs, and she also worked on the puppy program, training dogs for law enforcement. All this gave her a purpose. Now there are no jobs, no educational classes, no programs. There has recently been an outbreak of COVID, and her 2 bunkmates have just tested positive. When invited to comment, Locane being returned to jail, Fred Seaman said the judge's September 2020 decision to sentence provides a well-reasoned repudiation of the defendant's arguments. At one hearing, our family spoke to the open court. We have nothing further to add to this. The attorney and legal commentator John Furlong believes this case is unprecedented. I have practiced criminal law 45 years, and I have never seen an outcome or circumstance quite like Amy Locane's, he says. When I was a young lawyer, we punished the guilty. We did not torture them. Times have, where did I go? It just jumped again. We did not punish them. Times have changed. Locane's resentencing undermines public confidence in our entire criminal justice system. Lawyers and citizens alike lose confidence in the finality of judgment. Lawyers such as Furlong fear the case could set a precedent. The judge system is founded on the principle that people are sent to jail to serve their time and are rehabilitated to free and then rebuild their life. Furlong believes that when a sentence is extended willy-nilly and after time has been served, the very concept of justice is undermined. If courts can extend sentences after they've been served, our system will break down. Every night I go to sleep and think, God, please let Amy Locane get COVID, says Locane's mother. Helen Locane. Her voice is just like Amy's, and she laughs like her too. You sound so youthful, I say. For an old woman, that is what you're saying. Ha 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 ha. Despite Helen's brightness, it's clear she is in shock. It's so unfair. She paid her debt to society. I feel so bad for my granddaughters now. Their birthdays are next week. They're going to be 12 and 14. They have only been able to visit her one time in jail. The youngest one asked, can I touch her hand? And I said, no, honey, sorry, you can't. She just looked at me. It's just heartbreaking. It's just so heartbreaking. I asked Amy, what was she like as a little girl, and the bounce returns to her voice. She was very bubbly. Her father and I separated when she was only 18 months. She was so energetic, so full of pep. I'd be exhausted by her. Was she a talented kid? Yeah, sure. One day she said to me, Mom, I think I'm going to be in a talent show. And I said, well, what are you going to do? And she said, I'm going to sing, and I need a piano player. Helen goes, well, my ex-cousin was the piano player. My ex's cousin was a piano player. She was 10. How did she do in that talent show? Well, she won it, and I thought her voice wasn't recording, but it was her. She won another talent show after that. You really should get her an agent. And I thought, wow, this is now it's a way to get her money and put her for college, I guess. So let's go with this. And she got an agent and went to her first audition and got a commercial. At the age of 17, she was cast in her first film, Lost Angel, made by Charlotte's fire director Hugh Hudson. Helen, who worked as a legal secretary, says they were forever heading off for auditions. I would work on my lunch hour, leave work early and go home, go pick her up, and we'd go on the train and be there in 5 minutes. It was exhausting, but I felt like an obligation to do this for her. Was she ambitious? Absolutely. It's funny. Now she says she didn't like it, and I don't understand it. I let it go in one ear and out the other because I know you can't make a child do those things. You can't make a child win a contest. In Crybaby, Locane's character Allison starts out as a goody-goody. Was Amy like that? Absolutely. Absolutely. Did she have a rebellious streak? As far as I was concerned, she was just that good girl. And that was a crazy film. Oh, my God. When they were doing all these French kissing, I was sitting there with the director, John Waters, and Johnny Depp looked at me and looked at me, and he said, is that all right? Just after all the French kissing, I was like, oh, my God. Why did he say that to me? Waters, known affectionately to his fans as the King of Camp, Baron of Bad Taste, and Pope of Trash, is at home in Baltimore when we speak. I asked him what Locane was like when he made Crybaby, and he said she was the most innocent 17-year-old girl. I felt bad for her because she couldn't really hang out with us. She was a senior in high school at the time, thrown in with us, and her mom was here, and she was a co-star Patty Hearst. You're the only normal one here. She didn't even know that Patty had been kidnapped in radical group. The first day of rehearsal, she had to kiss Johnny Depp, and she fainted, which was lovely. He pauses. Well, I would have fainted too if I had kissed them. Waters actually says that. Waters has taught in prisons, and he says Locane's initial sentencing, the way she emerged from it, could have been a model for a prison rehabilitative system. Amy left her babies and went to prison. She served her time and did it well. She came out. She started again to try to make a life for herself and a better person. She has been sober ever since and has spread the word about being sober ever since. What did he think when she heard he had been resentenced? I was in complete shock. I've never, ever heard of such a thing where you do your time and another judge says to you, you didn't do enough and you got to do more. To me, that's a cruel punishment. The judge said that she showed no remorse. I say, well, I've talked to her and I know how remorseful she is. Let's be honest. If any actress shows remorse, they will claim she's an actress. Good point, John. Waters says he regards what happened as a tragedy for both families. It was a terrible accident. Almost everybody thinks that what they've handed her now is unfair, but I never thought I would ever be campaigning to free Amy Locane. She is the most unlikely of any stars I've ever worked with to go to jail.
Mm-hmm.
All right, let's stop it there. It's really long. I didn't realize. I kept going and going and going. It's like the Amy Locane podcast.
I know. This is our longest Depp news.
Amy Locast.
Yeah. I'm happy that she is sober, and she apparently has remained sober since. She learned a lesson there. But if I'm the family of the, you know, the
Yeah, you don't care
the
about
dead
any of that.
wife, I don't care. I would want
Then it lays the
maximum.
question: is she do more good on the outside? You know, going to schools and preaching against drunk driving and try to stop further tragedies than she is on the inside. That can sometimes be raised, you know. But I'll say this again: if people don't know, Matthew Broderick is responsible for the death of two people in exactly the same way, right? In Ireland, right after Ferris Bueller.
I believe so. Yeah. I think he was in
And
the car with.
nothing.
I think he was in the car with Jennifer Grey.
And if fair was fair, right, he would have the same sentence she has. But he lives this perfect New York acting, somewhat, you know, A- list celebrity couple life with Sarah Jessica Parker, and gets praised in big roles all the time. Matthew Broderick killed two people. It's unbelievable. That's just, but it was in Ireland, and there was some weird
87
thing that got 87 is when it was. It's just, if anybody gets a chance, check that story out.
Yeah.
One of the crazy Hollywood things that, again, back then with no internet and stuff, it didn't get the publicity. I didn't even know about it until years later.
Yeah, they were both trying to hide their relationship. They were dating secretly, and when they were involved in the accident, because she was in the passenger seat, they weren't able to hide it anymore. Yeah, it was raining. That's his excuse. I'm
I tell you
glancing over an old
though,
article.
yeah, I'm going to stop the article. It said The Guardian is where this article was. It's a very good piece, and it goes on after that. I just wanted to stop it at the Depp part, but it goes on to Melrose Place and the little things she did after that stuff. And it's a rare story of someone in Hollywood getting the book thrown at them.
Yeah, by the way, the victim.
And she has, again, she is the first leading lady of Johnny Depp in the history of his leading man film career, if we could count Private Resort, and we don't.
Matthew Broderick's. I'm reading. I didn't know this. His two victims, two women. One was Margaret Doherty and Anna Gallagher, a mother and daughter.
Two classic Irish names.
The mother was a 63-year-old wheelchair-bound widow, and her
Wow.
daughter, who was just 28 years old. What was his punishment? That was his punishment. Nothing.
Nothing.
No. He had a $175 fine.
How do they come by this? I don't expect you to mine through that. It's probably a lot to look at, but
I have two sentences here. Many in Ireland were upset that he got off by paying a $175 fine, and that he returned to the United States when he paid bail of $4,075.
like celebrated. Not even like no one knew about it.
Oh my God. He was not charged with manslaughter, and left only a note saying he was sorry to the relatives of the deceased. Yeah. All right. I'm done. I got to get that off my phone. It's gross.
Do you know about this? And I was reminded of this by Artie Lang. Do you know about that Howard called his answering machine in the late 80s and brought this up?
Mm-hmm.
Did you ever hear that? Because I could not find the clip of that.
No, I've never heard it. I'm sure it's been scrubbed.
And they did some
Hollywood relaunch of Stern.
Yeah, he did some kind of like mocking joke about it on Broderick's answering machine.
Yeah.
Apparently, I didn't hear it. As reminded to me by Artie. It's one of those famous things that, well, you don't hear about it now, but back then it was one of those bandied about sort of pre-1990 things he did. Crazy, shock jock stunts. And boy, is that crazy.
Yep.
If that's his real name. Okay.
You want to get into the transcript?
I would love to. I just want to finish this.
Oh, I thought you were done. Sorry.
Very quick. I'm not quite done. So this is just an update, because a lot of people wonder about the Aquaman-ness of the trial. Who are we subpoenaing? And the succubus's status with the Aquaman people, and are they worried about it, and why did they cast her again, and it was probably a better move to just cut her off. And so this is just, this annoys you as much as it does me. There's a lot of clickbait, especially on your YouTube feed, that involves Jason Momoa and Depp. And they make up quotes from him and stuff, and Jason Momoa is outraged.
You know what?
Go ahead, go ahead.
Well, let me interrupt. You know what they do? Even in the thumbnail, they'll split the screen. Like they captured these two talking on like Zoom.
Yes.
And like they've got the corner shot of the other reacting. It's so annoying. It's Film Streak, by the way. Don't ever click on one of their videos. They're never correct or valid. And
Well, they're not the only ones doing it either.
Hold on. You look at the views and they're like 75,000 to 200,000 for nothing, for lies. Okay, I'm done. Go ahead.
And these idiots keep coming back to the same trap, to the same clickbait bullshit. How stupid and gullible are you? And they, like you said, they show like a side by side, like he and Depp are feuding and going back and forth. And then you go into it, there's nothing. They
don't even mention. Sometimes they don't even mention in the video the theme of the subject of the supposed video. So it's totally just for views, and you go through the comments, nobody ever calls them out on it.
You should be banned from YouTube. I mean, it's complete. Not only is it slander, but it's just like you're getting fake views you don't deserve for fake. I mean, like
you're getting
that
money
whole Trump
from
thing with
YouTube.
the fake. That's right. And it's always, it pits Momoa against Depp, and then it pits Momoa against the succubus that she's ruining the movie, and then it's Depp and he's on her side. He hasn't said a word. He knows about it. He talks about it in the privacy of everything, and I'm sure he has talked to the Aquaman people and stuff. But he has not once firmly commented on this whole thing. I almost feel sorry for him.
Yeah.
That he's embroiled in this nothing, and people just, they want to drag him into it so bad. Because they know it's clickbait. So
well, he now and forever has this festering barnacle of infection called Amber Heard attached to him.
That's right. And who knows what Warner Brothers is gonna seek? But you'll never convince me that they're not regretting casting her. There's just no way. The first movie killed, made tons of money. It had nothing to do with her. Make no mistake. There's a zillion actresses that can play Mira and better and look better doing it. But she is, that delusional harlot taking credit for that, as you knew she would. But she's absolutely nothing to do with it. So this is just, so now Momoa is involved. So this is, and now he hasn't said anything, but this is how he's involved. So Johnny Depp and Amber Heard's $50 million defamation trial is just a few weeks away now. Hollywood Life has learned that the jilted exes are dragging a few of their celebrity friends into this case with them. Depp, 58, and his ex-wife, Amber Heard, 35, are getting ready to duke it out now in court over a $50 million defamation suit filed by Johnny against Amber in March 2019. According to court documents, the upcoming showdown, which is taking place in Fairfax, Virginia courtroom, will now include communications that took place between the two and various celebrities, including actor Jason Momoa, 42, and Harry Potter author J.K. Rowling, 56. Johnny's suit against Amber stems from a 2018 opinion article she wrote for the Washington Post piece. Amber claims survivor of domestic violence. Although she doesn't specifically say Johnny by name, his lawyers argue that the false claims made by Amber in the piece have severe implications on Johnny's career and subsequently destroyed his reputation in Hollywood. 4 days after the article was released, Johnny lost his lucrative starring role as Jack Sparrow in the sequel of Pirates of the Caribbean. Hollywood Life obtained a copy of the summary motion documents, which include exhibit lists for both the plaintiff and the defendant. In the expansive list are, quote, numerous correspondence now with various celebrities, including emails between Johnny and J.K. Rowling's and text messages between Amber Heard and Jason Momoa, who is currently working on repairing his marriage, with wife Lisa Bonet. Testimonies from other celebrities are now being used in the trial as well, include a deposition from Ellen Barkin, 67, and famed attorney Laura Wasser, 53, James Franco, 43, and Elon Musk, 50. They are giving testimonies on behalf of Amber via live stream. So that's all I have on that. But I cannot wait to hear those exchanges, especially from Momoa and James Wan. I should say too. He wasn't mentioned, the director of Aquaman. That was another version of this that I had read. He's also in some of the texts and exchanges.
Yep.
So I'm really looking forward to seeing how that goes back and forth. And it's Depp's people that are asking for the Momoa stuff. It's
I don't
Depp's
know.
team,
I don't know.
or does that benefit her side?
It might benefit her side.
Figure that one out.
I thought it was from her side. We'll find out soon enough.
It says numerous correspondence from both the defendant and plaintiff, but it won't specify who's asking for what in what I'm reading.
I don't know. We'll pause on that, and I think we can just have to wait and see. But
it doesn't matter.
I think it would have been listed in his witness list at some point, or his evidence list.
I can't figure it. It doesn't really matter. I just can't wait to read it.
Yeah. Either way, there will be a cross-examination. So.
Okay, that's all I got. We can move on to our recreation of the UK trial, Miss Wass.
All right.
Okay.
So, anything else, Robin?
I got to get out of here. I got plastic surgery. I got meetings all day.
Yeah, I got one more thing. I found it's just a blurb from an article from The Guardian, and it really encapsulates the bottom line of the whole trial. And what is the end game, and where is it all going, right? And what's when the dust settles, right? So this guy is very insightful. He's a kind of a legal expert for The Guardian. He's a professor. His name's Roy Gutterman. You know Guts, right?
Yeah.
They call him Guts.
He's my drinking buddy.
It's double meaning. So he writes here. He kind of analyzing the whole thing. And he writes, this case is a mess, to tell you the truth. Gutterman said at one point during this interview. In a way, they're just re-litigating a contentious marriage through civil tort law with these dueling defamation claims. Gutterman pointed out the Depp's unsuccessful defamation case against the British tabloid The Sun over April 2000 column that called him wife beater. Judge dismissed Depp's libel, determined the column was substantially true, and found that he assaulted her on dozens of occasions, made her fear for her life on 3 occasions. The court in the Sun case found that there was substantial truth in the allegation, even though Amber Heard wasn't really a party to that lawsuit. Essentially, certain elements of the underlying facts may even play out. In the Virginia court, I feel, Gutterman said, but it's already been so messy and quite honestly so disturbing. So to see this play out in public, I would imagine the only end game he has is to try to restore his reputation, said Winter Wheeler, a mediator and arbitrator who previously worked as a litigator. In my opinion, I don't think that happens really from winning this case, if he does, in fact, win. I think people have already made a decision about how they feel about him and her, and I don't think that's really going to change. Wheeler goes on, dragging your alleged victim back into court doesn't really sit well with your average person. If I had to mediate this case, I would ask him, as a bottom line, what are you really trying to accomplish here? Because ultimately, you're not going to walk away with a net positive, I don't think, Wheeler adds. And it's just, bottom line is, it's just more people with their eyes on you and your laundry.
Okay.
So what do you think of that, Sarah?
I don't agree with that, because if I'm Liedermeyer, I'm being called a wife beater, I've lost movie roles. I don't care if people perceive her to be a victim and perceive me in a negative way by taking her to court. Vengeance is mine, and I will go and I will make her admit, if I can, that she lied, or at least get some legal verdict saying she lied and this did not happen. Even if it meant I never got another movie role again. But if this was,
it's a civil trial, and people don't. So we said to each other, and I don't even think we brought it up here. It's like, does he really care about the money, or does he just want this out and loud and proud of the victorious exclamation that you're the abuser, you're the liar, I don't care about the money. I know you won't pay it anyway, or you'll find someone to pay it for you.
Mm-hmm.
And this could go on for years of you trying to come up with this money you lost.
Mm-hmm.
His end game, really, it's not about money. It's about his name to the world. What this guy is saying is people's minds are already made up. Depp's rabid Depp-head fan base of We Are Amongst Them already believe what they believe. You're not, even if he loses, you're not changing their minds. I mean, there might be a few people on the fence.
No, but in my opinion, if it were me, even if I swayed like one housewife in Kansas City and she saw somewhere on some news blurb that Johnny Depp wins defamation case against Amber Heard and that changes her mind, she's going to think, "Oh, so that means Amber Heard lied. I'm good."
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, it's and further down the road to smear her from rightfully blackballed in the business. I mean, if you're a
Mm-hmm.
producer of a major motion picture, any film, you have to look at her and your casting options and go, do I really want this? Do I need this?
Mm-hmm. While I think
I
she may lose out secretly on some roles, even with a not really guilty verdict, but
They're not going to admit it.
liable
They're not going to
verdict.
admit it.
No, but I don't think anything's going to change professionally for much for either of them, even if he wins.
Well, I mean, like I
Because she's
said, her
always going to
point,
be the woman. She's always going to be
right?
able to pull
Yep,
that.
that's not going to change.
I'm still a victim no matter what a court in Virginia said. I am still a victim of domestic violence, and she's going to be believed.
And then her big supernova blast, probably via Jacobs, is this. Go over let's start from Dark Shadows. Dark Shadows, Lone Ranger, Transcendence, Mordecai, Pirates 5, Alice 2, and the lowest performing Harry Potter film in Fantastic Beasts. She's going to say, you did this to yourself.
And
This
that's
is your loss. These films were 9 budget films that did not turn a profit.
and I
You
was
did
just looking
this.
through her list of
And so
exhibits, and
that's
that's
the big,
exactly what she's going to do. So she's got
yep,
you.
I knew it.
She's on the same page as you. Her attorney, her Elon Musk paid attorneys are they're on it. They know what they're doing. They think they know what they're doing.
We're not on the
We'll
same
see.
page. I'm saying
You're thinking for her.
I'm trying to predict the
They're already
worst.
on it.
Yeah, I'm trying to predict the worst. And that's how they're going to counter it.
It's
But
coming.
at the same
It's proven.
time, her countersuit is fantastically more ridiculous.
Mhm.
That somehow he's cost her $100 million. There's nothing she can do in this lifetime that warrants close to that figure. How could you possibly crunch those numbers and come up with $100 million?
The only way I can come up with that is Johnny Depp somehow caused her to break up with Elon Musk. That's the only reason she would ever have to lose out on that amount of money. By being
and
the woman of Elon
that's going to
Musk.
be submitted. That theory is going to be submitted in court.
No, but that's the only way she would ever come close to that amount of money, is having access to his American Express card, and that's it.
Sarah, how come I'm not testifying?
I watched that documentary last night.
Did you?
Yeah, I did.
What'd you think?
Half of it. I don't even care, to be honest. I'm Marilyn Manson.
She cares about you.
I
She
think they're
cares about you.
both. I believe 1/3 of what each one of them says.
I think he's a liar
Of
as
course,
much as
everybody knows how you
he's a
feel.
total con man. Yeah.
Because you are not a fan of the music. So
But he's a con man. I know he's a huckster. He's
So
a
is
he's
she.
a he's a
She's
poser.
right there.
He doesn't play instruments. He doesn't sing.
She
His
is
voice
not
is fake.
this
Everything is
innocent little
fake.
lamb. Even though
Maybe not.
they illustrate this documentary with her as a little girl, this little drawing of her as a little young child. She's not. She was not this little innocent lamb. No, she knew what she was doing. I was around and paying attention to her and him in the media at the time. No, that's not how it was. And I don't want to talk about them. I'm so disinterested in that case.
I don't believe that.
I totally am. I barely
can
held
you,
on.
Can you do everybody? Can you do for everybody your little subtle Winona Ryder impression you did?
No.
When we were, oh, come on! You always. Okay, later. Do it later.
We'll see. Depends on how many hours it takes us to get through this
Okay.
podcast.
I think the gist of the impression is she's such a tortured waif and she can't handle the stress of
Going to
the
court.
testimony, so she
Yeah.
tries to right. She pulls like the waif just about to pass out.
The waif with
tone.
some sort of syndrome
Right.
effect.
Okay, so let's dive into this day
Please.
3.
Day 3
of Depp versus the Sun, and Depp is examined by you brilliantly playing an Americanized Sasha Wass.
We are going to start out with a little trip to the Bahamas.
Okay, so
to a
you
little
scan
island.
Okay.
I scanned it, yeah. Okay, ready?
Starting at 3:05. I'm Justice Nickel, right?
Yeah. No, you don't have to...
Yes, Miss Wass.
Okay.
Yes, Miss Wass.
Mr. Depp, I'm going to turn now to the period of detoxification on your island, which took place in August 2014, all right?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you please take out file 4 and go to tab 137?
You know, I might need a locksmith to get this one open.
Is there a problem? I wonder if somebody could help you.
No. It's just the binder. You know, I see it. Right. Thank you. I got it.
Sorted.
Sorted. Thank you.
Before we start, just confirm, if you would. This was an island, your island. You own the island?
Yes, they call it Deppstein Island.
That's not in there. You and Ms. Heard during the period of detoxification were staying on one side of the island.
Yes.
Just the two of you, and on the other side of the island was a nurse Debbie Lloyd, who worked under the direction of Dr. David Kipper, who you mentioned yesterday.
Yes, ma'am.
She was some distance away, but contact was maintained by a walkie-talkie.
Yes.
And text as well.
Yes.
You agree. Now, you will see at the bottom of the F numbers. Could you go to F781?
Yes.
And I ought to make it clear that these are Dr. Kipper's notes that I'm going to be reading from as far as the detoxification process is concerned, right? On August 8th, it says, arrived on the island, plan is for patient to continue to take routine meds through tomorrow, and at the time he will not take his oxycodone. Is that another word for roxycodone?
Yes, ma'am. I'm sorry to interrupt. What page?
Page F781.
I think it's down towards the bottom of the page, Miss Step, where it says arrived on island. Yes.
Have you got that?
Yes, thank you.
The plan is for you to continue taking your routine meds, not take roxycodone, and detox medicine will be administered. Now, we have many, many references here to the fact that she is called your fiance. Quote, Miss Heard contacted RN is registered nurse, and you can see over on the bottom of F782 on the 10th of August, patient's fiance contacted RN and said patient needs more help. That's an example I'm giving you, as is on page 783. Per patient's fiance, he fell asleep, taking meds, additional pheno, currently sleeping. All the way through this document, I suggest it is clear that Ms. Heard is the one who's maintaining contact with Nurse Debbie Lloyd, and she's effectively looking after you, Ms. Heard is, but in contact with Nurse Lloyd. Do you agree?
Yes, I do.
And Ms. Heard was effectively dedicating herself to your well-being during this detoxification process, was she not?
Yes. I mean, she was trying to help me get through it.
She was at hand day and night consulting with your medical team. We can see this from the medical reports. There was no possible selfish motive for what she was doing, was there?
I do not believe I'm even able to state that.
Can you see a selfish motive? She was effectively acting as your nurse, making sure you had the right meds, making sure you were looked after, consulting with the nurse when you were in pain. You would not agree she was looking after you around the clock?
No. She was in control of the meds. She was in control of, when I was taking the meds. She'd give me when it was time to take the meds, and I'd be given the meds. So I'm sorry to refer to
Yes, we all understand what you mean.
Yeah, but she also would withhold meds at certain times.
We will come to that in a moment.
Yeah, sure.
You said in your statement at paragraph 20 that Miss Heard was a regular heavy drug user throughout our relationship and often drank far more alcohol than I did. But she was not the one in detox, was she, on the island in August of 2014?
Oh, no, she was not.
As far as you were aware, she was never in any detox in her life, but in particular during the course that you and she were together?
No, she was not.
All right, I'm going to suggest that you lied about the extent of her drug use and her alcohol consumption in order to discredit her in this court hearing. Do you accept or deny that?
I deny that.
You deny that. And you said in your statement, though, in fairness to you, is this: Miss Heard often, this is about the detox trip, Miss Heard often intervened and withheld medicines from me, which caused substantial issues, including spasms and other withdrawal symptoms. This was one of the cruelest things she has ever done, and I would not wish that pain that I had gone through upon anyone. Now, the idea of detoxification process is that you come off drugs. Do you agree?
Yeah, yes, I do.
It is painful whichever way you do it, is it not?
It's agonizing, yes.
And Miss Heard was acting under the direction of Nurse Lloyd, who was acting under the direction of Dr. Kipper.
Dr. Kipper was there, yeah.
He was there some of the time, but she was doing what she was being told to by the expert.
I do not know. She explicitly followed the orders of the registered nurse to the letter at every instance, no.
She never withheld any drugs that were part of the process. She was withholding drugs that you were not supposed to have.
Why would she have drugs that I was supposed to have? She was withholding the drugs that I was, and the meds would stop the process of the shakes and everything else, goes along with that process. So the receptors are going crazy in the body, and
What I'm going to do is invite you and those representing you, if there's any evidence from the medical experts on this detoxification process that Miss Heard went against medical advice, I would invite you to put that forward. Do you understand?
yes, I do.
On the 17th of August, there is a text. Can you keep file 4 open if it's not too complicated in the witness box?
No, that's fine.
And go to file 6?
File 6.
Yes, the first bit, the text schedule behind 199, and go to page 38, please.
38. Yeah, yes, ma'am.
Before we look at that, you have file 4, the tab which contains your medical notes. And again, if you need time to look at it later on, I'm going to suggest to you, just summarizing this, that we see regular contact many, many times a day between Ms. Heard, described in these notes as patient's fiance, and the medical people asking about you, how you were, and what she should do. All right?
Yes.
Do you agree that that's in the notes or not?
I've not really
All right. Well, again,
I had time to even look at it, but I will.
thank you very much. At the top of page 38, do you see a text from Miss Heard? It says, Debbie, Dr. David, group message.
Yes, I see it.
Okay, that's Debbie Lloyd and Dr. David Kipper. And Miss Heard says, issue has risen again. He took the meds about 30 minutes ago, which seemed to be the trend, as I reckon they have not kicked in yet. All of a sudden, he's flipping. He just started screaming. He was so mad he pushed me and I asked him to get out. Don't know what else to do. Sorry to keep at you guys. Debbie Lloyd says, would you like us to come over? Answers yes. Headed over now, from the nurse. Do you remember an episode on the 17th of August when the detox was so difficult that you started flipping?
I remember that I was in great deal of pain and had uncontrollable spasms. So, such as the receptors, if they're not taken care of immediately, there's not much you can do for the pain. So, flipping could be a word that is correct, but I don't know if it's in the right context.
Did you hit and push Miss Heard when you were flipping, or can you not remember?
I did not push Miss Heard or attack her in any way. Certainly, I was not in any condition to even do so in that case.
Are you able to help us to any reason you know of why Miss Heard may have written a text to the medics asking them to come over, asking for help because you were so mad that you pushed her? Can you think why she might write that if it's not the truth?
I can only say, from my point of view, that I was in no physical condition to push anyone. So I'm denying the fact that I even pushed her. Her, Kate Moss, Vanessa, whoever, are all 45-pound waifs. Winona. So therefore, I'm going to suggest that her testimony is
A lie?
fabricated. Yeah. Yes.
And this is part of the hoax, is it?
I believe it's part of her completion of a dossier. To find insurance policy for her, isn't it?
An insurance policy and what you described as a hoax in your witness statement?
Indeed.
Turn to page 39 of the text, please.
Yes.
The following day after what I suggest was the pushing and hitting that you've denied, Miss Heard's mother contacts you. About a third of the way down, can you see Paige written?
Yeah. Yes.
That is Miss Heard's mother's name?
Yes. Sarah, was one thing. So as we understand it here, right? He's got Kipper, Debbie Lloyd, doctor and nurse, respectively. Did you say a team of medics?
Yeah, I don't know. I'm not clear on that.
What is that?
Maybe those two are the medics. I don't know.
How much do you think they get paid from him a year? Or is it per
Way
day?
overpaid, especially if they have to go stay on an island for a detoxification process.
So for a nurse like that, it was obviously lucrative for her to work for him than a hospital in any capacity, just be a private nurse, and that somehow, you know what I mean? Like, I guess there's some way, some circuit you're on where you can become a private nurse and then just chuck any hospital affiliation and then whatever, make 3 times as much working for him around the clock. And maybe there's days you don't do anything, but he's such a load, that you need that on this island.
It's a great gig to be a Dr. Feelgood until the FBI comes knocking on your door because they died.
Yeah, I know. It's just crazy, crazy shit.
Okay.
Justice
Ready?
Nick. Just a minute. Where is this?
Page 39. It's 7 texts down.
Is it the one that says, please hang in there?
Exactly. So that is the day after the text sent by Miss Heard about you pushing her. Mrs. Heard. So Miss Heard's mother says, "Please hang in there, my son-in-law." Oh my God. I'm gonna edit this. I'm gonna start over.
That's all right.
No, I'm flubbered.
She says outlaw.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's a joke. Yeah. It's like their rebel cowboy
too many already. Okay. Exactly. So that is the day after the text sent by Ms. Heard about you pushing her. Mrs. Heard. So Miss Heard's mother says, "Please hang in there, my son, outlaw. I think that was just an affectionate way that you called each other outlaws rather than in-laws. Is that correct?"
Yes. Oh, you too, and your Texas vernacular, and your little relationship. My son outlaw. Har, har, har. I'm sure he regrets that every second of it.
Yeah. Quote, "I know that it does not feel like things will ever get better, but I promise you they will. You have gotten through the hardest part, as it may be hard to see, but you will be so glad to have this gorilla off your back. I've seen the hell this addiction brings, and I would not wish this on anyone. You are a big, wonderful man to break the cycle. Please let me know if I can help in any way. All my love." Would you then go over to page 40? The second text from the bottom is a reply from you to Amber Heard's mother. Do you see it, my dearest Paige?
Yes, ma'am.
"My dearest Paige, how unbelievably kind and pure your message was."
I'm sorry. Is this? Yes. Right.
"I am beyond thankful to have you in my life. There is no luckier man on this earth. To have the strength that Amber gives me and the full support of each of you individually that I have gotten helps immeasurably. I don't need to
Bullshit.
I don't need to explain to you the horrors. You know as well as I. What you do need to know is that your daughter has risen far above the nightmarish task of taking care of this poor old junkie. Never a second has gone by that she didn't look out for me and have her eyes on me to make sure I was okay. Any words are truly feeble in attempting to explain her heroism in a text. Suffice it to say, I have never met or loved a woman or a thing more. She has the strength of 1,000 men, and that is due to no one or nothing but you, sweetheart. Thank you. I love you." Over the page at page 41, the top text on August 19. Again, you to Miss Heard's mother. I could not have made it without her. I would have gone for a swim and swallowed a big drink of ocean, to be honest. It was a hell of my own doing, but your little girl walked through this with me step by step. I know you are already proud of her, but if you have seen her in action, amazing. It was an exercise of monumental patience and instinct. I would not be alive, sweetheart. There were more than a few times that I thought it would be more simple to take that route. It was Amber and Amber only who got me through it. And it goes on in that vein.
God damn it. I mean, how much is that going to be thrown in his face in the Fairfax trial? God damn.
Well, they had.
Does that just make you vomit reading that? Just
Mhm.
every bit of it. And as Kevin Smith would say about his goes, dude, it's like Lord Byron, man, and whatnot. This dude types like Lord Byron. Every little fucking syllable, and she is jerking off to this as we speak.
Mm-hmm.
The worst part is her mom's dead.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it. God, I hate every word of that.
So you were saying there, I suggest telling the truth, namely, that Miss Heard was absolutely heroic in putting up with you in the difficult medical position that you were in during your detoxification process?
I'm not saying that Miss Heard was at all times withholding meds and things of that nature. There were times when she was, of course, very helpful. You know, she does have a heart, and she did understand the pain I was experiencing. So when I wrote to Paige, her mother, of course, I'm going to tell Paige that her daughter is, perfect. Oh, I like how he qualifies here. Of course, I'm going to tell Paige that her daughter is perfect. She's been wonderful. And I know for a fact, of course, it was not easy for her to deal with someone with that sort of remit of illness. It's very strange and difficult to deal with. So she did handle it very well most of the time. However, there are instances I had nothing else to say to her mother other than just anything good because, it's Miss Heard's mom. What am I going to
But
do?
you also sent a text to Miss Heard, if you like. We can look at it, saying, "Thank you so much for getting me fucking clean, baby."
Yes.
Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
That was not trying to tell Ms. Heard's mother what a nice daughter she had. That was to Ms. Heard herself?
Yes. I mean, I was hopefully gonna make her feel good and happy, and we wouldn't argue after that.
So when you describe in your witness statement Miss Heard's conduct on the island as one of the cruelest things she has ever done, that is not substantiated by any evidence at all, is it?
Is it substantiated by evidence? I cannot say. I can say that there are incidents where, for example, the times allotted for me to take my medication by the nurse or by Miss Heard, if it were like 4 p.m. on the dot to take those, and it was like 3:15, and then I began to get these heebie-jeebies, for lack of a better explanation. So I've told Miss Heard that I needed the meds as it started to, come on at that point, and
The shakes?
the shakes, stomach cramps, everything started to come on, and I told her it was time for the meds. I mean, I needed the meds, and she looked at the clock and said, "No, 4 o'clock."
Right. So can I just recap what you're saying? Because Ms. Heard followed the letter of instructions that she was given to give your medication at 4 o'clock and did not do what you asked for to give it at 3:15. You described that as one of the cruelest things she has ever done. Is that right?
When someone,
Is that what you were referring to when you're talking about the cruelest thing she has ever done?
yeah, that's it. That is.
I will not ask you any more detail then if that's the answer and the reference.
Mr. Depp was in the middle of giving an answer, and Mr. Wallis cut across him to stop him. I appreciate a lot to get through this, but there are important questions she's putting to him. Was there any more you wanted to say, Mr. Depp? Yes, your lordship. I wanted to just flesh out, explain, the situation when I was going into the shakes and withdrawal symptoms. As you know, which are unpleasant, my body clock was needing the medication to stop the onslaught of rush of nerves towards the receptors, and I was not in good shape. For someone to be as low, at the lowest point I believe I've ever been in my life, on the floor, sobbing like a child, and I would still not receive the meds. The only thing you can do in that situation is take a very, very hot shower to trick your body away. the nerves away from the receptors and on top of it. I have done that myself.
Mm-hmm.
John Christopher Depp II. The shower is the elixir for everything,
Mm-hmm.
right? When you don't know
Sure.
what to do, just jump in the shower. I agree.
Okay, thank you very much indeed. Now, you left the island shortly after that. Have you got file 4 open?
Yes, I do.
If you go to page 792, have you got that?
Yes.
Okay, it refers to the 20th of August. If you see right in the middle between the two hole punches, it says patient's fiance, comma, RN, that is registered nurse, and MD, medical doctor, came up with a plan for fiance to take a few days for herself. That's what was agreed to at the end of Ms. Heard's stint on the island. Do you accept that?
I'm just reading it now. Yes.
I do not need any more detail unless it's critical to what I have just put to you.
The only thing I can say is just to make it clear, is that it was my idea that I brought up to the doctor and to the nurse because I was unable to continue kicking the drug in any way. And that we'd been going, we had to leave after like 5 days, and I believe where it was like at least a 10-day kick.
That's absolutely correct. In fact, the detoxification process had not gone according to plan, at least not to Dr. Kipper's plan.
No, it did not.
Can you then stay in the same bundle 4, and go to tab 126, please?
Yes. I'm sorry, which is
Bundle 4. It's the one with the medical notes in a different tab, 126, and it's page F745. This is an email from Dr. Kipper to your sister dated August 18th, right?
yes.
And it's the day after Ms. Heard sent the text saying you had pushed her. Quote, Christy, I'm alerting you to some concerning issues that arose last night after we spoke. But he was never made clear about how much he wanted to do it for himself. Over the page, there's a reference to people that you respected, Elton and Chuck. Do you see that 4 lines down?
Yeah, I see it.
Okay, quote, and he gave what seemed lip service, referencing these folks more for their celebrity than their struggle than what their struggle was with sobriety. If you go 4 lines down, quote, there is also an issue of patience and is quite childlike in his reaction when he does not get immediate satisfaction. So do you consider that to be a fair assessment of you by Dr. Kipper?
I do not know if it's a fair assessment, but it is what Dr. Kipper felt at that time. We had all just met Dr. Kipper, myself, Amber, Nurse Lloyd, so they were not particularly versed in our lives yet, our life together as yet. So they were not familiar with what the actual truth was yet.
So they were not familiar with the real position, the actual truth?
As yet, yes.
All right. But what Dr. Kipper did do is start treating Ms. Heard for anxiety and indeed referred her to another medical person, Dr. Connell Cowan.
Just a minute, Connell.
Cowan. Do you agree with that?
I do agree with it. Again, that was something I just suggested to Dr. Kipper, hoping that it would curb some sort of Miss Heard's behavior.
She was treated for anxiety. Let us get a few things straight, Mr. Depp. She was not treated for drug addiction by anyone?
No.
Or substance abuse by anyone?
Not that I know of.
I'm going to suggest to you, looking at Dr. Cowan's notes, that they were regular pro forma notes, and it says substance used. And on a couple of them, it might say occasional alcohol. But mostly it says none.
Indeed.
And you are familiar with the fact that Ms. Heard was very open about her very personal feelings with Dr. Cowan, was she not?
I do not know.
Those notes have been put in the trial bundle in this case at a request by your solicitors?
Well, Mr. Depp, if does not know, no further point can be taken.
All right. Could I just ask you to look at file 9, page 6 at the bottom?
I'm sorry, file 9?
9.
Sorry, what was the tab?
I'm going to find it. I did not tell you the tab. The page is page 6. It is 101A. Thank you very much.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
It is quite difficult to read, but in the middle, and these are notes from Dr. Cowan, and it says this.
Just a moment. Let me make a note here.
I make it plain. This is not what you have told Dr. Cowan. It's what Ms. Heard has told Dr. Cowan. Do you understand?
Of course, yeah, yes.
Okay, quote, JD is very threatened by career, particularly any kind of romantic scenes she has to do. Her movie, end quote. I do not know what the letter next to is, JF, and I'm going to suggest that it's James Franco. Quote, precipitated a drinking binge that put JD in the hospital. Everyone around Jay seems to be intimidated by his power and money. No one stands up to him, end quote. Yes? Again, can you think of any reason why Ms. Heard would have said that to Dr. Cowan unless it was true?
Because I love his answer here. Because I believe it benefited her motivation and sorry.
So the hoax, the insurance policy?
I think she's telling porky pies to her psychiatrist.
Are you saying we
I
should
never
not
heard
take
that. What is that? You ever hear that?
lies, I guess, bloated lies.
Porky pies, huh? Jesus
Yeah,
Christ.
it's probably a
Is that a
French thing.
Thompsonism?
Oh God, probably.
I don't know.
All right. Are you
Holy
saying
shit, you learn. Go ahead. Sorry.
I'm sorry, it's okay. Are you saying we should not take seriously anything that is in those psychiatric notes?
My lord. Well,
All right.
if you want to ask that question, Miss Wallis, then Mr. Depp should have the opportunity to answer it.
I will withdraw the question, Mr. Depp. The position is that you started lapsing again, did you not, in September 2014? You left the island around the 20th of August, and within a month or so, you were back on the substances?
I was not, I was not taking the Roxy's that went into the island to detox from. Then I finished the detox in Los Angeles. Any other substances would have come from Dr. Kipper, as far as I can remember. And I do not.
Dr. Kipper was not supplying you with the ecstasy, was he? Was he?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
No. Can you have a look, please, at file 4, page 813?
What did you do if he had the Freudian slip? He just goes, no, no, ma'am. I mean, no, no, ma'am. No.
God.
Yes.
This is on the 22nd of September, and
I'm sorry. I'm just trying to find the page here. Is this a tab number?
sorry, it is tab
137.
137. Thank you.
Pleasure. Then 813, I believe.
Yeah, 813. On the 22nd of September at 1:25, the RN, the nurse, quote, receives a text from the patient stating he had been in an argument with fiance and she had a nasty freak out and he would like RN to come and give him, end quote. And this is in quotations, quote, some fucking knockout yum yum, end quote. RN instructed patient to take some and that she was on her way over, end quote. So those were drugs for your rehab, yes?
Yeah, I mean, those are prescription drugs.
Quote, upon arrival at the home, end quote, this is at 3:30, quote, the patient was sitting in the kitchen. The fight escalated, end quote. So things were getting difficult again by the 22nd of September, if that account is accurate. Do you agree?
I would say that things were difficult a lot of the times, yes.
Okay, and the bloody knuckles, you were destroying some property in your hand at the same time?
Yeah, yes.
That seems to be how you are expressing your anger yet again?
I would rather express my anger by hitting an inanimate object than to ever possibly think of taking it out on the person that I love at the time.
But of course, there have been times when you've been so under the influence of drugs that, in fact, you have done both?
No, no, ma'am. I cannot ever see that happening.
And it may well, sorry, carry on.
I finished.
You have finished. No, you disagree. I suggest there were times when you did not even remember the conduct that you were responsible for. You blacked out on many, many occasions.
There were blackouts, for sure. I mean, but in any blackout, there are snippets of memory in that blackout. And recalling these memories, you see images that you saw, images that you kind of went through, but you do not see the whole picture. So also, at the time, no, is this after the island? Is it not?
Yes.
Oh, okay. Well, this is after the island. So I'm sorry. I'm just trying to figure out that date. The dates were at the island.
You were at the island on the 8th of August to the 19th of the 20th.
Well, okay, if you say so.
This is a month later. What I'm asking you is, was it within a very short period of time that you started returning to taking drugs? I'm sorry, it's my fault for not being clear. It was not prescribed drugs that Dr. Kipper gave you, but recreational drugs, in particular ecstasy or MDMA?
I do not recall, but it's possible. Sure.
Right. Have you looked at the text schedule? So bundle 6, 119 that you have out there?
Just a minute. 119.
Yes, the composite text schedule.
Which page, please?
Page 43, please.
Sorry, I mean, what page is that again? Sorry.
43, please.
Yes.
Just before the visit of Dr. Kipper on the 22nd of September, 3 texts from the bottom, you sent a text to your sister saying, quote, I will fucking savage some motherfucker, end quote. Can we presume from that you were very angry and something caused you to punch that wall and injure your hands in the way the medical notes suggest?
I honestly don't understand the question.
You do not understand. Were you describing your own anger, quote, I will savage some motherfucker, end quote?
It appears so. Yes.
Looks like it, does it not?
Yes, it does.
Right. On the 4th of October, so just a couple of weeks later, you send a text, which we find at the bottom of that page, page 43. You say this, quote, I am going to quite gracefully glide into a massage with my broken back and neck of the heat that we push ourselves to conquer every goddamn day, end quote. Now, this is an email to somebody who has not been identified. Do you remember who that might be from the telephone number or not?
I do not recognize the telephone number, but I do recognize the text and the composition of it. It's definitely me. Hey, I gotta say what you will, right? I mean, his credibility in many instances. He's not perfect, we know, but
Hmm.
he admits to so many things, right? And it does give him this kind of honesty credibility where everything she does, and we haven't even gotten to her transcript, she does the perfect thing in every situation, and she never admits to anything remotely a flaw of any kind.
Hmm.
If I'm a jury listening to this, I'm going, I just off his self-deprecation, I believe him.
Yeah, I agree with you.
You know what I mean? She's like, and you'll see, you've read enough of it before you even got to it. She paints herself as doing the perfect thing in every situation. Not a flaw ever is admitted to.
Hmm.
And he's just like,
She's
yeah, I did it. Yep, I said it.
she's the complete opposite from the audio. Like even the
I know.
video deposition,
And
she
how you come
just
across to a jury in
yeah,
that way, right?
yeah. Hopefully that's played when she's laughing.
But Depp has said it a few times, in our travels. Uh, she doesn't like to be wrong, meaning
Hmm.
she thinks she's she won't admit to a single flaw ever. He's said that at
Hmm.
least 3 or 4 times that we've read.
Yeah, he picked a good one.
I know.
All right, line
Nice pussy
23.
fuck.
Yes, it's definitely you. You are talking about taking MDMA or ecstasy,
Yes, I am.
and you're referring to a monster. Quote, I shall exist in 1 hour a monster, end quote.
Yeah, yes. I mean, that's what I said. Yes.
And quote, going to a wonderful Peruvian spot, end quote. Was that a reference to cocaine?
Wow. Everything's Lord Byron. It's a mystery to me. I mean, I might have been a Peruvian restaurant. Might have been a reference to cocaine. In
All
fact,
right. Can you go back to file 4? If you leave the text out, we will come back to those. So just put them to one side. If you have got file 9 open, you can probably put that away. It might make life a bit easier.
which tab in file 4?
It's the same tab, 137, page 827.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Have you got 827?
F827. Yeah, yes.
Okay, this is a reference to a date in October, the 12th of October, so a few days after the text about ecstasy, at 7:30 in the evening. Quote, patient finished filming, end quote. So you were obviously doing a film in October 2014. Quote, was extremely agitated leaving the set to reduce his agitation, end quote. Do you recall that?
I do not recall that. No.
But that was on the, sorry, it's the 14th of October. We can see the date at the bottom of 8/26. Were those incidents of you destroying, punching walls, kicking trailers a bit more regular than you can remember?
Depending on the state of mind, depending on what Ms. Heard and I were going through at the time, which, of course, affects my emotions and my feelings at work. So I do not recall, not refusing to speak to the director at the time. I don't recall that.
All right. What we have, Mr. Depp, is a spiraling down of your sobriety. And when it comes to drugs, you were falling off the wagon in the autumn of 2014. Do you agree or not agree?
And I'm trying to figure out if that was Boston. If that was Boston, I believe it was in Boston.
I do not know.
No, I believe that it was in Boston, and if it was in Boston, then that was prior to kicking drugs.
No, this was after.
Oh, this is afterwards.
This is afterwards.
Okay. So then this must have been.
If it's difficult for you to remember, I do not want to put you on the spot and say you've made a mistake. This was after Dr. Kipper. The position is that you went to the island in August for the detox. You came back in October. You are taking ecstasy, or at least you're saying you're taking ecstasy in a Peruvian spot. You're kicking doors of trailers and not talking to directors, according to the doctor's notes. I would like you to have a clip of the 14th of November of that year. So after the detox, 14th of November. It's a video, a media file, my lord. Reference file 871A.
You see, that stuff alone is going to have him in hot water with Hollywood around town, as they say, with various big producers. That starts to get around thinking, so every time we see him, I can't even get him on the phone to go over something. He's going to be, this could happen to anybody, any movie he's in. So what's to stop this from happening? Again, that word travels around. You don't get a lot of, he's got several, because he was so untouchable and the box office to prove it, he could get away with that stuff. And those days are over. That's what they, that's the stuff that these people all talk. We know it's a small little world over there.
Yep.
Okay, where are we?
Line 8.
Do you have a transcript of this?
No, there's no transcript. You'll probably find you do not need one. Let's have a look at it. And the video plays. I think you were using some video clip continues. Okay.
Do we need to see more of this?
I was not going to ask for any more to be played. Mr. Depp, you were using various expletives that had to be bleeped out. Do you remember that at all?
I do remember that very well. Yeah. Yes.
What seemed to be the problem you were having?
I was detoxing from Roxy's at that time.
This was after the text when you were taking MDMA and everything. So were you on any illegal drugs then?
No, ma'am.
Were you taking alcohol?
No, ma'am.
So any suggestion that you were drinking was wrong. Is that right? Drinking or taking drugs?
That is, I was not drinking before that. I was on medications, and they're, quite strong. There's phenobarbital. I couldn't even pretend that he could. Okay, I think it's gonna be. There was phenobarbital, infinimyl,
Phenobarbital.
phenobarbital, the phenobarbital Corvette. There was lithium, and there's all kinds of things. When I was on Xanax, I could tell you that I was in the throes of the kick, as it were, and I'm not ashamed of that moment because, to be honest with you, that's a sick man.
A sick man, not a drug addict?
It's a drug addict who's coming off a very, very unpleasant medication.
All right.
And I was not prepared to go out there and give that award. This is the ceremony. It's
that we played.
Televised, right? And I
Mhm.
was not prepared to go out there and give that award to Shep Gordon. However, I felt, that because he'd asked me, and it was my duty to do so. So because, he had asked me, I carried it through, thinking I could do it. I was horrifically mistaken. It was taken as, of course it made the news, and I was completely drunk and off my head. I was not completely drunk, but I was under the influence of many, many medications.
All right.
Well, at the time, I certainly should not have done that.
Now, in December, if we can move on, in December 2014, Miss Heard had arranged to meet with the playwright and novelist Clive Barker. Do you remember that episode?
Oh, I forgot about this. No, I do not.
You do not. Let me see if I can jog your memory. Miss Heard had arranged to meet Mr. Barker at his home because he had, in fact, been very seriously ill.
Yes.
Mr. Barker.
Yeah. Actually, I do remember now.
You do remember now?
I do remember now, yes.
In fact, you were very uncomfortable about that idea that Miss Heard was going to Mr. Barker's home, and your jealousy came to the fore, just as it did with James Franco. And you lost your self-control over the whole episode. It made you angry, and you lost your self-control. Do you agree or not?
There were many instances. If there was an episode about involving a rendezvous with Mr. Barker, if I was jealous, then I suppose there were many instances where just jealousy did not come out, from my side, and there are many instances where it just provoked, if you will.
Well, I've suggested to you that you were jealous originally of Taja Van Ree, and you were violent to Miss Heard about the painting hanging up,
Not true.
which you have said is not true. I have suggested that you were jealous about the woman Kelly Sue at Hicksville, and a result of your jealousy, you were violent to Miss Heard on that occasion, and you've said that is not true. Yes.
That is not true. I actually do want to hear him just once go, yeah, I was jealous.
Mm-hmm.
It's all right, Johnny.
He said that.
We all get jealous all the time. I've been jealous. You've been jealous many, many times.
Mm-hmm.
It's not easy to admit, but here, do we not believe the James Franco thing is completely understandable? He's a total piece of shit, dirtbag, scumbag in every way, shape, and form. Overrated James Dean doppelganger piece of shit. And you have every right to feel what you felt.
Yeah, because they slept together.
Yeah, that's right. And it all substantiated.
Mm-hmm.
So your instincts follow them,
Mm-hmm.
especially with her.
Yeah. All right. I suggested that you were violent to Miss Heard when you were jealous about James Franco when you hit her and kicked her on the plane, and you've said that's not true. We now have another person, Clive Barker, who caused you to become jealous and to strike Miss Heard. All right. I presume you will say that's not true either.
That is not true.
Can you look at page 48 of the text, bundle 6?
Just a moment here, though.
In fact, let us start at 47 so we have the full picture. Have you got it there?
Yes, I do.
On 47, which is December 12th, you say, and I suggest that after one of your outbursts about Clive Barker, quote, Slim, I love you so. I am truly sorry to have upset you to the degree that I have. Agony is never the answer to any equation or occasion, nor is, end quote, it says, quote, rates, end quote there. But would that be rage? Maybe more sense?
Nor is rage, yes.
We are, quote, we are, I believe, in concert about this. All my Steve, end quote. So you are apologizing to her about something to do with Clive Barker meeting?
Oh, here we go. I see what's coming. Yes.
We also see, and it may be in the wrong order, that when you are sending, we also see, and it may be in the wrong order, that you are sending, or Rochelle is trying to get to see you. Quote, when do I get to see you again?
Yes, I see that.
Over the page 48, we are now on December 17th, and I suggest this text was after the occasion when you had hit Miss Heard as a result of your jealousy over Clive Barker. It's a very long text from you to Miss Heard. Quote, it is a way, I've let it go, went too far. I put in heavy work with Shrank, end quote. What is that Shrink?
Yes, I'm not calling him Shrank.
Okay. Quote, I am sorry for being less for you disappointment in me for my behavior. I'm a fucking savage, end quote.
Yes.
Yesterday, I asked you how you would describe a man who kicked his wife in the back, and you immediately came up with the term savage.
It is a word I use. Yes, describe.
You use it to describe behavior such as kicking a woman in the back,
I would describe that as savage behavior.
and you
Just slow down, please. I can't. Yes.
you're describing yourself as a fucking savage in the text because you have been violent to a woman, namely Miss Heard.
No, ma'am. I mean, that is just not the case. I often describe myself in derogatory ways, and I'll be the first to be unkind to myself. So not only did I not kick or touch or punch Ms. Heard at any time, calling myself a savage is certainly not confessing to what you suggest. So I disagree with your dissection of this text.
I will move forward then, too.
My lord, I just raised this. I have no problem, Miss Watts, putting the case to Mr. Depp. The trouble is, she has just put to him. She's tried to connect the text and the savage text to Miss Barker, and I believe not pleaded. It's not Miss Heard's witness statement. I have no problem with Miss Watts putting a case. It's just not her case. It's not the first time either.
My lord, the description savage came out of Mr. Depp's own lips yesterday. The fucking savage text has been in the case from the outset.
Yes.
And the connection is
Ms. Watts, you yourself have said to me there's quite a lot of material to get through.
I will get on.
It might be helpful if we keep the pleaded case.
I agree. All right. In January 2015, you and Miss Heard traveled to Tokyo, did you not?
We did travel to Tokyo at some point, yeah.
You were using drugs in Tokyo, were you not? Controlled drugs?
Controlled drugs?
Illegal drugs, not drugs that Dr. Kipper gives you?
As in?
Cocaine, MDMA, cannabis. You know what controlled drugs are.
Well, no, there are many controlled drugs. There are many controlled substances. I was not, and certainly especially traveling with my children, I'm not going to smuggle cocaine or marijuana, or green marijuana, or any such substances into Japan. As I've said, especially not with my children on the trip with us.
You were in a hotel room with Miss Heard, and you were the worst for wear as a result of drink and drugs. You lost your temper when you felt she was judging you, and you slapped her, and she struggled with you, and you wrestled her to the floor.
Again, that's incorrect. It's just not true. And it's certainly nothing I would ever take part in when my children are in an adjoining room or in the same room.
They were not in the same room.
Adjoining rooms is the same room.
After you had calmed down, you told her yet again that's the monster, and the monster had now gone.
Yes. I mean, that is what she liked to hear. That's placation. And that is,
You said it because she needed to hear that.
well, when you're dealing with someone who cannot be wrong ever, you must devise a way to communicate with them that does not spur some kind of monstrous argument, some kind of hideous attack or verbal abuse. You must placate that person. So no, it's like speaking to a child in a way. You have to.
Is your evidence Oh, sorry.
That's me. I love how he phrases that. By the way, I completely agree. We all know someone like that. We've all spoken to someone like that. We all have to alter our personality and communications because that person can't handle a stitch of criticism or pushback on anything. Can't admit to being wrong. Can never be self-deprecating. Have we ever heard her be self-deprecating?
No.
In any capacity? In all the things we've read? Isn't that amazing? Have you ever met someone who doesn't have any ability to be self-deprecating? The narcissism is so strong.
Yeah.
Even some major narcissists, every now and again, have the ability to be self-deprecating.
Yeah, even if they're just joking. But yeah, I know.
Yep.
She's quite the case.
She has no sense of humor. And one of the biggest sacrilegious things I've ever seen in my life in pop culture is her going admitted to the Don Rickles tribute.
Yeah.
So I'm on 16 here.
Yep.
Is your evidence, Mr. Depp, that did you agree that you phrased the monster if you did so in order to placate Mr. Not because you thought of yourself as a monster. That is exactly it. Your Lordship, and thank you for clarifying it. Oh, no, thank you. You put it, you put it far better than I could. He's kissing his ass.
I know.
You put it far better than I could ever have. Excuse me.
Can you go to the text schedule at bundle 6, page 55 at the bottom? The second one from the bottom, from somebody called Adam Go to you.
It's
Is it
Gow.
Goff?
It could be Goff, could be Gow.
Let's say Goff. Okay.
Go. This seems to be Mr. Deuters.
You are absolutely right. Mr. Deuters, who was with you in Tokyo, was he?
Yeah, yes.
Mr. Deuters said to Adam Goff.
Sorry, this is from Adam Goff to Mr. Deuters?
Yes, to Stephen Deuters, who was Mr. Depp's PA, who was with him in Tokyo. Have I got that right, Mr. Depp?
Yeah, yes.
And Adam Goff is asking Mr. Deuters, did you survive Japan? No giant monster attacks, I hope.
Yes, ma'am.
Does it seem from that others referred to the monster or monsters attacks? That's
This is
so
stupid.
reaching.
This is so yeah. No, I believe Adam Goff. I don't know.
I don't know.
Adam. I believe Adam Gow's Mr. Deuters are referring to is actually Godzilla.
Really?
Yeah, giant monster attacks, Tokyo. Yeah, I believe he's talking about the Japanese films where monsters attack people. Giant monsters.
You and Miss Heard had been engaged since September 2013?
I do not know the exact date, but sure.
And you got married in February 2015?
Yes.
I'm sure you will agree with this statement. It was a very complex relationship you had with Miss Heard, and there was a lot of anger on one level and a lot of arguing on one level. But there was also a very close connection and very deep love that you had between the two of you.
At the time, I felt so, yeah. I mean, it was complicated.
It was a complicated relationship?
Yes.
Exactly.
Yes.
After the wedding or before the wedding, many of those who advised you suggested you ought to get a prenup or prenuptial agreement, yes?
Yes, that is true.
Because according to the rules of California, on divorce, a wife is entitled to 50% of the wealth accumulated by her husband during the course of the marriage.
I suppose that's a reason for a prenup.
In fact, no prenup was signed before the marriage or indeed after the marriage.
No. We tried for, since she was unwilling to sign a prenup. So then we tried. My attorneys tried for Miss Heard to sign a postnuptial agreement, which, she had said was fine to do. So she said she was fine to sign the prenup as well, but, obviously it didn't happen. Yeah, so, we were killing him for the prenup stuff. When all this stuff hit, I think that thing you found, right, with TMZ is kind of going into that a little bit.
Yeah.
For next time. Yeah, I mean, initially when all this went down, we're like, how does he not have a prenuptial agreement? What a fucking moron. With his team of lawyers and people around him, you really think that wasn't proposed? And so she just I guess she just avoided it.
She ducked and dived and dodged it.
Yeah, you could just run the clock out, right?
Yeah, and she probably put the whole, well, you don't believe in the sanctity of love and marriage, and this just
definitely
belittles it. We don't need a piece of paper to,
Exactly. That's what he said to Vanessa.
Blah. Yeah, if I am him with, at the time, let's say 700 million in the bank, you don't sign a prenup, I'm not marrying you.
Yeah.
I got kids. You're
That's
not
right.
getting everything.
You could always, you use the kids as an excuse, right? Use the kids if that's what.
Exactly. This is a little different. I got kids. You have to sign this,
That's right.
or you hit the road, Jack.
I mean, you could just see how these conversations, went down.
She quoted Lord Byron and
he's
Kerouac.
such a pushover, and I mean that in a I don't mean that in a bad way. I think he's so easygoing, meaning and that he just wouldn't, belabor it every day. And eventually she wore him down and he's like, I just don't feel like it anymore.
Exactly.
You just she knew that he eventually would just quit on it. Because he has so many things going on, he's not going to push that issue. But I would think his lawyers probably every day were just like, You can't look, man. No offense, I don't trust her.
Yeah.
I just don't as friends as well.
Mm-hmm.
But then the post-nuptial, and he kept at it, and so we all owe him an apology, thinking he's some idiot that didn't even propose it. He did. He just got worn down, I think, as
Well, I
a
think
lot
he's
of people
about to
would have.
propose it in this next section, and we find out what happens.
So we're on
So 380.
384,
Yep. First line.
384, first line.
Okay.
You're answering, right?
Yep. She was fine to sign the prenup and the postnuptial, but it never happened.
No, it did not happen.
Can we then move to Australia?
Yes.
Okay. On the 11th of February, 2015, so a week or so after your marriage, your wedding, you flew to Australia to film one of the series of the Pirates of the Caribbean films,
Yes.
and you took a series of people with you, did you not? Your employees?
Yeah. We all traveled together in the same plane. Yes.
First of all, you took your nurse, Debbie Lloyd, did you not?
Yes.
Can I call her your sobriety nurse? Is that fair?
Yeah, sure. I mean, she was she's maintaining the fact that of it may be easier if recovering drug addicts. Let me interrupt. It may be easier to just refer to as Miss Lloyd.
Miss Lloyd.
Miss Lloyd.
Yes, Miss Lloyd.
Rather than delaying and discussing whether she should be called the sobriety nurse.
Absolutely.
Okay, that's well. It may be easier to refer to as Miss Lloyd.
I take that point. Okay, you went to Miss Lloyd. You went with Stephen Deuters. You went with Kevin Murphy. Yes.
I'm sorry, I just don't recall Kevin Murphy on this flight, but it's possible.
Ben King.
I do not recall Ben King on this flight. We're flying from Los Angeles.
Do not worry about the flight. We can come back to that. Miss Heard was filming in London at the time, was she not, when you first went to Australia?
Yes.
She was filming a film called London Fields.
Oh, here we go.
I know.
Yes.
With Billy Bob Thornton?
Yes.
The plan was that she was going to fly out from London directly to Australia to join you?
Yes.
Now, you're aware Miss Heard has claimed that during that visit in early March to Australia, you subjected her to a 3-day ordeal of assaults during which you were drunk, under the influence of drugs, including MDMA, and you were violent, and you deny that?
I vehemently deny it, and I will go as far to say that I categorically and patently deny it, and that's even worse, and that is a pedestrian fiction.
Is it fiction?
It is all fiction.
Indeed, in your statement, you said, I did not take any MDMA or any other drugs in early March 2015. Do you stand by that?
When I arrived in Australia, I had marijuana waiting for me. So imagine you just make a call and the DoorDash of DoorHash. There should be a marijuana business called DoorHash. When I arrived in Australia, I had marijuana waiting for me. So there's like a moment when I had spoken with Miss Heard on the phone. She's due to arrive in Australia relatively quickly, or within days. She asked me like over the phone if I would be able to get my hands on MDMA, ecstasy, as was her drug of choice, MDMA and mushrooms. So I texted Nathan Holmes, my other assistant at the time, and I asked him if he could get a hold of any ecstasy, and also I asked him if you could get cocaine from me.
Cocaine for you?
Yes, ma'am.
So you were planning, may I make it plain, Miss Heard never asked for any MDMA at all, and you're saying you're giving this account about taking drugs because you're aware that about a week ago it emerged that there was a series of texts between you, yourself, and Nathan Holmes in which you were clearly asking him to supply you with drugs, not Miss Heard. Shall we look at those in a little detail and take things one step at a time?
If you like.
Now, Ms. Lloyd was there to try and keep you on the straight and narrow and to help you stay on the straight and narrow.
Miss Lloyd was there to provide my meds. So no, as it had not gone on very well with Miss Heard, so Miss Lloyd traveled with me from that point on.
Could you go to file 4? It's the same tab, 138, page 843.
843.
Yes, so this was on the 19th of February. Sorry, the 20th of February. Can you see in the middle of the 2 hole punches, there's a date, 2/20/1100?
Yes.
Okay, 11 o'clock. All right, so on the 20th of February at 11 o'clock in the morning, the note says, quote, went to a patient's home to wait for him for a spray tan conference. The patient refused to wake up, and after 3 hours of trying, the appointment was rescheduled. Were you back on controlled drugs at that stage?
It would seem to be. I mean, if I was that far in, deep in sleep, Ambien, which is kind of a sleeping tablet, it's also very effective, and was part of my regime, if you will. I've had bouts of insomnia my whole life.
Can you go to file 10 now? It's only one tab, but if you look at the bottom, the numbers are 00264.
Did he mean regimen, not regime? Not regime,
Yeah,
right? It's regiment.
yeah.
He didn't
I think it
transcript
might
it, right?
be. It might be. Yeah.
Oh, yes, ma'am.
Now give me 1 second. These texts are between you and Nathan Holmes. All right. You will remember that over the last 2 weeks, there was a court hearing, 2 court hearings relating to the fact that these texts. I will cut through this. There was a legal discussion about the fact that the defense had received these texts very late in the day. Do you remember that? Do you accept that?
I do not remember the. Oh, sorry, the defense. Well, Miss Wallis, I think you do not need to establish this through the witness.
All right.
There was, as I recall, discussion about the issue as to whether these texts should have been disclosed.
Yes, I will not pursue that. Okay, Mr. Depp, these texts I suggest demonstrate that from the 25th of February, you were communicating with your assistant, Nathan Holmes. First of all, allowing him to use your cocaine, and secondly, asking for cocaine and asking for what you described as happy pills. What are happy pills?
Oh, geez, I'm trying to find where the hell you are here.
Have you not looked at these at all? Can you see the numbers on the left-hand side?
Oh, yes. Which number?
If you look at 24.
24 is on the next page. Yes.
24 is a message from you to Nathan Holmes. Quote, I panicked when you did not reply to my coal stealing text, end quote. At 26, it's an autocorrect. He said coke, not coal, right?
That would be funny if it was coal.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes.
And he is asking you about your stealing, as he calls it, your cocaine.
Yes.
You had cocaine. You could not have stolen it otherwise, could you?
I never took possession of cocaine in Australia. If Mr. Holmes had taken possession of it, then it would be pretty easy for him to take it. But not if he had given it to me per se. I don't recall if I was even using cocaine at the time. I know that we did not get either the ecstasy or the cocaine. Can I just ask you a question for? Not to confuse film with real life and fiction, but I'm going to here. This just occurs to me. He is pretty tight with. He remained tight with George Young from the movie Blow. Visited him in prison, had correspondence with him all throughout. When he got out, he was there for him, greeting him and stuff, and they kept the correspondence going.
Mm-hmm.
The director of Blow, Ted Demme, died of a cocaine overdose like months after the movie came out, ironically. It's crazy, right? I mean, really great director. I really liked many of his films.
He's the ultimate party guy producer, though.
Yes. He actually started at MTV, oddly enough. Dennis Leary's No Cure for Cancer stuff. He directed a lot of the remember the Cindy Crawford spots with Dennis Leary where he was doing these rants on him, early MTV, not early 90s MTV. Anyway, you'd think that would traumatize Depp, right?
Mm-hmm.
The director of this movie, ironically, dies of a cocaine overdose, not even at 40, right? You think, okay, well, maybe that's a message. Maybe
Why would it be?
doesn't do a thing. But the thing I'm saying is, so he remains tight with George Young. How much you want to bet he uses cocaine connections as easy access throughout over the.
Yeah.
You know how many people that guy knows all
Mhm.
around the globe? To be
Yeah.
85% responsible for the cocaine explosion in the United States and Pablo Escobar and the whole thing. Is there any doubt that he could utilize his access and connections to this day
I'm sure he
if he
could if he
wanted to?
wanted to. Mhm.
Yeah, I think, and because I keep going, where does he get all this shit from? Where does it come? I don't think there's any question. Friend of a friend of a friend of a friend, 6 degrees of George Young could easily just set him up whenever he felt like it.
Mhm. It's a good theory. I don't
Thank you.
doubt it. Thank
Where
you.
are we?
23. It's me.
389.
Yep. All right. Let us go back to the message 19. This is a message to you from Mr. Holmes. Yeah, I left. Hope you do not mind. I was about to die from tiredness. How's the stuff? So I'll bring some back. What stuff is he referring to?
Do not know.
I suggest it's cocaine.
It could be.
If it's cocaine,
Just a minute. Yes,
he is saying he took it off you. I borrowed some stuff. I borrowed some off you before I left and tipped it into an envelope. So whatever he's talking about, it's the sort of thing you can tip into an envelope. He says, "Do you hate me?" Then you say, have you lost your tiny head? It's a joke. Do you see that?
yes, I see that. Yes.
And then he says a little later, "I panicked when you did not reply to my coal stealing text," which you know is coke stealing text.
Yes, I mean, he corrects it. Sure.
We know now. Going back 19, the stuff that is being referred to as coke.
Well, then it is coke he's referring to.
Then he got it off you. Quote, "I borrowed some off you," end quote.
There is no text here that says it's great. I mean, I've done it. I'm using it. I've taken some. There's Mr. Holmes saying he took some of my coke. Did he?
Yes. Quote, "I borrowed some off you before I left," end quote. And then he says a little while later, quote, "I panicked when you did not reply to my coke stealing text," end quote. He's talking about taking some of your cocaine.
I can't explain it. All I can say is that if he had made the connection, which he may have, if he had made the connection, it's possible that he brought it and put it somewhere, and I was just not aware that it was there yet. I'm just asking the question that it's a possibility.
In his very simple exchange, he said, quote, "I borrowed some cocaine off you because I was very tired. I tipped a little into an envelope. Do you hate me?" You do not reply. Then he said, "I panicked when you did not reply to my coke stealing text."
Why? No, I did not reply to his coke stealing text because, maybe I didn't know it was there yet.
Okay. You're saying if Mr. Holmes is saying he has taken some of your coke, you did not even know you had any cocaine?
My response to him was, have you lost your tiny head?
Yes. And he said, "Maybe a little." And then he said, "I panicked when you did not reply to my coke stealing text. You said, 'Why would I, you fucking retard?'" Then he corrects coal to coke. Then you say, "I adore you, you goofy bastard. Hell no." That is to
That's so
say, hell
Thompson.
no. I am not cross. We are in this together. Yay. You are both taking cocaine together?
That's such a weird exchange.
I know.
It's so Thompson.
Hmm.
You goofy bastard. I do not recall that we're ever taking cocaine together. I do not see it anywhere. I've admitted to taking cocaine at the time, so.
Go to text 30, please. You send a text to him saying, "We should have more happy pills." Then he says, "Yeah, I am giving them to Steven to give to you." What are happy pills?
Happy pills are the medication that, some of the medications that Dr. Kipper prescribed to me were two very important. One Xanax for anxiety and sleep. Also, just to remain calm. So I'm remaining calm. The other was Adderall, which in cases of former junkies, the body gives up making dopamine and serotonin. So it doesn't know how to do that anymore because the drug provides that. So having been on that drug for many years, my body is unable to produce the proper amount of serotonin and dopamine to one where one can live a normal life. So happy pills are Xanax. Happy pills can be Adderall because they're replacement for dopamine and serotonin.
So ecstasy is often referred to as a happy pill, is it not? And has a little face with a smiley face on some of the pills. Have you ever heard of that?
I would say you are more familiar with it than I am. Well, Ms. Wallis is simply putting the question to you, Mr. Depp. I do not know.
Do you agree that ecstasy is sometimes referred to as happy pills, or do you not know?
I do not know that. I don't agree. There's no way he doesn't know that.
He
Even
knows
I know
that.
that.
You do
There was
not know
there's
that.
a 21 Jump Street episode with a smiley butt. You know, we're gonna put that
Yeah.
right here if you can mark it down, Sarah. And who's in it? Michael Desbar. That was the episode we keep going back to in season 4, where they're selling ecstasy at the club, and it's on a smiley button thing. There's no way he doesn't know that. Come on, Johnny. No, I don't know it.
Okay. There we go. All right. Can I just ask you, this explanation you've given us about happy pills being in relation to your medication, is there any reason why Ms. Lloyd was not dealing with this? Why you're asking the assistant of yours who appeared to have been using cocaine about happy pills?
Because my assistant, Miss Lloyd, was not on set at all times.
So you wanted them quite urgently, did you? These happy pills?
Well, yes. I mean, because when you run out, you're in the same. You're in a similar situation to what you're in when you're detoxing off opiates. Except these are not, how you fucking say this?
Benzodiazepine.
Very nice, Sarah. Nice. Benzodiaz. I can't even.
All right, keep going.
Say it one more time.
Okay, except these are benzodiazepine.
No, just you say it one more. Benzodiazepine. Benzodiazepine. Infinitum nihil. Antenacumpo. So you're, the danger is, unpleasant feelings. But, it's also seizures because, when you need those medications you're on, you sort of need them. Oh, by the way, is that what they call, quote, benzos?
Pretty sure, yeah.
I heard that somewhere in some drug slang.
Bro, you got any benzos?
Yeah. All right. At text 31, Nathan Holmes says, yes. So you are saying we should have more happy pills? Did Mr. Holmes require this medication as well?
No, ma'am. It's just a royal we. We should have more happy pills. Because I'm looking in a bag where the medication's normally kept, and we should have more happy pills. It's basically saying if we don't have them, we need to get them.
Yes, it is the royal we you use with your assistants, is it?
Yeah. I was not sharing the medication with Mr. Holmes.
Mr. Holmes at text 31 says, yes, we can. I'm giving them to Stephen to give to you. And if you can look at the next schedule, the one in file 6, is that still open?
Yes, it is. No, it's not. Yes, it is. Just a moment.
Sorry, file 6, tab 119.
What page? Sorry.
57, the bottom of page 57, you text. So Mr. Holmes is saying, I can give them to Stephen, this important medication. And Stephen, you then text Stephen Deuters, hello, Master D. I do believe that Ryan Munson's gave you a wee baggage for me. Where does it reside? Mr. Deuters says, it is in your green bag, sir, toward the left-hand corner.
Yes.
So this medication is passed from Mr. Holmes to Mr. Deuters to you, and Nurse Lloyd is nowhere around. Is that your evidence?
Sorry, what's the question?
I will move on, if I may. Otherwise, we are going to get drawn in. File 4, F757. Before you look at it, can I just ask you, did Marilyn Manson see you? Or did you see Marilyn Manson around this time in Australia?
he had a concert in Melbourne, I think, and I went and I played 1 or 2 songs with him at that show.
Right. To remind ourselves, we saw yesterday the text that took place in February 14 when Ms. Heard believed that you had been on a 24-hour drug binge with Marilyn Manson, the same person.
The same Marilyn Manson, yes.
F757, please, bundle 4.
This is 4.
4.
Did you say 757?
Yes, yes, it's tab. I should have said 131.
Oh no, I have it. Yes. Oh, just a moment. I'm still getting there. I can't seem to. Sorry. I'll just. Yes.
This was a text, sorry, an email from Dr. Kipper, and it includes someone called Alan. He's another doctor who was treating you. Is that correct?
He was the person I referred to as the shrank. Yes.
In the middle of the page, Alan, I did get a message. You called, but I thought it was in relation to something else. Since his friend Marilyn Manson is there visiting, end quote. Amber was coming to be with you on Wednesday, all right? Do you remember Dr. Kipper flew out to Australia?
Oh, yes, I do.
On around the 5th of March. Could you go back to the schedule that you were looking at tab 10, the Nathan Holmes texts?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, where would you like me to go here?
The one that has numbers down the left-hand side.
Yes.
Text number 43, you ask Mr. Holmes, where is the other one? Was that a reference to drugs?
I do not know. I do not know what I'm even talking about here.
Let us see what it says, what he says to you. There were 2G in that jar. Is that a reference to grams of cocaine?
Mr. Holmes wrote that text. I don't know if he's referring to 2G as could be $2,000. I don't know.
Let us read on. Are you out? I mean, you are not going to get out of money, are you?
Wait a minute. I'm sorry. I'm losing my. Okay, we're on 397.
Yep.
Could it also be? Are you out?
Out of the house, having walked?
Well, there are many ways to treat these questions. I guess.
Then he says this, the guy only carried 2 a day and more tomorrow.
Oh, yeah.
So it does not look like money, does it?
No, I guess not. I mean, but not. I mean, that's Miss Holmes's text.
It is to you, he said. It's because if he's caught with more than 2 here, it's 20 years in prison.
Jesus. So then he's obviously talking about drugs. Yeah.
Well, I would have thought so.
Oh, yeah. Yes.
Quote, I can try another guy and get one more for when you pick Malcolm up. Malcolm Connolly. He's one of your employees, yes?
Yes. Security. So let me just stop you though. We're on line 16.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be on 17. So there's this thing they do where they're trying not to carry a certain amount of drugs, in this case cocaine, because they know the sentences that you get caught with it.
I guess that's
transporting
probably
it.
what the dealer told Holmes and said,
Right.
I can only bring this amount because if I get caught, I'm effed.
It's amazing the trouble they put this guy, Nathan Holmes,
Mm-hmm.
into the situations you get put into in this. This
I
is
know, but it's
crazy shit.
also he's getting paid a little extra, it sounds like.
I would think we're not.
I'm
They
not
don't
talking
admit
money.
it. No. In coke, you mean?
Yeah. And happy pills.
Yeah, but still, I mean, there's some like, what is the middleman's sentence? Holmes, in fact.
I don't know. He's taking the
Does
risk.
Depp take the rap for him if he gets?
Oh,
This is crazy shit.
Sure.
And he knows exactly. I mean, these guys now know exactly what sentences are.
Mm-hmm.
For the amount that you get caught with. They must literally have like a chart on the dark web of the internet where like these are the sentences if you get. Seriously, I mean, he seems right at. I mean, immediately he goes
Mm-hmm.
right to that. It's because he's caught with more than 2 here. It's 20 years in prison.
Yep.
20 years.
Mm-hmm.
But you think the guy facilitating the deal, which is Depp, he gets nothing?
I don't know. Accessory? I don't know. I don't know the law. I don't do drugs.
I know, but it's a crazy world. And our buddy with the huge email to us that you got
I haven't received a response yet,
explains it
so I need to wait.
magnificently.
Yep.
Okay, we're gonna have to, once he gets a hold of green
I
lighting us to
will.
read this, because it's an insight into American drug dealing
Mm-hmm.
and how it all goes down in this
Mm-hmm.
person's experience. It's phenomenal. I had no idea. I mean, I knew some of that, but you know, it's just a great candid drug dealing for dummies, I guess. what the process is in 2000
I would be
whatever,
too nervous
modern day.
and on the verge of crapping my pants constantly to do it.
All right, so you're 17.
Mr. Holmes carries on, quote, I'm going to meet the man tomorrow. You will have it when you get here, end quote. Then he carries on, quote, then I am going more in the morning. I'm getting more in the morning, end quote. And you say, go. So whatever it is that you're talking about, you say go. He says, wish you would have told me that. I have a bunch away. I gave a bunch away. Jesus, I can't read. He says, then you said at 52, fucking give me the goddamn numbers. I'll take care of the shit. Don't bother. He says, you are coming to pick Malcolm up. Go to the bar. If not, I will get it and bring it up. This was all about him supplying drugs to you, is it not? You wanted to get a hold of some drugs?
Well, I clearly wanted to get hold of some drugs. Yeah, I said that.
You wanted to get.
Mr. Depp, I think yesterday we had confusion between the prescribed medications and controlled drugs. Controlled substances, yeah. I'm going to ask Miss Wallis to make clear which drugs she was asking you about right now.
You were trying to get a hold of the sort of drugs that result in somebody who brings them into the country getting 20 years in prison. This was not medication, this was controlled drugs.
I've already stated that I have asked Mr. Holmes if he could provide me with cocaine and the MDMA at that time.
But we know that Miss Heard never took cocaine. You said she rubbed some on her mouth once or twice.
No, ma'am. I said she had asked if it was a possibility that I could acquire MDMA. And I said earlier that the cocaine was for me.
The MDMA was for you?
Well, the MDMA was for us.
And text 77 after this. I will not go through each and every exchange, but at 77, you say to Mr. Holmes, I'm a grown fucking man and I will not be judged. Not be judged in capitals.
Yes.
Then at 84, I'll do whatever I damn well please. You do whatever you damn well please, do you not?
No, no, not at the expense of others. No, I do not. In my work, I do what I please.
So when you said in your witness statement that you had not taken drugs in Australia of any sort, that is clearly not the truth, was it?
I do not recall taking possession or physically taking possession of any drugs that I was even searching for. Just a minute. That's what I'm saying. I'm not recall taking physical possession of any drugs that you're looking for. No, exactly. I mean, the controlled substances, your lordship. I do not recall taking possession of those controlled substances.
Now, when Miss Heard arrived, the plan was that the two of you were going to stay in a house?
My lord, sorry to interrupt. I do not know whether this is just a convenient moment for a mid-morning break. Yes, Miss Wallis, I will take a break in the middle of the morning. Is that convenient point for you?
It is as convenient as any. Could I ask my lord to be very strict about the length of the break?
Well, Mr. Depp, we'll take a break now, but it would be 10 minutes and 10 minutes only.
Okay.
Yeah, sure.
All right, blah, blah, blah. They're on a break. Imagine you're hearing some elevator music right now.
What do we
I'm
skip to?
skipping. I'm looking.
Oh, I thought you knew. Okay.
They're going over some motions. Who gives a crap?
It's almost like as soon as you get back to him.
Yeah.
Wait.
Okay, we're on
Depp
page 402.
Wallis, 402, top of 402?
Line 4.
Yes, Miss Wallis.
Yes. All right. Mr. Depp, the plan was that you and Miss Heard should have some time together in Australia. Is that correct?
Yes.
And there was a house that was rented. Is that where you had been staying normally, or is that just for the time Ms. Heard was there?
No, that was for the duration of the film.
For the whole film. So the plan was that you would be staying in the same house for the duration of the film, which was to go on for some months?
Many months, yes.
And the house was occupied by yourself and your guards and security, or not?
I lived in the house when Miss Heard was not there. There were like 2 security guards just outside the front door of the house, and then there were like 2 other security guards at the gate who would sort of roam the property to make sure. And they were on like 24 hours a day. Yeah, yes.
So the 24-hour guards were attached to the house. They were not your employees. Is that correct?
They were hired by the production.
Yes.
Security for me, for us, Miss Heard and I, while we were staying at the house. Boy, that's A-list, right? They get Disney paying for the house, 24-hour security. I mean, this is all stuff that
No. Uber A-list.
Tracy Jacobs showed in the Ryder
Yep.
list of just, he has to have all the time. It's insane. And that movie better kill, or you're Disney, like, what did we just provide for
Yeah.
this bomb?
Yep.
Which it did. And that's why Disney fired him.
That's what they're going to say.
Yep.
All right. Was there anybody else living in the house, first of all, before Ms. Heard arrived?
Not that I recall.
No. And when Ms. Heard was there, the two of you had the use of the house exclusively?
Yes.
And presumably the house was stocked with provisions?
The house was stocked with provisions. It was on a daily basis. There'd be like a chef or the man who prepared the meals. There's a house manager that we'd sort of brought with us from England, and on a daily basis, Mr. Deuters, Mr. Holmes, I think it was Jerry Judge, Malcolm Connolly, they'd all have sort of been in and out of the house all the time.
But my question was about the provisions of the house. That was presumably a result of either you asked for or what your immediate staff would know that you would want.
I would like, what if Wasco's, does anybody in the house not have a British accent or Irish accent, or is there anyone with I suppose they would just the chef would
I'm not talking about food. I'm talking about alcohol now. We know that Ms. Heard enjoyed drinking red wine.
Yes, she did.
You confirmed yesterday that she did not really drink spirits?
No, she did not.
You had, when you had fallen off the wagon, hit the whiskey. We know that?
Yes.
And other spirits as well, had you not?
Yeah, I mean, when I fell off the wagon.
Did you ask your staff to supply or stock up the house with supplies of spirits?
No, no, ma'am. Because as I said at the time, the term is quote sober for someone who's not drinking.
Yes, so you would have specifically said to your staff, would you, for goodness sake, do not bring any vodka, Malibu, whiskey, spirits to the house?
I wouldn't necessarily have said that to them, as if I was already opening a bottle of wine and pouring the glass of wine from Miss Heard, I didn't feel that I was in any kind of danger of relapsing. So the alcohol was there. It was just sort of no interest to me.
Well, we're going to hear that there were quite a few bottles of spirits in that house, you see. What do you say about that?
I would have to say that it came with the house.
For you to drink and smash up as you pleased?
I don't believe the owner of the house bought those for me or for that purpose. No.
So you're saying that the house came with alcohol, but that was not a problem for you despite the fact that you were a recovering alcoholic?
No, it wasn't a problem for me until I believe the date was March 8th.
I'm going to suggest that the house was stocked with spirits in particular because you had asked for spirits, and you're suggesting that you had not had a drink for a year.
No, I believe it was 18 months.
Are you saying you'd not had a drink for 18 months?
I believe it was 18 months.
We're talking about March 2015, and you had 2015, and you had not had a drink since 2013, if you're telling the truth about that?
Like I said, I'm not clear if if that's 18 months, but it's what I remember it was at the time, and I was most assuredly a minimum of 9 months to a year. That's at the minimum.
You see, yesterday, in answer to my lord's question, you admitted drinking 2 bottles of champagne in March 2014, which was 10 months before the time you were in Australia. Was it the blackout that made you forget that?
Busted. 10 months? I do not know what you're saying.
Do you remember yesterday the learned judge asked you about a text that you had sent to Mr. Bettany about drinking 2 bottles of champagne?
I do remember the moment. Yeah, yes.
That took place in March of 2014?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, this is like, March 8th, 2015.
Sorry, my fault. I have made a mistake. Can I correct myself? May 2014 was the 2 bottles of champagne. In March 2015, you were in Australia.
Yes.
So it was not 18 months. It was not even a year since, on your own account, you'd been drinking alcohol?
If I made a mistake with the amount of days or months, or I was sort of off on my calculation of how long I'd been sober, then I'm incorrect in stating it was 18 months. I couldn't definitively say 18 months, but I was most definitely sober. And as I said, for at least 9 months to a year.
Well, Mr. Depp, I'm suggesting, and I just ask you to say whether you agree or disagree, that you were drinking regularly at the time in Australia when you were filming Pirates of the Caribbean, and you were taking controlled substances at that time, including cocaine and happy pills, which, in fact, contrary to what you're saying, are MDMA.
I respectfully disagree with your assumptions.
Thank you. Now, can you go to the text schedule at volume 6, page 58?
So text is 6, yes?
6?
Oh, thank you. I'm at the bottom of
It is 58 at the bottom.
yes.
This is the 6th of March 2015, a text from you, the second one from the bottom, to Mr. Deuters, and you said this: I will not again be doing anything that involves the discussion of furthering my embarrassment when there was still room in my head to do such a thing. Is that a reference to the production that you were involved in at the time?
Yeah, I mean, it seems so.
The character you thought of as your legacy was presumably the pirate Sparrow?
I believe at the time I was talking about all the characters that I played, I think.
All of your characters. All right.
I was discussing the fact that I was unhappy with the entire business of making films at that point.
I understand. You were angry, were you not?
Yes.
Quote, I held my ugliness and rage deeper down, end quote. Mr. Deuters was a yes man, was he not? He knew how to placate you, just as you say you knew how to placate Miss Heard.
I would say that is a question for Mr. Deuters, in my opinion. Well, you are being asked, Mr. Depp. Do you accept the characterization of Mr. Deuters as a quote yes man? I do not accept that, my lord. I'm sorry. I just did not answer it that way.
All right. Well, Mr. Deuters, in answer to this text, which you accept was a display of your anger, said this, quote, when I was a kid, I loved my writers, my directors, my musicians, but there was only one actor I loved, one actor whose films I would go and see every single one of at the cinema, and I was not alone, nor am I now. You are a maverick, an artist, a bona fide fucking legend, one of the all-time greats, all time. You are loved out there in the world, and all anybody wants to see on that screen is the Johnny Depp they know and love. That said, you deserve to take a break. Take some time off, look after yourself for a while, and then we can discuss other stuff, end quote. I've only read half of it, and I'm not going to read more, but what he's
I'll
saying is
read more.
yeah, but what he's saying is basically that you're wonderful, yes, and secondly, take a break, look after yourself.
Oh, I want to hear the rest of that so badly.
Hmm.
I mean, I agree with a lot of that. I mean, that's certainly me.
I thought of you
The
as I
man who
read that.
sees astronaut's wife 6
I
times.
know.
He's right. I mean, he's a guy that you isolate and go to see, and very, very rarely do you isolate one person and just follow them around cinematically like that.
Hmm.
It's not. Is it hyperbole? No, I think all of what he says is true. And I
I
see
don't think
nothing wrong
I
with saying
so
that to him
don't
in that.
say that. Yeah, that's not a yes man. That's just somebody.
No, I think that's spot on. Actually,
Yeah.
I just wish I heard the rest of it.
All right, you're up.
Well, that would be great though. In the middle of it, if he goes, "Well, not Mordecai and Transcendent so much," and he takes these little
No,
like
he'd be a yes
contemporary.
man if he said, I've never been more moved than I was watching your slapstick. You revolutionized slapstick in Mordecai. Gross.
Lone Ranger was better than the original series, and
Yeah. You got any more
your
pictures?
Willy Wonka is better than
Hey Johnny,
the
speaking of Lone
original.
Ranger, you got any more pictures of Amber holding that Tonto sign that we haven't seen?
Do I have more pictures of it?
No, that's Deuter saying, "Yeah, Johnny,
Oh,
do you
right,
have
right,
any
right,
more?"
right, right, right. I the fappening.
Yeah. All right, sorry, go ahead. Line 24.
God, you Willy Wonka. Gene Wilder is not. Gene Wilder stole Willy Wonka from you. I believe Mr. Deuters is saying to me, there's, based on fact, I was miserable, just simply miserable, and my,
And he was trying to cheer you up?
yeah, I mean, he's trying to make me feel better about myself. I was just not feeling great about myself, and most of it had to do with that relationship with Miss Heard.
Miss Heard came from a film that she was filming in order to see you. Why did you not just say, "Why do we not have a break?" If that's how you felt about her.
Why did I not ask Miss Heard to have a break?
No, why did you specifically arrange that Ms. Heard should go out to Australia to see you if you were feeling that? The relationship was making you feel not great about yourself.
Well, in order to try and make the relationship work, we needed to see one another.
Right, I understand. Now, just to finish Mr. Deuter's text, at the last 3 lines, he said, "So, as I have told you before, to call it an honor to work for you does not do my feelings on the topic, blah, blah, blah. And by fuck does this business need you?" End quote. The text made you feel better, presumably, with such adoration.
Upon looking at it, I would say it was very, very kind gesture and a wonderful attempt by a friend to pull me out of what I felt like was a constant tailspin, and of constantly being told you're fucking wrong and you're, pardon the term, a fuck up and many things like that. So there's things that I can very easily go into, which is a depression. And so he knew that, and he was trying to take me out of it. I don't know that it would have worked to the degree that he hoped.
What are you referring to when you're talking about people accusing you of being a fuck up? Your words, not mine. Is Ms. Heard? Is that a reference to Ms. Heard and the fact that she did not flatter you in the way Mr. Deuters did?
No, she did flatter me at times when it was in her favor to do so. But there were many, many times when it was a constant barrage of insults, demeaning footnotes, and even accusations of things that just never happened. So it was a very frustrating situation, and it was very complicated, as we said before.
The position I think we can both agree is that by the time Ms. Heard came to Australia, you were in rather an angry frame of mind.
You'll like this. This is he's just you know what I'm gonna say, Sarah, before we get into it. I'm
Mhm.
gonna say this is why Disney fired him. I'm gonna say
Yeah.
that this might be a number one.
Okay.
What we're about to read. And this is just kind of me theorizing, but okay.
Mhm.
I don't know that I was in an angry frame of mind. I was just unhappy with the production.
The Pirates of the Caribbean.
Well, yeah, the Pirates of the Caribbean. I was unhappy in my relationship. Therefore, I was far away from my kids as well, and I was unhappy with my life and my relationship with Miss Heard.
I accept what you say, Mr. Depp, but your unhappiness demonstrated itself also in anger. You were angry about your work, were you not? The reference in the text demonstrates anger.
Well, I was angry or upset by the fact that we're working on the 5th Pirates of the Caribbean, and on every other film of the Pirate series, it was overriding all the, I'd rewritten everything for the characters. So when you're in this,
My lord, I do not want to unfairly stop this witness giving any relevant evidence, but perhaps an expose of his involvement with the character is not going to take this case any further. I would ask that we move on without wishing to cause any offense.
She's asking him though.
I know.
Like you started it.
She's just being a
Go on.
CUNT.
Oh, I know. And
That's
you
her
portray
job.
her so well to the letter.
Yeah.
Everyone said you're getting such rave reviews by your little gunketeers.
She blabbers, and I zone sometimes. Be
Yeah, but
honest
you're
here.
so good at it. That
And
little
then
subtle
I
sarcasm.
mispronounce things, and I throw the meaning off sometimes
like
because I'm zoning.
how easily Depp picks up on it though. Like he's just like
Yeah.
he's not having it. Mr. Depp, you were asked whether you were angry about your work. Do you agree or disagree with how you were angry about your work? Well, yes, my lord. I mean, I was angry about my work, and we'd already established that. All right.
Perhaps for the sake of trying to get through the questions, if possible, you could answer them yes or no, and then there's anything extra that you feel has to be said, then of course say it. So, were you angry about your work? Yes. Were you angry about your failure to kick your drug addiction?
I had kicked my drug addiction.
You had kicked your drug addiction. Were you angry about Ms. Heard's disapproval of you in general? I think the answer to that is yes, is it not?
Yes.
Were you angry about Ms. Heard's appearance in the film she was doing in London Fields with Billy Bob Thornton?
At that time, no.
Really?
We had already been through what I thought was the entire argument over London Fields, and I thought we were past it at that point.
Did you have any feelings of jealousy about Billy Bob Thornton?
No, just his soul patch and hair plugs.
And that hairy back patch he has.
And
If you've ever seen Monster, God, poor Halle Berry. She had to run her fingers through that. She had to run her fingers through that hairy back patch.
I want to feel good.
Isn't that the most awkward acting?
By the way, I should say, and this doesn't come. I think it's in the next Jacobs thing we do. The director of that is Mark Forster, who also oddly directs Finding Neverland.
Oh, okay. Oh, he had issues, didn't he?
And they bash him in this the next Jacobs thing. Somebody says it, and I can't remember who, if it's Depp or his sister or Jacobs herself, says that piece of shit, that pretentious piece of shit Mark Forster wants us to do. Something like that. So that got out. That's one of the little things that gets out in these scripts that is just napalm, around town.
Mm-hmm.
That something like that pretentious piece of shit Mark Forster wants us to do, we're not going to do. Something like that. And they're going back and forth about what scripts to take.
Mm-hmm.
So that's the director of Monsters Ball and Finding Neverland. Same person.
I can't think of a movie. I saw Monsters Ball in the theater, I think. What movie made me want to jump off a roof faster? Monsters Ball or
very depressing, right?
What's that Sean Penn movie? Mystic River. Oh.
Yeah. The kid, the son in that passed away, I think, last year. Very sad. Very, very sad ending. It's really, really tough stuff.
Wasn't Heath Ledger played Billy Bob Thornton's son, right?
Yes. And that was a very disturbing relationship.
Yeah.
Just a movie makes you want to kill yourself after you're done.
Yeah, absolutely.
There's nothing good about it.
I walked out of Mystic River, and it's the same color. It's like this gray, overcast for 2.5 hours.
Yep.
And I think it's about a child getting murdered. You walk out and you're like, there's nothing good about life.
I know. Why do you want to make a movie like that?
I know.
I'm not saying everything should be Pollyanna, but that's just like, how do you What's Eating Gilbert Grape is very, very hypnotically depressing. Mm-hmm. Have you ever seen that all the way through?
Not all the way through, no.
There's really they like to think it has a happy ending, but there's nothing. You don't feel good.
I'm always uncomfortable with Leonardo DiCaprio's portrayal of the mentally challenged boy.
That's probably his best thing he's ever done.
No, I totally agree. It makes me uncomfortable because it's so good, and it reminds me of my cousin who I told you about.
The whole thing's going to remind you of people, if you're like,
I know.
Have relatives that are kind of, as we pompous New Yorkers say, flyover states. West Virginia, Kansas, Iowa,
Oregon,
whatever. Oregon,
fly from Seattle to
West
Los
Virginia,
Angeles.
Yeah, and that kind of. It's a tough movie.
Yeah.
It was and he is you can see the throes of addiction in Depp,
Yeah,
because
he
he
does
admits it.
not
That
look
was the
good.
worst time. It's right after the Winona Ryder relationship.
His pallor.
That
His,
leads to the intervention right after
yeah.
that
Mm-hmm.
at Jacob's
You can
that
tell
Jacobs set up.
he's translucent.
Pad,
You
yes,
can.
exactly right.
It's
Yep.
disgusting. Okay. All right. Let's barrel through this here. All
So
right.
are we?
Okay.
Der Thornton.
Yeah. Were you also angry at friends who had been advising you about whether you should have got a prenup when you married Miss Heard?
I was not angry about friends telling me that I should make sure I get a prenup or a postnup. I just, it didn't make me angry. What was frustrating is that Miss Heard was avoiding the prenup and the postnup and rushing to this wedding.
You said in a text we looked at a little while ago to Nathan Holmes, I'm a grown fucking man and I will not be judged. I will do whatever I damn well please. I suggest you were angry. You are in a house that you had exclusive occupancy of with Miss Heard, a house with a large amount of alcohol in it, and what you described as your ugliness came to the fore very much in the 3 days that Miss Heard stayed in the house.
The 3-day period that Miss Heard speaks about or alleges was not a 3-day ordeal at all. It happened in one day on, I believe it was a Sunday, like March 8th. So I think it was a Sunday. And that was the morning where she had started yelling at me because she had been forced to sign or asked to sign a prenup or a postnup, excuse me.
I'm going to suggest that the cause of the argument was nothing to do with that. She was upset and angry herself that you were drinking it to excess and you were taking pills. There's a large bag of pills that you had been supplied with that you told her was MDMA, and you said to her that MDMA was not on the list of drugs that you were prohibited from taking.
Perhaps, Miss Wallis, you can take this in stages so that Mr. Depp can agree or disagree. Perhaps you could break up the question.
Yes, Mr. Depp, I'm going to break up this question, and if possible, could you just say whether or not you agree or disagree with each segment of it?
Yes.
The argument you had with Miss Heard began because you were drinking and taking drugs?
No, ma'am.
You had a large quantity of MDMA tablets in that house
No, ma'am.
that you were taking and she was not taking?
No, ma'am.
You had a large quantity of alcoholic spirits that you were drinking?
No, ma'am.
You were drinking from the bottle?
No, ma'am. Just a minute. Yes,
A bottle of spirits, not wine.
no, ma'am.
When she told you that she was unhappy about this, you made a point of putting a handful of pills straight into your mouth?
No, ma'am.
You did this to make a point that you could, as you said to Nathan Holmes, whatever you damn well please.
No, ma'am.
And the more Miss Heard became angry with you, you turned your anger into violence with her.
No, ma'am.
You pushed her into the fridge, not inside the fridge, but into the door of the fridge, and you slapped her across the face.
Not true, ma'am.
And on the Friday, you had a cigarette in your hand, as you do most of the time, and you threatened to put it out on your face.
No, ma'am.
You were completely off your head on drink and drugs.
I'm sorry. What's the date you're saying this is?
Do not worry about the dates. I'm asking you whether this happened.
Okay. Did not happen then. No.
It did not happen?
Nope.
May I say, before Mr. Sherborne springs up, that you are not saying, so that it is clear, I did not do all of those things on the 6th, but it may have happened on the 8th. You're saying that it did not happen at all, are you not?
Well, the first time I had a drink of alcohol or taste of alcohol in a very, very long time was on March 8th during the altercation with Miss Heard. That happened in a matter of hours, not 3 days.
There were times during the arguments when Miss Heard stormed off upstairs. Do you remember that? Did that happen, leaving you downstairs?
No.
And she stayed upstairs and barricaded herself in the bedroom so that you could not get into the bedroom. She pushed furniture against the bedroom door.
No.
The first night when the argument started, you did not share a bed that night, did you?
I do not recall.
Have a think.
Well, it's a long time ago, and lots happened since then. I don't recall if we slept in the same bed or not.
I suggest you stayed up all night taking ecstasy.
No, ma'am.
And the following day, when Miss Heard came down, she was in her nightdress. Do you remember that she had a burgundy nightdress given to her by Dr. Kipper? Creepy.
You know, I do not recall that costume.
Were you playing music very loudly? Really, really loudly?
I do not recall that.
You do not recall that either?
No.
And in the morning, do you recall Miss Heard trying to calm you down and suggested to you that you both should have some breakfast?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall lines of cocaine on the breakfast bar?
No, ma'am.
Do you recall drinking?
Just slow down, please. Yes.
Do you recall drinking Jack Daniels from the bottle?
No, ma'am. It did not happen.
And only a few pills left in the bag of pills on the breakfast bar?
No, I don't recall that either.
And do you remember a time when Miss Heard tried to take the bottle off of you and said you should not be drinking because of the medication you were on, the prescribed medication from Nurse Lloyd?
No.
Do you do not remember her saying that to you?
It just did not happen.
You turned on her and told her that everything your friends had told you about her was right. Your friends all hated her, you did not love her, and you grabbed her by the throat and held her up against the fridge, and you said to her that it would be easy to crush her neck.
Fabricated and vicious.
You held her by the hair, pulled her hair, and slapped her face.
Not true.
She tried to go upstairs so she could leave,
Not true.
but you stopped her from leaving.
No, ma'am.
And you carried on drinking and carried on berating her, telling her that you hated her.
No, ma'am.
And you pushed her around and you actually spat in her face.
No, ma'am.
You were all this time holding on to a bottle of spirits, drinking from it.
Not true, ma'am.
And at one stage, you offered the bottle to Miss Heard. You were goading her to take a drink from it.
No, ma'am.
Miss Heard took the bottle and she smashed it to the ground.
No, ma'am.
And that gesture, Mr. Depp, set you off.
No, ma'am.
You picked up another bottle and threw it at the wall.
No, ma'am.
And you were throwing bottle after bottle.
Not true, ma'am.
Like you enjoyed smashing things on that clip we saw the day before yesterday.
I do not enjoy smashing things. The
And all this-
accusations are untrue.
My apologies, Mr. Depp. And all this time you were screaming at Miss Heard that you hated her?
I do not recall that. I do. No, I don't. I didn't think I did that, and I just do not know.
You broke the window of the house?
No, ma'am.
You threw Miss Heard against a ping pong table which collapsed.
Not true, ma'am.
And when Miss Heard ran from...
Just a minute, please.
When Miss Heard ran from the ping pong table to the kitchen, you ran after her and again held her up against the fridge?
No, ma'am. Not true.
I'm going to interject. The fridge she said he held her up against, she described it. I
Yes.
think she even gave a model number of the fridge. The fridge, if I'm not mistaken, this is the fridge she's talking about. The fridge, the owner of that house didn't buy that fridge that she's talking about until like
Not only
months.
that, Best Buy will not confirm it. Will not confirm this serial number.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Where are we at?
Nor will Costco. Costco refuses to confirm it either. So it's
Oh,
I don't know
geez.
what's going on. I want to know about the ice machine.
I know you do. All right. Line 20.
No, ma'am. Not true.
And you were smashing her head, so the back of her head was hitting the fridge?
No, ma'am. These are, in fact, fabrications.
You were blaming her for your behavior. You were saying, you fucking do this to me every time you fucking did this.
No, ma'am.
And you accused her of having affairs with her leading men?
Possibly, yeah.
And at this time, you were particularly fixated with Billy Bob Thornton?
No, ma'am. No, you've heard his band, right?
Yeah. You were.
Until a certain point.
What point was that? Was it during this 3 days that I'm talking about, or what you call the one day, or another time?
Well, after the incident when Miss Heard threw the bottle of vodka at me, there's a second bottle of vodka at me, which severed the tip of my finger and crushed the bones. That is when I began to feel I was probably some species of a breakdown, a nervous breakdown or something. I had not realized that it had been cut off immediately until I felt the warmth of my finger, and that is when I began to write things on the walls with my finger.
It's so dark. Okay, we will come to that in a minute, if we may. I will come back and let
Sorry, I'm not a professional witness, so I'm just gonna try to answer the question.
You're doing very well, if I may say so, in dealing with the allegations. Very efficiently.
Oh,
God.
very, very kind of you.
Oh, I'm so uncomfortable
I think
reading
he's
this.
being sarcastic.
Yeah,
there.
they both are.
Yeah, they're both out trying to out sarcastic
They're
each other.
sword fighting each other.
Yes,
Okay, you were saying to Miss Heard that she had ruined your life.
that is quite likely very true.
You said you were going to kill her and fuck her corpse.
That is not true.
You remember those texts with Mr. Bettany? Quote, let's drown her before we burn her. I will fuck her burnt corpse afterwards to make sure she's dead, end quote. And that was sort of the language you were using to Miss Heard in Australia.
That's just some kind of hideous sense of humor between Mr. Bettany and I.
There was nothing funny, was there, about what was going on in Australia?
Not remotely, no. Not funny. Just a minute, please. Yes,
At one stage, when you were in the kitchen screaming at Miss Heard, you picked up a wall-mounted telephone. Do you remember taking a telephone in the kitchen?
no, ma'am. I remember telephone in the bar area.
And this telephone that you picked up was made of bake light?
I don't,
Whatever. Do you know what I mean by that? A retro telephone, wall-mounted, but retro?
It was a wall-mounted telephone. It was not Bakelite. It was like a modern phone. It was a sort of plastic.
A phone that was I keep reading this wrong. A phone that was a wall-mounted phone that was picked up by you, held in your right hand, that you repeatedly smashing against the wall in your right hand.
That's possible. I don't know if that's the case. I don't believe I spent very much time on the phone. I remember ripping the phone off the wall though.
By this stage, you were really, really angry, were you not?
I just lost the tip of my finger. Excuse me. As a human being, and as a musician, that's kind of a little upsetting when you see the bone sticking out.
You see, after the divorce, after the domestic violence restraining order, you made public statements and Miss Heard cut your finger off. But prior to that, you had always either not known how it was severed or you had said you had done it.
I mean, I like skull rings. This is ridiculous. Just a minute. Do you agree with that? No, your lordship. My lord, I do not agree with that. After the event, since I was scheduled to work the next morning, I went to the hospital, and there, this wasn't going to be no work. I'm sorry, what's your point again? I will ask Miss Wallis to repeat the question. Would you mind?
I'm trying to remember what it was.
Can I tell you what my note is so you can tell me if you misunderstood your question? I think the question was noted was Mr. Depp that you had made public statements after your divorce. Oh, yeah, yes.
Saying that Ms. Heard had cut your finger off, but prior to the divorce, I think by the divorce, we were meaning a year or so after these events. You said that you did not know how your finger had been cut off.
I see.
Or you said that you had done this, in other words, that you had been responsible for cutting off your finger.
Indeed. I mean, I understand now. Thank you.
The question is, do you agree with that description?
Well, at the time, I had to give the news to the production company that I would not be working the next day. They asked what happened, and I lied. Actually, lied to the production and to anyone who had anything to do with that production. I told them I'd slammed my finger into a very large accordion door, so that I didn't have to. I was trying to protect Miss Heard from.
I'll come back to the finger and allow you to say more about that. Can I suggest what I say happened, and you can agree or disagree with it? On the last day that Ms. Heard was in the house, she came downstairs in the morning. You had not been upstairs to the bedroom all night, and the music was still blaring really loud, and the house was completely destroyed. Everything was broken and shattered. The televisions, the window, there was paint everywhere, and it was clear at that stage, that you had very seriously damaged your finger.
So the claim is that Miss Heard was not there when my finger was severed?
The claim, as you call it, was that Ms. Heard came downstairs to find that you had very seriously damaged your finger, so she was not there, no.
That is not true.
The damage to your finger was very serious, was it not?
Yes.
And very painful?
Yes.
And was bleeding profusely?
Yes, ma'am.
Can you help us with why you did not immediately call for immediate medical help to have that injury seen to?
I called Jerry Judge, as I think the first call I made was Jerry Judge.
It may well have been.
Well, possibly Mr. Deuters.
Mr. Deuters?
Possibly.
Okay.
You know, I do not recall, but I do not recall exactly who I called. I really don't.
It was hours and hours before you called for any help as a result of the injury to your finger.
No.
And could you take bundle 6, which are some photographs?
Yes. Which tab then?
It's tab 148. It is B. There's a separate tab B.
148B? No, 148B. Thank you.
Now, these are some photographs taken at the house that you had rented.
Yes.
If we look at the first photograph behind tab B, you had written on a mirror. Do you agree?
Yes, ma'am.
And you had written in paint, but you had used your finger, your injured finger, in place of a paintbrush. So you had dipped your injured finger in paint and then used your finger to do the graffiti that we see here.
Yes, ma'am. At first, I was using the blood that was coming out of my finger, and that's the heart. You know, it's in the heart. Is that what you see in that? NBU at the bottom. I can't tell what it says.
We can see that. Has my lord got that?
On the right hand side.
There's some lipstick, a message in lipstick, which I presumably is call Carly. She said better, babe, or something. Is that something
She said it
different?
better.
Yeah.
You're so vain, I think.
Yeah.
Oh no. Call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe. And then there's like a little smiley face with.
Yeah, it's been determined. I'm going to cut in. It's been determined that Amber Heard wrote that in the lipstick.
Okay.
And she wrote to him, call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe.
So he doesn't say babe.
Yeah, no, yeah, exactly. But she's goading him. He's running around the house like in shock with his finger missing, and she's goading him, and he starts writing things. Anyway, we'll get to it. All right. Let's see, was that a message written on a different occasion or the same occasion?
No, that is misheard.
Oh, okay, explain that for no reason. Yes.
No, it's okay. That's okay. I like that you got in front of it because I forgot this is coming too. It's been a while since I've read this. I never saw that. Just a minute. Call Carly, babe. Oh no, Carly Simon, sir. It's a reference to a song. You know, "You're So Vain," I believe. Sarah, what's that? Who's that about again? Is it Mick Jagger?
Oh my God.
It's
No,
something to do with
Warren
Mick.
Beatty. It was about Warren Beatty.
That's right. Warren Beatty.
Yeah.
Right.
I haven't thought about that in 10 years. Okay. All right.
I'm thinking of Billy Joel's Big Shot.
Yeah.
It's about Bianca Jagger, I think.
Yeah. What line are we on?
16.
Okay. You said that had been written on a previous occasion?
No, the call Carly Simon. She said it better, babe. I believe it was written after I had left the house to go to the emergency room.
Why do you think that?
Because that's just not my handwriting. It's a horrible attempt to write like me.
The black, which is your handwriting?
That is me, yeah.
It seems to cover the words call. Can you see that? Covers the A of Carly and said. It was that after. The black goes on after the lipstick.
In this photograph, it may look like that, but maybe she wrote it then. I don't even recall seeing it. How do you think Carly Simon feels about all this?
I know. She's like, yeah, thanks.
Right? She's pulled into this.
Mhm.
I don't know I wonder if she even knows about it. Let's tweet her a screenshot of this.
Oh God.
How she's embroiled in this.
Are you
I
proud,
would love
Carly?
to know what she thinks. I know. James Taylor.
All right. Okay, maybe
You're
you
at 6.
maybe you just do not know because you were so off your head.
I see what you're saying, but it's just not the case.
Let us look at the graffiti that you did do. The black in that picture you were responsible for, yes?
Yes.
The red on the right, which is slightly different red from the Carly Simon message, you say is your own blood?
Yes, ma'am.
That was bleeding from your injured finger?
Yes, my
And over the page, please, 2546.
wow. Here we, just a minute. Yes,
Does that say starring Billy Bob?
yes, it does. Just a minute, please.
Sorry.
Did you write what we see at the page 2546, Mr. Depp? Yeah, I mean, yes, I was starring Billy Bob, Easy Amber at the bottom. Yeah, yes, I did write that.
And this painting exercise of yours was going on all over the house, was it not? On the floors, on the walls, on the sofas, everywhere?
No, I mean, I recall the mirror. I recall a wall, and I recall a lampshade.
Go to file 9, tab 87.
Just a minute. 9?
Yes.
Tab, which is 87?
Hang on a second. 87H. 2.
I have that reference at page number J14B. Yes, yeah. You have the right page? Thank you.
We're all on the same page. That's a screenshot of a lamp bearing similar graffiti to the graffiti we see on the mirror.
Yes.
We have a date March 8th at 12:52 p.m.
Yes.
March 8th, 2015, and you did that as well?
Yes, ma'am.
This was at a time when you were severely injured?
Yes, ma'am.
Somebody who was sober and not under the influence of drugs would have realized, would have felt considerable pain. Do you agree?
Yes, ma'am. I mean, I did feel considerable pain.
You did not know you were doing what you were doing at this stage?
That is not true. I knew exactly what I was doing. Just a minute. Yes,
What were you doing?
for me at that time, it was the end. It was the end
The end of your relationship?
for sure. You know, I was convinced that it was just never going to get any better than that, or only worse. And worse meant death. And I was like, you know, so this is like a message to her. Good luck and be careful, because, you know, and at the top, it's a reference to her ambition to be this really big star.
When you called in another text, what you called in another text, quote, her actress bullshit and fucking ambition, you did not like that, did you?
I did not like.
Her ambition?
Well, you know, let me explain. I actually explained this last
Mhm.
time. He goes into it here. Hopefully, it's better than me. Unfortunately, ambition for me is sort of, you know, one of those words that it's become ugly, in the sense that ambition to be a star, or to be an actress, or to be an actor without having done. Oh, this is great. I forgot about this. To be an actress or to be an actor without actually having done any of the work to get there. So when all you want is the recognition for fame, and you're interested in just the result and not the actual journey. So that's why the word ambition to me is like one that I really just dislike as a rule in this business, simply because I believe that hungry or passionate or driven is the way to approach one's work. That is my feeling. So
So that's why you said good luck at the top. The more important question, Mr. Depp, is not why you felt it was the end of your relationship, but why you felt it was more important to paint graffiti all over a house that was not your house. And it must have taken more considerable time, because we will hear evidence that there was a lot of this paint smeared around the house. Do you remember how long it took you?
I do not remember exactly how long it took me, but it was not. No, it was not a long, drawn out process. It was not long before security was notified and help arrived. By the way, I just want to say, I agree with everything you said about her and
Hmm.
her ilk and Hollywood and these. I mean, it's everything wrong with. She's everything wrong with Hollywood, and just. I mean, you could say this with sports. I say this all the time with people's obsession with rings
Hmm.
and the championship, and people don't enjoy the journey. It's why like the regular season is minimized all the time in whatever
Yeah.
sport you're talking about. I just want the ring. How many rings you got? How many rings you got? If you don't enjoy what's going on the court, the sport itself, the beauty of basketball, and what it takes to get there, you don't deserve to watch it. If all you do is count rings and you want the fame that comes with what he says in a Hollywood sense, is these people who just, I want the Oscar. I don't want to do the work to get there. I don't care about talent. I don't care about the work, like the process. I just want to be famous. And it is everything wrong with that industry. He is 100% correct.
Yeah.
He profiles her magnificently there.
Yeah.
And her ilk. There's so many. Hollywood is, I'd say 80% of Hollywood is that.
No more is that true than, the new generation on Twitter and going after the great Damian Lillard, because he chooses not to go to a LeBron built super team and earn a title or a chip. I can't stand that in Portland, which is a market. They don't get it. They don't have any of the benefits that Los Angeles has. There's an income tax here. So we attract the players that actually want to play. We don't attract the players, of course, that want to go make movies, even though Nike's, is a block away from the Moda Center in Portland. You're not going to get a cameo on some, Thursday night comedy show on NBC by playing for the Portland Trailblazers. I'm done.
It's for all the wrong reasons. But a guy like LeBron, who has private jets and access to everything, he doesn't need to be in LA to do it. He could easily play and should have played in a place like Portland. A Blazer championship is far more to your legacy than the Lakers. The Lakers don't need more stars. That's all they've done. They've had every advantage in the world for generations.
Last season, you and I, we were, rooting for the Milwaukee Bucks to win that championship over the Suns. The Suns are considered a small market, I guess, but
the market stuff is the dumbest thing in the world.
I know, it's so stupid, but like Milwaukee and Portland, they're very similar. Not really this year with quality, but Milwaukee, they have to earn that championship. It's not handed to them with every benefit. They don't have an owner that can go, $300 million into the luxury tax on a whim with no problem. They got to work within their boundary. Okay, I'm done. I could go on for an hour.
No, well, Amber Heard personifies the NBA poser that hasn't done any of the work, hasn't done individually, hasn't elevated anything, and wants to latch on to some team for some cheap championship ring that they had virtually nothing to do with. Whose career would you rather have? Karl Malone and John Stockton's, or Derek Fisher and John Sally?
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I agree.
You want Malone and Stockton's career. It's not even close.
Do you want to do like 2 more pages and we can get into comments? Because that'll put us at like 3 hours.
Okay. We're going for this. We're let me see if I could do the math here. Yeah, we're heading towards 4 hours.
Yeah. All right, let's get through this. Where are we at?
Where am I?
Okay, I think it's me.
Yeah.
Oh God, sorry everybody.
It's okay. I love what he said about fame wars, and that's what he's calling her he's calling her no better than a fucking reality show wannabe Kardashian, and Hollywood is just writhing with these Kardashian wannabes now that don't want to. There's no talent involved at all. It's just give me the fame, get me right to the prize.
Yep. All right, we're on page 430, line 16. It's me. Okay. All right. Because you see, when Miss Heard came down and saw what I suggest was a state of complete carnage in the house, you held up your right hand, showed her your finger, which was bleeding profusely, and said, "Look what you made me do." And she was the one who told you to phone security.
Amber, look what you've done to me. God. I never thought I'd fall in love so easily. Oh, Amber.
That's not the answer. He goes.
I'm afraid that is not true and is completely incorrect.
You were saying, "Is this good enough for you? This is what a fucking idiot I am for loving you."
What was I supposed to have said?
Is this good enough for you? This is what a fucking idiot I am for loving you.
Possibly, I could have said that, and it's certainly what I was feeling. But as I stated earlier, when I realized that the tip of my finger was missing, and I was pouring blood profusely, and the fucking bone was sticking out, I believe I went into some kind of breakdown, some species of nervous breakdown. I was at the end of it. I couldn't live. I just didn't want to live at that time.
Your security came, and at one stage, a record button was pressed on a telephone. Was it not on a mobile phone?
I've relatively recently found out that, yeah, someone pushed a record button on a telephone.
Somebody pressed it on, but it did not press it off, so it taped for about 5 hours?
For about 5 hours. Not that I'm aware of.
What I am going to ask you to listen to is just a bit of that tape near the beginning.
Not 5 hours, I hope.
No, about a minute. Then I will look at the transcript at the tape itself.
Is the transcript available in printed form?
Yes, it's in the bundle.
If you could tell me where it is, then I could follow it as I'm listening to this tape.
Yeah, she will not need to do that. Yeah, I will do that. The transcript is in file 5, 156B. We need to ask for assistance to play the tape.
156? 156B, March 8th, 2015, Australia. Have I got the right page?
You have, and it should say 978.62.
Yes, Ms. Wallis, 156B, F156B. Is that the right one?
I'm sorry, I turned my back, my lord. The copy I am going to ask everybody to work from, it should have been 156A, which is in fact the claimant's. There were discrepancies, my lord. Has 2 versions, but for the avoidance of any confrontation at this stage, I'm going to be working from the claimant's copy, which is 156A.
Would this be at the bottom of the page and it's on the right? F978.63?
No, 62. It is 63 when it actually starts. It says indistinct voices.
Oh, okay.
62 is the front page, and 63 is where the speaking starts, and it's actually 33 minutes into the tape.
Okay. So just help me out here at this point in the transcript. You're going to ask us to start.
At the very beginning, because as my lord sees, the transcript starts at 33 minutes into the recording.
I see.
That is page 978.63. If we can play it, please.
I do not know if we need assistance here.
We are getting assistance.
Oh, good. All right, thank you.
Okay, and then the recording plays, and if you want to refer to our previous, it's only like a couple minutes long, but it's a video called The Finger. It's on our channel.
Yes, underwatched.
And it's transcribed and
Yes, you do a great job on that.
everything
It's
else.
very underrated.
And it has Tori Amos in the beginning. All right. That is you, Mr. Depp, is it not?
It is indeed, yes.
Well, you were taken to a hospital at some stage, and your stuff came to the house. Your staff came to the house. Jerry Judge and
Malcolm Connolly,
Malcolm Connolly, Ben King,
Ben King, Dr. Kipper, and Nurse Debbie.
and at some stage, Debbie Lloyd.
Debbie Lloyd, yeah, and Dr. Kipper.
And I'm going to ask you about a few passages. My lord, I will not be doing 5 hours of this. If my lord would give me a moment to find the reference. Go to page 18. Can you see not the F numbers, but the actual printed page within the box itself, Mr. Depp?
Yes.
Can you see page 18?
Yes, ma'am, I have it. I think the file reference is F978.80.
Exactly. For the avoidance of doubt, this is your solicitor's version of the tape. There are 2 versions, but I'm using the one that has been agreed by your solicitors. Do you understand?
Yes, I do.
And at the bottom, we see JJ. Would that be Jerry Judge?
Yes, ma'am.
He said, quote, "I hear what you're saying. I've seen him and I've not seen him be this bad. Honestly, he wrecked this place. I mean, it's wrecked. Windows broken, the TV, she did it. There's a cup thrown, it missed," end quote. Over the page, please. Quote, "There's bottles thrown. She admits she threw the first. She threw a bottle. She wants," end quote. And then there's possibly a word, quote, "settlement," end quote. And quote, she says she refuses to do so, and he was shouting at her and screaming at her. She has scratches on her left arm, end quote. And then Mr. Judge said that as far as he was concerned, Ms. Heard's scratches were self-inflicted. Now, Mr. Depp, can you confirm that Ms. Heard has never been engaged in self-harm, has she?
I do not know that.
You've never seen her inflict self-harm on herself, on her arms or anything like that during the time you were with her?
Oh, no, no, no.
I don't know why he's lying. Because isn't it established that she cuts herself?
He might be saying she doesn't have any pathos or damage as far as it's not done in any kind of self-harming way deliberately, not where she's not trying to frame him, that she's not someone who has any form of depression that would lead to that.
Because I just think that you don't, calling her it's self-harm, it just means she's a cutter. Which
Well,
she
a
is.
cutter in a genuine way, not in a cutter in a way where she's trying to frame you.
Yeah, okay.
He might mean it like she doesn't have that pain or anger in her.
If you
It's
want
not
to reference
genuine.
also, it's in one of our video, The Devil and Miss Heard 3. It's like the third video where they're having an exchange about cutting each other. And she makes, she alludes to the fact that she's well versed in the act of cutting and she knows it hurts, but I'm paraphrasing, but go listen to that if you haven't. Okay.
You know what? You know what I'm saying? Like it's not.
Yeah, I
It's
do.
fake.
Yeah.
It's not. It's not any genuine pathos
Yeah.
or
I think she gets with the
she's not tortured by anything. She's very well in
she
love with
gets with
herself.
the Coachella crew and
Exactly.
they drop mushrooms and they scratch themselves to
Exactly.
relieve their daily life pressure. God, whatever.
Goth blackface.
Yeah, exactly. Her and Evan Rachel Wood.
Right.
Okay. All right. Let me see where we at here.
I think Manson's faker than she is.
Yeah, of course he is.
And
It should
a
not
bigger
have been
liar than she is.
maybe. It should not have been a difficult question for you to answer, but she has not been.
I just had to think for a second. Sorry, I'm not in a race here.
Then at the bottom of page 19, Mr. Judge is saying he has a small burn on the right-hand side of his face, which she says, "I've seen that already," or I've seen that yesterday. But she did not say, she said on Friday, he put a cigarette and burnt his own face with a cigarette. He's not well. We need to help him out. That's your employee, Mr. Judge.
Yes.
Go to page 24. In fact, could you start the page before?
The numbers are disappearing now.
Mine have disappeared as well. Can we start at F97886? Have you got that, Mr. Depp?
Yeah, yes, I do. Sorry.
Right at the bottom, there is a lot of undiscernible material, but right at the bottom, there's a discussion of money and $75,000. I'm going to suggest that that's some related to the amount of damage you had done to that house. Do you know anything about this?
I do not know. I don't.
You do not know?
About the 75.
Do you know that the house was very badly damaged? Does it come as a surprise to you what Jerry Judge was saying about he has wrecked the place?
It does not come as a surprise to me. It's what Jerry was thinking at the time, I suppose.
What Jerry was thinking?
Well, what he said is what he was thinking. I mean, I believe him. Yeah. Yes.
He said, we do not have to repeat it again.
Jerry Judge was not there during the altercation.
Jerry Judge had worked for you for a very long time, had he not?
Yes.
He had seen you wreck places before?
He'd seen some damages, yeah.
So he knew exactly what had happened when he went into that house, as he said at the bottom of page 18.
Was that a question? Sorry, was it a question when you said he knew exactly? Yes, Ms. Wallis, I think you do not need to give Mr. Depp a chance to answer it.
Understood. Mr. Depp, going back to F978.56, sorry, 86, that's my fault. 978.86, which is where we were. The sum of $75,000 is mentioned. The speaker says, there's blood everywhere, and then there is something indiscernible. Tears, and these two are covered in blood. The bedroom upstairs, something indiscernible. Down the bar. Are you following this all right?
Yes, ma'am. I'm fine. Thank you.
And then quote, he drank everything in the past week, end quote.
Just a moment. Now, he drank everything in the past week?
978.88.
Yes.
Now, your security was with you before Ms. Heard arrived. I mean, before in Australia, in the weeks before Ms. Heard arrived.
Yes, ma'am.
And Ms. Heard had not been there a week, had she?
I do not know how long she'd been there at that point.
You drank, quote, you drank everything in the past week, end quote, I suggest is an indication that you were drinking before Ms. Heard arrived in Australia to meet you.
I would submit that Jerry Judge was basing it on Miss Amber Heard's words. I believe Miss Heard has explained to Mr. Judge that I had been drinking it all week. I'd been doing this and I'd been doing that. And I guess it's just, which is in continuity with her actions.
Mr. Judge was with you before Ms. Heard arrived, was he not?
Yes, he was.
He would have known what you'd been doing for the past week.
No, not necessarily, no.
He may well have known what you were doing for the past week.
No, he did not see me drink. He may have assumed that I had broken my sobriety yet again. But I believe in the context that this comes, it's Miss Heard's story.
If the context is different and the context is, it's my paraphrasing, Mr. Depp has been drinking solidly for the last week before Ms. Heard arrived, then your statement contains yet another lie, does it not? Because you did not break your sobriety because of Ms. Heard's shrewish behavior. You had broken your sobriety already.
No, ma'am, that's not true. I'm sorry. I broke my sobriety on March 8th.
Then it goes on, quote, he drank everything in the last week, and she, end quote, and this is what Ms. Heard must have told Mr. Judge, quote, and within 2 hours he had taken 10 ecstasy tablets, end quote.
Yes.
Now, can you think of any reason why Ms. Heard would say that to Mr. Judge if it was not correct?
I can only say that I believe it's a wonderful addition to her dossier that she'd been building for a number of years now.
Part of the hoax was to invent a scenario that you had taken ecstasy, whereas you had not taken ecstasy.
Part of the hoax, I think, was to dismiss me as some sort of wet brain, as a savage, as an uncontrollable maniac of some kind of monster, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. Because they do keep going on, don't they?
Carrying on with what was been written down here, if somebody keeps supplying him, he is going to OD on this.
Yes.
And then we have a lot of indiscernibles. Quote, she has, talking about tequila and vodka, because she said he did not want you to smell it. Yes? Were you drinking tequila and vodka?
Remind me, who is speaking now?
I do not think it's clear other than it's...
Oh, no, I believe it's Jerry Judge, my lord.
I think it is. Mr. Depp is correct. If one looks at 978.84, that is where it is attributed to JJ.
As I previously stated, on March 8th, I drank. I went down to the bar in another attempt, and there were many to escape Miss Heard's violent and rage-filled rant. So, after hiding in the bathroom for hours, I went down to the bar and I decided to break my sobrieties because I just felt I didn't care anymore. So I just decided I needed to numb myself.
You needed to numb yourself?
Yeah, yes.
According to Mr. Judge, he says at line 20, quote, she, end quote, that must be a reference to Miss Heard, quote, is stone cold sober, end quote.
Wait, where are we now, Ms.
Line
Wallis?
20.
This is page...
The same page we were on. Quote, he drank everything in the past week, end quote, is the top line.
This is now 978.88.
Exactly, and it's line 19 or 20.
Yes, indiscernible. Yesterday she was stone cold sober. She does not smell of booze, so him or right.
Go ahead. Sorry, is there something else you want to say?
No.
Could you go ahead to F978.105 or 104?
This.
Oh, sorry. This is now a conversation between JJ, that's Jerry Judge, and Ben King.
My lord, I'm sorry to interrupt, Miss Walsh, but it's coming to close past 1. 5 past 1.
I can stop now.
If that is a convenient point, you clearly have not finished the section of what you want to deal with. But if it's going to take longer than a minute or two, I think that would be a convenient point to break.
All right, we might stop at
You
their
want us
lunch
to break too?
Yeah, it looks like they
Okay.
go to break. Okay, all right. We'll continue on our next episode. Finish this day
Yeah,
up.
so we're at 4 hours now.
Yeah, all right. So do we have comments? Because we had technical problems in the last episode with in our comment section.
All right, so comments and questions. What I have, and I apologize if I missed anything. We'll certainly get to it if I missed anything. Oddly, I got something from an old our third episode, which was the Depp Stern episode. Johnny Depp does Howard Stern when he did the Howard interview in October of 2001. I got somebody, David C. Writes us first. Let me see here. Okay. What other movies have the Hughes brothers made? You know, From Hell is what he's promoting on Howard. Menace to Society and American Pimp, 2 classics that I love. I've always respected them, the Hughes brothers, because they made some movies that the mainstream likes as well as us brothers. I don't know if... we got a black fan! Holy shit! If this could be... This isn't tokenism. I mean, this isn't... I would like to think we have more than one black fan.
We have many fans that are African American.
Eclectic. I'd like to invite David to sit in with us when we do our City of Lies discussion.
Hey, all right.
If you would. I think I bring it up here. I've always respected the mainstream and made us brothers. Mainstream that likes as well as us brothers. I don't know if you know Tupac was supposed to be in Menace to Society. In some sort of way, Tupac beat up one of the Hughes brothers. I didn't know that. That's a crazy story. I'd like to maybe go back and watch the Blu-ray of that. I didn't know that. It was some kind of dust-up between the Hughes brothers and Tupac. I'm going to go back and research that. That's a crazy little story. So I write him back. Exactly. And Dead Presidents is also from that era, which is a Hughes brothers movie. Pretty much From Hell is the only non-Afrocentric project they've done, as far as I know. Oddly, Depp goes on to make his Dead Presidents of his own with the Don Dillinger true crime biopic Public Enemies. Very similar bank robbery tropes. I think they were also involved in that Dr. Dre, Jimmy Iovine HBO documentary as well. Speaking of Tupac, I always wanted Depp to do a black-centric film. I've grown very tired of the Tim Burton goth white and pretentious Euro white period pieces he's done. And that finally came along with the criminally underrated City of Lies, where he investigates the mystery of Biggie and Tupac. We pride ourselves on turning anything into 6 degrees of Johnny here at the Deppening. And then David writes back and says, you have to give Johnny some credit on this. He is not shallow. I never got the Vanessa parody thing. That gap in her mouth is crazy. I thought he was going to say Michael Strahan here. Russell Westbrook has a little gap in his teeth. You ever notice that?
Yeah, he does.
Little subtle gap, almost Deppian.
The rattle from him bricking every shot.
Oh, stop!
Broke part of his teeth off. Okay.
For every double-digit rebounding average this under 6'3" guard has, which is the most insane thing I'd ever seen in my life. I never thought a guard would ever at that size have the
That's what
triple
happens
double
when
stuff,
you.
just the rebound.
That's what happens when your nickname is Stat Paddington. You fit right in with
That's
LeBron James.
but that's what I do. It's about the journey. It's not about the rings. It's about the stats.
I think you
It's
are a
not
much
about the
better
ring.
player than Russell Westbrook could ever be.
No.
Yes.
No.
Go ahead.
We got a lot of similarities, though. I love the I never got the Vanessa Paradis thing. That gap in her mouth is crazy. He could have any woman he wants. I agree, David. He could, and he chooses Vanessa Paradis of all broads. Compared to his previous relationships, Amber Heard is just too pretty for him. No, I don't think she's too pretty for anyone. She's hillbilly hot, as they say. She's a cookie cutter, dime a dozen, flappy fish market, Austin stripper. I think she's very ordinary hot.
I was looking at a YouTuber.
She's a Austin 7.5.
I was looking at a series of videos that YouTubers have made about her plastic surgery. Of course, they don't go into this controversy with her.
Oh, I forgot about that. Right. What's the deal with you are an expert on plastic surgery in Hollywood.
Well, I mean, she's had cheek implants, but if you look at her before picture, like from her days in Texas,
yes,
slutting around the scene trying to get an agent, she looks like my cousin. Any one of my cousins you could pluck off Meth Mountain. So she's not great originally. And she tries really hard. She's got a really good makeup artist, especially because all those bruises Depp gave her, this magical makeup artist was able to cover all of them, especially even a broken nose. Go ahead.
an Austin 6.5 or 7, right? Just in her natural form.
And Meth Mountain 7.
You heard it here first. I don't think I'm alone, Deppening peeps. I think Winona Ryder at 50 is still 3 times as hot as Amber Heard is now. That's my opinion. It's subjective, but I'm sticking with it.
Amber Heard even has like multiple pictures that she sent to Depp showing off those little tiny cans. Winona Ryder beats her in the cans department too.
In every department. No work done as far as we know. She didn't have any, right?
No even the mental illness. I think Winona Ryder has less mental illness than Amber Heard.
Girl interrupted and then so. Girl interrupted cubed.
Yeah, even the shoplifting thing. She is less mentally not challenged, but she suffers from less mental illness.
She's all doddering. Can we hear your little Winona subtle impression?
No, you cannot.
Oh, come on. Next time then?
I will do it for a super chat.
You're just kind of too shy in the moment. You're just not into it. You're not feeling it.
I want nothing recorded.
Oh, I loved it. You're so all right. I'm not going to put you on the spot. I think your fans are going to demand it though next time.
I'll drink a quarter of a wine cooler one day and gather the liquid courage to do my Winona Ryder impersonation.
These are some scattered ones from other comments. I think I gathered them and Miss Boggins writes back to me, well, you did a stellar job at that Depp impression. I really think it's him. It feels like it's him. We did some comically ugly courtroom sketches though. Not that I much better. Like you say, it's cutting off here. Let me see. I hate the way this is. My computer's cutting off the. Let's just shrink it down a little more. Okay, I'm cutting off. Well, you did a stellar job. Stella.
Thank you.
We did get some comically ugly courtroom sketches, though. Not that I could do much better. I believe you could, Miss Boggins. Like you say, just looking at the deposition from both of them, I would have likely made AH look really bad. Let's just hope we get to see this footage from this upcoming case. No, you do, Miss Boggins. I think you know already. There's a, quote, pool camera, which is just this thing. Hopefully they add to that. I think they can still add to it.
I think it's the very typical. If you remember Court TV, I don't know if they do much live coverage in Court TV now.
So this is a generic Court TV shot. Is what
I think it's like the generic original Court TV, one camera,
whatever.
Single
Give
shot.
me anything.
I know.
Whatever. Yep.
Mm-hmm.
And that's what we're gonna get. So I don't know how it's gonna be televised. Like I don't know who's picking.
Probably
up
on a website. You'll have to watch it on your computer.
That's fine, as long as we can screen record it and get it and save it forever and ever and ever and ever.
Move your recliner to in front of your laptop or or move your laptop. What am I saying? If you have a regular computer, move your furniture, because it's going to be quite the show.
Yep. And let's just go on. And hey, let's hope she countersues him so we get more of it.
I don't. That's not going to be
Let's
televised.
see. Let's hope. Yes, it will.
No, it won't.
If this one is, let's hope that is.
I think hers is over in a day.
What else are they going to show that's better than this? This is going to be amazing. I don't think people realize the layers to this. I really don't. Though I love hearing the great Tracy Jacobs deposition episode you guys did. Thank you, Ms. Boggins. I think I think people really need to dive into that more.
And probably 2 more to finish it off.
Yeah, and there's going to be probably 2 more. I'm not sure AH will be the one looking bad after that. Johnny seems like a massive diva, though, from some of this testimony. Yeah, he, as modest as he can be and self-deprecating, he does have a diva side to him, and I guess it's impossible to avoid after years of just never hearing the word no. He's been famous
what happens.
for a long time.
Your first big main job, you create a network. So you get all the perks and all the ass kissing, and you just go up from there. You hit movies, you get your choice of movies from the get-go, not counting Private Resort and Nightmare on Elm Street. But
he never really had a down spell. It was always like a steady climb, if you notice.
Exactly.
Like, from Jump Street, he had the and before that, Nightmare on Elm Street and little kind of hits, the little TV role. Then he does Platoon, even though it's a small role, and Oliver Stone said to have cut a lot of his stuff, and he did it because I saw some of the outtakes and they're really good. I don't know why he would cut it. He's talking about he actually, his character Lerner does a profile of the people in the Platoon. He's talking to Willem Dafoe. It's a really good scene. I like it a lot. Yeah. Subtle scene, like camped out. So just doing Platoon and having an affiliation with Oliver Stone and Sheen was going to get you your foot in the door at a lot of projects after that. And I think that's, he probably does owe Oliver Stone for the Jump Street casting, because you're not going to look at him, I think, for anything before that. Possibly Elm Street, but I think just being in Platoon gets you in, and then it kind of, it's said that he auditioned for Ferris Bueller, and he got turned down for Back to the Future.
Yep.
So like stuff like that along the way. And as soon as he did Jump Street, like a lot of it's the transition from TV to movie star is not an easy one. Very few people pulled it off at that time. It was like Clooney and Michael J. Fox, like just coming from the 80s to the 90s and making that. And he gradually just kind of stayed on this very, very steady little rise, but he never had a huge monetary hit. But he was out there, and everybody knew how talented was and eccentric and great. And he was holding back, and he was turning down these massive films that we've all heard, the Keanu Reeves, Brad Pitt, Tom Cruise list we've rattled off over and over again over the years. And then finally in Sleepy Hollow in 99, it was the first 9-figure movie he did in the States. I think it made $101 million in the States, and then Pirates hit, and then he's a monetary star, and then there was no stopping him after that. And then circa 2012, bad decision after bad decision, it started the downward spiral.
Yep.
It's tough for that star to fade. But he is in a weird state. Certainly now, but even then, you could watch like little by little. Just one, we went over it before, like Lone Ranger and Dark Shadows. One bad, big budget flop decision after the next. Cash grabby, lazy, want to work with the same people. Kind of getting senile. He's not aware of what's been made and what you shouldn't do. He sort of humble brags that he doesn't watch a lot of movies and doesn't know what's being made. Well, that's part of the job, is to know what not to do, right? I mean, isn't it? What can I not, what mistakes I have to learn from, what mistakes people are making, what films I shouldn't do. In order to do that, you have to know what's been made in order to not do it again, to repeat that level of insanity. So that's also where he goes wrong. And that's where my coaching would come into play, my services, in addition to being a drinking coach. But I don't know. After this, where this lies, it's hard. I don't know. I just hope someone just throws a really cool crime biopic Netflix series at him. That's what I want next.
Yeah. That would be a
Some
very
kind
good
of
comeback,
Breaking
and
Bad-esque thing.
it'd be a very good reset button for him after all of this.
Yep. Say no to Tim Burton. Say no. Them getting him off Disney and Warner Brothers is doing him a favor. I say it 100 times on here.
Mhm.
Don't need another Pirates movie. We don't need another Burton movie.
Nope.
So here's Greenpoint. Oh, J.S. Watts 92. Right. I think I answered. I didn't write my response, but I'll save my response. What's Elon's connection with the media? He bought into, and you know this as well as I, Discovery Plus,
Mm-hmm.
which did the Johnny versus Amber documentary. And so it's this jaundiced, biased attempt at art. There's a couple times where he looks, and good at, but it's Elon Musk had bought into Discovery Plus, which did that documentary. And it's not, is it a hit piece? Somewhat. I don't easily say hit piece. I mean, that's kind of overused, I feel like. But this one, there's just no question about it. Agenda-driven. It doesn't make him look great.
Yeah.
I think it's half-baked. I don't think it's complete enough. They missed a lot of stuff.
They left out some of the most important parts of his case.
Yes. We haven't even covered it, really.
No.
Sort of, it's kind of amateurish. Like, I don't even know. Like, we can talk a better job than they do.
My dream,
just off the top of my head.
I want to watch, because there used to be a thing called fair use. I want to be able to watch it, pause it, talk over it, and comment on it.
Yeah.
It would be an instant copyright. So we can't even do that anymore. So I don't know how we're going to do it.
What do you do? Have it on in the background and
I don't know.
Comment on it while
I don't want
to
do the whole still image thing again, because I think you miss out on expressions, tone sometimes. I don't know. I don't know how we're going to do it. We'll figure it out, though.
So Greenpoint, from the actual area of Greenpoint, Brooklyn, gave us that great Donnie Brasco play-by-play last time, being on the set as a kid, writes, "Hey, firstly, I want to say something to Sarah." Well, actually, firstly, let me say, awesome job being that grilling attorney. Another compliment. And before you think I'm just being polite, that's from what I hear you are. From this and everything else you do.
Hilarious.
And before you think I'm just being polite, I have taken quite a few classes in acting, and I've done amateur acting and public speaking work. So this is really from a person who at least has some understanding of dramatic reading. Wonderful job. Arm, not to leave you out, as always. Wonderful death.
Leave him out.
Yes,
leave him out for once.
But what I want to say to Sarah is that, when the Rum Diary came out, I intentionally never watched it because I just felt a movie about a Thompson-like character, I should say, chasing around some blonde girl seemed just insanely phony and not in line with anything I would expect from him. So it's just a flick, basically. He's right. It's just very average. It's like taking all the interesting things about Thompson out and then doing a Thompson movie. Everything you like about him, all the eccentricities, the cartoony part of him, all the stuff you love, and just make him very bland and banal and boring. He's absolutely right. Fear and Loathing, on the other hand, is a little bit of a documentary. And I'm saying to Sarah, you probably going to have to watch this to do it for the podcast. So hopefully, if you watch it, it's like a documentary with some crazy, crazy cinema moments in it. And you can get into it more than just watching it as a cold start with something like Rum Diary on your mind. Don't take that as Thompson.
That's the problem.
My reason for saying this is that this film is a bit of a documentary. Fear and Loathing is really, it's all about, this is well said, I know what is going on. It's really just about how the hippie generation failed. And it's a movie that documents the failure of hippies and the movement. And by first showing how effed up it all is, and out of the two main characters are, there's a scene where a lucid Thompson, stares out the window and says something like, "You can see where the wave almost broke and came back in," like saying that it's just you got to the 2-yard line and the clock ran out, and the hippie generation. It's actually a very tender moment in the movie. It's kind of sad, little choky, little choke up, like, and it's a weird departure. And it's one of the few times in the movie it just hits a weird note like that.
Do you
Then
think, for my simple brain, I'm asking this honestly, because we're going to do an episode on that movie. Should I watch it for the first time right before we do the episode, or does it require my simple wet brain, as Johnny Depp describes? Should that be a multiple viewing for me to get
I
what they're trying
suggest
to
watching
do?
the Bill Murray Where the Buffalo Roam as well to get
Okay.
more of a time. And there's a lot of good Thompson documentaries on YouTube.
Okay.
There's like 4 of them or something.
All
So
right.
get a feel for his world before you do. And we had that great thing that the Rolling Stone writer that did the piece on them in '98 when they did the Fear and Loathing film followed them around. It's like a 15-minute. I love it. You should watch this, Greenpoint. It's not on our site, is it? That I put it together, and I should do that.
I put a link
Put
to
the
it.
chapters together and upload them for Greenpoint.
Yeah, we can do that.
It's Depp, Thompson, Benicio del Toro, and Terry Gilliam kind of making the movie and hanging out, and they show him at the Viper Room. He pulls up in a convertible with it. John Cusack's in the convertible with them. And Cusack was the second choice for Thompson, by the way.
We had that in the Viper Room episode.
Yeah,
but
not the whole thing.
We got in trouble because of the background music, so I'll just have to mute that.
Yeah,
maybe.
right.
I'll have to
Spirit
mute
in
it
the
and
Sky.
change the music, but we'll figure it out again.
And secondly, the film shows how America actually is, in particular in Las Vegas. It loves the failed, drugged out hippies because they can now be swindled out of the very last dollars they have in various cheap casinos and the like. Big punchline is that the main character ends up never paying for anything and runs out seemingly on every bill he accumulates. Yeah, I couldn't understand if he's working for Sports Illustrated to cover the Mint 400 race in Vegas. I could not understand like how much of a per diem he got from them. What was on a lot of room service and just drink. A lot of drinking is free in Vegas, but I could never understand what. Got to read the book again. However, the rest of the show, I think that silence of the legal team is something that was discussed internally in the Depp camp after day one. As one thing that happened much more in day two, with Depp's legal team actually objecting and saying things like when Was was carrying on and also generally objecting. However, something I'd like to hear Sarah talk about is her original point a few shows ago about how why Depp in a legal sense lost this case. Sarah, you said something along the lines of, the judge just ruled against Johnny. Basically, he just couldn't remember things, and you're allowed to what she deems is abuse.
Well, while I do believe there is corruption with that judge, was corruption. I mean, if you think about it, you've got one party saying, I don't remember. You have no choice but to go with the other party who has this overly vivid detail of every single second of that encounter. You don't have a choice. You got to go with her.
No matter what is a lie, what we think
that's the only detail you're going to get.
There's a lot of I don't remember. We just read the last.
We read a bunch.
There's a lot of I don't remember.
And he gives up so easily. She's asking him, it was this date? He goes, whatever. Yeah, sure. Yep. You can't do that. And I hope he's been coached and properly on when these things happened. We'll see.
Yeah, if Zellner is what we think she is, she has to have. And again, get a effing haircut. Look at my Gene Watson picture in this avatar I have right now.
I gotta tell you, there was a video.
That's what I want.
Let me make a note. I'll put a still image. He met in a parking garage maybe a week ago.
Yeah, that's right. That's the parking garage pictures that have come
with
out.
His attorneys. He looked like hot garbage. And I love the man.
There's no way he can show up in court like that.
He has a mustard yellow suit on. I know he's not going to show up in that.
He has like a Monday Night Football blazer.
Oh my God! His hair
is... again the Cobain, the early '90s grunge do, which that's his default hair. Seems like.
I hope he was in the parking lot of a barber shop, but I don't think he was. I don't know.
He looks exactly like he looked in the UK trial.
Yeah, well, he looked better in the UK. Look at this sketch behind us.
Barely.
He looked better in this.
Yeah. At the sound of my voice, I'll say it again. Everybody tweet Kathleen Zellner on Twitter and tell him to fucking give him a Gene Watson Nick of Time makeover.
Yeah.
There's no excuse. If you can get anything right, it's that look.
At least I will say, at least he never went out and got himself a nice face tattoo. So
Yeah, I know the Tyson thing. That's
he's got
not
that
even
weird. He's got that
weird
weird
anymore.
Zorro tattoo on his hand, and her nickname on his, or what used to be her nickname on his
But
knuckles.
tattoos are
But
so mainstream now that I'm not
I
even
know
shocked by
that's
that.
true. Can he wear like little driving gloves? Is that
I
weird?
know. No, Michael Jackson.
Yeah. All right, carry on. I'm sorry.
I was listening to day 2 and how he basically couldn't remember anything about this plane ride. It might have turned out to be a very bad thing in this case, and I was wondering if you guys felt the same way. I can't wait for the next show, guys. Also, I love the nice reaction to my last comment. Thanks again. By the way, Arm, it is, of course, the G train, which is the Greenpoint train, which the G is the only train line that does not go into Manhattan. I would also like to conclude by saying one day I'll have my own small wooden box property, GP, skull box, small wooden box says property of GP on the front with skull and crossbones on it, where, of course, I will keep all my WINO Forever NFTs on inside. LOL. Thank you. Great show, guys.
Wow, that's so
Great
nice.
comment, GP. Insane.
That's very
insane.
kind. And please
it
write
reminds
and
me of this-
compliment me
this-
more.
The G the G train is a train that oh my God, I remember it. I would get off on the F train in you know what you tell God, you said the Housewives, what is that guy? The Van Kempens.
Yeah, they're
So it
Brooklyn
was like
abode.
either Smith Court Street or Smith Street in Carroll Gardens, Brooklyn, Cobble Hill or Carroll Gardens, and I would walk back to Park Slope and you'd go down, and the G train would come out too, and I'm like, what does this thing do? He's right, it doesn't. It's the only train that doesn't go through Manhattan, but it goes through really shady areas of like Brooklyn and I think Queens. But I thought maybe I'm thinking of Williamsburg. Doesn't help me out, Greenpoint. Does Williamsburg have like a J train? It's like a silver gray coloring code on it, and it's the only train that goes like east to west across into Williamsburg and then over to like almost Hell's Kitchen or something. I don't know. It's been a long time since but that G train it's like the Warriors wouldn't even go on it. That's how dangerous this train is. Or looking, and certainly it goes to the worst areas of, not saying that Greenpoint was bad, I think. But here's to Withers and Graham and Withers, the corner of Graham and Withers in the Motion Lounge, where Sonny Napolitano had hard rolls with Joe Pistone and Monique. Is playing double Dutch with Sherman Hemsley. All right. Underneath, okay, this is the last this is from the last video. Deppisode 24. Okay. J.I. Young. Johnny is always wearing this vending machine jewelry. He's always wearing vending machine jewelry, so wouldn't have left more bruises and scars on Amber's body if he was constantly beating her up. So I don't understand how it even made those moves. Good point.
Unfortunately, he never takes them off. So yes, it would.
And why have so many bodyguards on the payroll if the biggest threat is already in the house and no one is stopping her? So true. So true. Well, there's one story, J.I. Young, of that apparently his bodyguards roughed somebody up at was it a Foo Fighters concert or?
I don't know.
Damn it. It was something like that. It was a contemporary rock band. It could have been the Foo Fighters, Rip Taylor Hawkins, obviously. And it was not an excuse to open that portal up. Depp has some relationship with Dave Grohl. I was looking for a picture of him and Taylor Hawkins. I was going to put it on here. I can't find one. I can only find him in Grohl.
Okay.
And Cooper. There's a story in there, and then the bodyguards too that he's suing with the cocaine and the nose, and they felt they were in a dangerous situation, and he might have just thrown money at that to make it go away. His security is a very, very avant-garde gig. And I did read a story. I don't know if it's one of the transcripts we haven't gotten to yet of him supposedly having his guards rough up somebody who was crowding the space of his kids
Oh.
at I remember it was a concert they had no business going to. They thinking like, why do kids want to see this? It was like a dinosaur rocker of some kind. I can't remember who it was right now.
Probably one of them, one of their godfathers. That seems to be who they get, who gets chosen to be a godparent to their children. Rock
Here's
stars.
A. Smith. I think if you're already subpoenaed, this is kind of answering one. I think if you're being already subpoenaed and forced to take the stand, you can just say plead the fifth or say I don't recall, so you don't have to really say shit to the courts unless it's in your best interest. Again, great show, guys, and thank you, A. Smith. I figured it's something like that. I just thought maybe I didn't know if it was different in every state. I just wonder. Can you just say, nah, thanks, but no thanks? Again, we've gone over some of the witnesses. I don't understand. Sarah thinks Stanhope isn't going because they think they're going to turn the drug thing on. But what do you know? Because you're high with him all the time. And aren't you in his production company, on his payroll? So Sarah thinks they're going to throw that in his face. I would also think Manson could be subpoenaed. He knows. He's been around them as much as anybody has.
He gave a statement already.
Manson gave a statement.
Yeah, remember that video I sent you? It mentions that he gave a declaration, which is basically just a written statement.
There we go. This is Marilyn Manson's video statement. It just goes, you're a savage, Jack.
Oh my
God.
He gave a statement from his hideout in the Swiss Alps.
And no instruments were played, and it was on auto-tune. And
of course. He just had a Bible. He ripped the pages out of the Bible as he had the statement transcribed. I took way too long to get to the point.
This statement is by Brian Warner, but this statement is from Marilyn Manson.
Ugh. Did he wear his contact lenses? He gave a statement. Okay, I'm done. Goodbye. Keep going.
I'm going to throw up. That eye makes me throw up in my mouth. It really does. Hooper 45. I'm still amazed at the train wreck that Johnny Depp is. You guys are killing it. Thanks, Hoops.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thanks for all the compliments in the gunk comments thread as well. I just had shoulder surgery last week, and sleep is hard to come by. But these long Deppisodes are keeping me entertained through the darkest hours of the night. This will be another one, Hooper. I think we might even hit 5 hours on this one. We're closing in.
We got about 10 more minutes.
Let's make it 5.
But we have a bathroom break we have to edit out, so we're not going to quite be. No. Let's finish. Let's wrap it up very soon.
Shellbacks Club. Still love how the Heard hidden hit piece recordings that were meant to vilify Johnny epically and refreshingly redeem this man to where even the most hardened of the featherweight fair weather feminists. Nice alliteration, Shellbacks. You have always been a master of alliteration. Had to concede and condemn its proof of concept. Wow, that's well written.
Amen.
Yeah, I don't know how you. Yeah, I know. But remember Sia? The pop star Sia was defending Depp. She doesn't get enough credit. She was on Twitter, I think it was last year or 2 years ago, going crazy with like these series of tweets going. She's like, I just heard the transcript.
Yeah, she was posting links to Incredibly Average's channel.
What the fuck are you defending her for?
Yeah,
posting links and everything, right? Hey Arm, love that you're so passionate about the Depp saga that you'd actually create a podcast about it. I bet you still use Depp gel. Fan for life, bro. Oh, thanks, Shellback. Do you ever see Depp gel?
Gel.
There was like, there was a gel in the 90s, late 80s and 90s called Depp gel. I swear.
Yes.
So this is around the time Jump Street was out, and you can't tell me that they didn't create that name and just say, okay, well, let's take a P off, and it was DEP, it wasn't PP.
Okay.
And it was like LA Looks or any of these gels that were out at the time. And what was Jump Street? It was nothing but like high hair. Yeah, get it right. Put it into if we can.
Yeah, I will.
Like Greco, and Depp and DeLuise and Dustin Gwen all had the fucking super gelled up hair, and that begat Luke Perry and Priestley, and right. And I think this guy just said, "God damn it, let's just call it. It's one snappy, one syllable. Let's call it Depp." And he can't sue us because we're going to take a P off. And I always thought back then, and I bought it. I bought it. I may still have it. I think I have like 4
Oh my
ounces
God.
left. No, I'm just kidding. And there's not a doubt in my mind they used his name for that. It just isn't. It came out like in '89 or something.
85.
85 is okay. No, you can't.
Yeah.
So it predates his popularity.
Yeah,
I'm wrong. It was just convenient. I mean, they must have had a huge surge in sales though. As soon as Jump Street came out, you're walking into like,
There's
whatever,
a T-shirt.
Genevieve's or Dwayne Reed or
Yeah.
Walmart, and you're going, what? There's a hair gel that says Depp, and that's the guy with the high hair with the punk rockabilly hair on Jump Street, and he's got to be using that shit. And how is it not named after him? That's all I thought.
Mm-hmm. And they were very
God
happy
damn.
to be associated. Yeah, I certainly remember this. Yeah.
There was no doubt there was a spike, no pun intended, in sales when Jump Street came out. There's just no doubt.
Oh, they have your kind, Depp Sport.
It had a scent to it, if I remember too. It had a little bit of a
Everything did back
little
then.
subtle scent to it, right?
And then people suddenly developed scent allergies.
Yep. Here's Exotic. Hey guys, great show as always. I recently watched the Sauvage commercial. Holy shit, I forgot about this. When have they been playing that? I watch a lot of TV.
It's on once
and I
in a
haven't
while.
seen it in quite a while.
It's on.
Have
sometimes.
they pulled it?
I don't think they pulled it, but I've seen it a few times. Just watching like YouTube TV.
He made a
feedback
lot
on
of
my
money from that, guys. We got the financials from the suit with his managers, and I think Sarah, what did I come up with? It was to the tune of 30 something million altogether.
Was it that high? I'm totally blank on those financials right now.
It was 30.
It could be, yeah.
Altogether, like all the years combined.
Okay, you're probably.
It was like $7 million a year for 4 or 5 years or something, if I remember right. They're paying him. I mean, it must take him 4 hours to shoot those commercials, and they bank them. I hate that's when you like, that's the parody of himself. That's the old cliche now is you are a parody of yourself.
Well, there are parody videos of that commercial.
I know people are making fun of it, and I'm sure he's thrilled with that. Congratulations, you are a joke. You are a parody of you. That's what those are the ones where it looks like he has hair plugs, extensions, or
when it's parted in the middle and combed over into the eyes.
That looks really weird. That made me think one of the times I think he has some kind of plugs put in.
Maybe
they all do. I would like to know your thoughts on it. We just gave you your thoughts. I didn't even go. I mean, every little detail from the guitar playing to the bandanas hanging from the. Yeah, we just gave you the full skinny. It's a parody of himself, and it's just everything that's wrong with his current. I actually despise those more than his film choices in the last 8 years. Like I think I like his film choices better than that commercial. That might be my least favorite thing he's done ever.
I won't say that, but I'm doing a lot of lip smacking today. I noticed. If you get to a point where, and I just did it again. If you get to a point where that's all that's coming in, it's a cash grab. Yeah, you have medical bills. You now have legal bills you have to pay.
Do you have a chemical peel?
No.
Right. But it's an easy cash grab. It's a couple hours work, and then, like I said, there's no broke with someone as massively famous as him. A Japanese beer commercial gets you out of the hole in 30 seconds. But I think to me it's the worst thing. It's the lowest point of his career is this commercial. It's every sense of the word a parody of himself, and I just wish it'd go away.
Yeah.
There's nothing you could do with it. why he needs. It's like you say. You said to me, you go, I'd be the one to recognize Depp on Bourbon Street if he was in the garb from Jump Street, the 1%er biker garb
Yeah,
where
you would be
Brie
the
Larson
one.
didn't recognize.
Yeah.
Why? Because I'd smell the Sauvage
I don't
and
think it would
brown
be
cigarette
Sauvage.
smoke, not
That's
just
what
the
you would smell.
tattoos. I would smell the Sauvage and the brown cigarette finger, the licorice rolled up cigarette finger coming from his finger.
Do you
That's
think
how
the
I'd spot
brown?
him.
Do you think the brown
The
cigarette
combination
finger?
of the two.
Do you think that finger glows like ET's finger at this stage? So
It's how about combining the brown cigarette? I forget the term for the cigarette, tobacco again. That scent with the Sauvage,
drum
and then you.
tobacco, yeah.
Okay, drumvage. So you combine the smoke with the Sauvage, and that's how you pick him up when he's incognito. Here's our friend Lauren Marie with a great follow-up. Hey guys, how nice to get a shout out. It is always, she's right. It is such a great feeling to get a shout in any capacity on any show. I love listening to your show when I'm working at home. That's another great compliment. I love when people say that. Any drive you take or working outside,
They're long
love
enough.
hearing
It will probably, these episodes especially, will probably just take up half your day.
This is pushing
automatically.
5 hours.
I know.
Johnny Depp is one of my favorite actors. I've always loved him since I was a teenager in the 90s. And by the way, I'd like Lauren, I would like to know what the first Depp movie you saw, your favorite one, and what the first Depp movie you saw. I'm going to guess, and I'm going to say What's Eating Gilbert Grape or Benny and June. I'm going to guess.
Right.
That's my guess.
I couldn't even tell you.
And by the way, I was a Stern fan too since '95, but I even went to see him live in Vegas remember those Vegas shows? Those endless Vegas shows. They were over. I always thought that was overrated.
Oh, absolutely. Those were the weeks I would not listen. Maybe a couple minutes a day. I was like, I don't care about this. I want them in the studio just bullshitting. I don't care about taking these derelicts and, playing games with them to win a prize with a date with a hooker.
It was just him self-indulgence using that K-Rock budget. I'm trying to remember. So she's saying 2004. Yeah, one of my recollections of that was the stuff where they thought he was gay because he was obsessed with, of all things, Casey Armstrong in a bathing suit. Remember, he just kept going over and over again. Oh my God, we got to get to that pool scene. What about that pool scene? We got to get in the pool scene. And him and Ralph and at the pool and over again. And this horrible, he had this, I don't know how that went down where he was roped off by security and the rest of the staff are over here. But all he could talk about was Casey Armstrong in a bathing suit at the pool when there's all these women around and stuff. And the staff legit thought he was gay because he just wouldn't stop about Casey with his shirt off.
Well, smoke and fire,
I know. That's a flamer.
Oh, I didn't mean that.
Even went to see him. That was kind of, to me, that's like Howard at his most, like P.T. Barnum, self-indulgent, just, and there's some fun aspects. Don't get me wrong. Some of those stuff in Vegas was good, but it was so self-indulgent to them. And I think that's their first taste of the private jet, was it not? When CBS got him the jet to fly out there and they were deciding who went on it and stuff. I have all those. I don't know, Lauren, if you want them. I have all those shows in video form and stuff if you want them. We are welcome to it. In hindsight, what a waste of money and time. She's so right. He beat us to it. DC writes under it. Thank you, Lauren. DC writes, T-shirts? Yes, please.
Yes.
And you write,
there's a link.
We're having, and you got to say out there. You have, and by the way, you also have brilliant Stern shirts with Sturkshire.
I have another one
some
coming out
Fridays. Too. Friend of the Court. Your Friend of the Court shirt is great. You gave me that. You sent me a Friend of the Court shirt. It's one of my favorite shirts.
I enjoy the oh my God, what was it? The core team member shirt.
Yeah.
I like that one.
Oh, you made like a pun. That's so good. The Friend of the Court shirt from the Pelican Brief you made me is because you have him in full, Varvatos, Frankenstern.
You don't even have the best
Mortis.
version, in my opinion. You have like the first version.
Yeah.
I fixed it
Oh,
a
there's
little
another
bit.
version?
Yeah, there's a second
Yeah,
version.
people need to buy these shirts. I don't know why. You got to promote yourself a little more with these. You will love these Pelican Brief shirts she's got. There's like 6 of them. Stirk shirt alone. You know what a conversation piece that is? Walking around Target and someone goes, "Is that Stirkshire from the Pelican Brief?"
There is the next shirt is going to be a celebration of the rock star hair. I don't know how I'm going to do that exactly. I have
I
a good
can't wait.
idea.
Everything you do kills. I can't wait for it.
Yeah, well, we'll see. You
All
can
right.
tell by the sales. Anyway.
That's good for now. I believe you have a new send-off that I wrote for you.
Oh my God. Do I?
Do you have it? Did you have it written out?
I didn't. Yes, I do.
I thought of
I
this in
do.
the
Just,
shower. I thought it was the perfect send-off for Sarah to.
I know. That's all. The only thing I get from you in the shower.
We could never figure out how to say goodbye. That's the only thing you
Okay.
what? Notes I give you?
Nothing. Everybody else heard me. You don't need to hear that. Okay. Thank you, everyone, for listening. This is Sarah for ARM saying no time is a good time for goodbye. Oh my God.